Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. I hope you find yourself having a good day today. Welcome to episode 3 of the Wayne Bush series, where we are going to get into movies, TV, and Hollywood, which will involve quite a bit of symbolism, hidden truths on the nature of reality, spellcraft, interference by outside forces on humanity, the afterlife, artificial intelligence, the personal identity versus the collective, and many more things. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome Wayne Bush back to the show. Thank you, Wayne. It's great to have you with us.
Well, thanks, Mark. Thanks for having me back on again. Yeah, I can safely say we're going to touch on all those subjects you just mentioned. Because we're going to do a deep dive into some movies that have a lot of Gnostic-based themes, which seem to relate to all these topics we were discussing, and some really good examples in here. But first of all, I want to give a little warning. It's a spoiler alert. Like these reviews and analyses do contain spoilers. Most of these movies have been out for years, and they're classics. So I think a lot of people have probably seen most of these movies, but for some reason, you don't want to be spoiled. I don't know. I guess I could hold up a hand or something, but I mean, for the truth seeker, I mean, people should. You've had a lot of time to go watch these, and I think even if you watch the movie afterwards, it's still going to be entertaining, and you'll get value from it. So
yeah, for sure. And I mean, I think I don't know. Generally, what I get from from people is that if they are interested in truth, they're not really necessarily watching as much TV or movies these days anyways, unless it's truth driven. I mean, that's just kind of my feeling from most of the people I talk to, but of course there's always the exception there.
Yeah,
let's not worry about the spoiler alerts.
Okay.
I think it goes without saying that,
Yeah, just wanted to throw it out there. My disclaimer, right?
Yeah, and by the way, love the shirt.
Oh yeah. So we're definitely going to be talking about this movie. I know you've seen it, and it's got a lot of great things that pertain to these topics in it. Well, first, I'd like to do a quick follow-up and revisit an item or two from our last show, which we did on music. And actually, this is from the television show 60 Minutes, where Bob Dylan's being interviewed by the host, Ed Bradley. So it does pertain to TV. And Ed, as you recall, asked, he says, why are you still doing it? Why are you still out here? And Bob Dylan says, well, it goes back to that destiny thing. I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end. And Ed asks, what was your bargain? And Bob says, to get where I am now. He says, should I ask who you made that bargain with? And Bob laughs and said, with the chief commander. And Ed asks, on this earth? And Bob says, in this earth and in the world we can't see. But here's where I want to add on to, because this pertains more to the music, the movies and stuff. Ed says, do you ever look back at the music that you've written and look back at it and say, wow, that surprised me? And Bob said, I used to. I don't do that anymore. I don't know how I got to write those songs. And Ed said, what do you mean you don't know how? And Bob said, all those early songs were almost magically written. And he said, well, try to sit down and write something like that. There's a magic to it. And it's not Siegfried and Roy kind of magic, It's a different kind of penetrating magic. And, I did it. I did it at one time. So, so as you can see, magic plays a big role in the entertainment industry here. So just wanted to throw that out there. In fact, movies, it's the art of producing a series of images. And the word image can be broken down into I and mage. A mage is a magician. So a movie is produced to move E. E is energy or emotion, and emotion and energy is energy and motion. So in music, a conductor waves his wand to direct the flow of music, and movies are all about icons, and icons a picture, image, or other representation. And of course, the movies use icons, that is stars or celebrities, to con our eyes. The director of the movie Lucifer Rising, Kenneth Anger, said, making movies casting spells. Casting spells. And Jordan Maxwell, a researcher, said magic wands were always made out of the wood of a holly tree. It's made out of Hollywood. Hollywood is a druidic establishment, and the symbols, the words, the terms, it's all, so he gave a good insight into what Hollywood is. And I just thought this the other day. Hollywood's also known as Tinseltown. And tinsel is defined as a glittering metallic substance used in pieces, strips, threads, etc., to produce a sparkling effect cheaply. So it's a cheap, gaudy, glittering effect. I mean, that's all this Hollywood magic is.
All smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, exactly. One of the images I have on my website is one of Mickey Mouse in his sorcerer's costume from the movie Fantasia, where he has a wizard's hat on and a magic wand. And so, movies in Hollywood are all about using magic. And after all, they use terms like television programming and a broadcast casting. There's a set and it's a network, or you broadcast it over a network. And televisions are in virtually every home. And so movies are similar to the siren song. Like they can wrap a dangerous message within attractive people, alluring visuals, and seductive music, and even subliminal messages. So I think a lot of them contain predictive programming. Like movies and television programs use what's called predictive programming to program us by using fiction and the power of suggestion to create a desired outcome. And it's life imitating art. Some will say it's just a movie, but movies must be believable unless it's a slapstick comedy or fantasy. But the part of brainwashing is getting the masses to eventually believe and accept through repeated exposure to the idea so they can move along the agenda they wish to implement for humanity. That is social engineering.
It's so sick how they drop it here, drop it there. And then as your life progresses, it builds up in your subconscious over and over again. And then boom, you're just molded in a product made by them.
Exactly. It's sort of like a cathartic release. It, expels fears about the topic, get it out of the people's systems so that they'll go through the stages of denial to acceptance more quickly. And some might be leaking truth to wake up masses or moving the arc of the storyline or plot of the cosmic play or divine drama along to its conclusion. But like in music, many could be under the influence of archons or spirits via drugs and alcohol, or even through secret society or satanic rituals. Others may just be channeling their muses or otherworldly influences. And maybe a case of giving us fair warning so we can't say we were never told.
I think the consent factor is a big one.
Exactly.
It's a way they're covering all their bases and making sure that there's nothing left unturned. They've got a big operation going on here that's based on the consent. And, like you said, if they don't say we didn't tell you, you just have to find it and seek it.
Yeah, so that was my next statement. They must tell us what they're doing and have our consent. In many cases, this is done through inside jokes where they like to be daring and original. Plus, there's the possibility they are bored or overconfident and want a challenge. Like in the AC/DC song I mentioned last episode, nobody's putting up a fight. So it could be like a cat playing with a mouse. And in short, television movies are the perfect tool for programming and mind control. As the intro to The Outer Limits says, quote, "There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there's nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You're about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits."
So sick.
Yeah, so there's an exoteric and an esoteric meaning in many songs and movies, and inner meaning can be decoded from the symbolism and metaphors. For example, they may be exoterically singing about a lady, but the esoteric meaning is about a goddess or a light phenomenon. And in the last episode, I mentioned song Stairway to Heaven, Hotel California, The Goddess in the Doorway as examples. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds would be another one, and maybe Shine On You Crazy Diamond. But also this song by Paul McCartney called Letting Go, where he sings, "Ah, she tastes like wine, such a human being, so divine. Oh, she feels like sun. Mother Nature, look what you've done. Oh, I feel like letting go. Oh, she looks like snow. I want to put her on a Broadway show. Ah, she'll dance and dine like a Lucifer. She'll always shine. Oh, I feel like letting go. And I want to put her on the radio one day, and there you are, ladies and gentlemen, a brand new star." So you can see the symbolism there. You know, the song calls her a divine being, compares her to the sun, a Lucifer, which is a match in English, but Mother Nature, snow, and says she's a brand new star. And it suddenly puts the suggestion to let go with the chorus, oh, I feel like letting go. And so movies do the same thing with subtle
so
imagery.
Crazy. It's just, and McCartney's whole thing is just deep, or the person playing McCartney and the whole Beatles. Right. And we exchange those emails. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
So such a manufactured con job on the masses since the very beginning.
Right.
Well, Billy, also not the
Billy Shears.
Sorry,
Billy Shears.
Oh yeah, Billy Shears, William Campbell, and even just thinking about the, how probably a Tavistock creation from everything we can tell. They even went as far as, hiring people to be the crazy lunatic fans. And, and then that just naturally builds it up over time. It's nuts. And, as if that, those songs so in depth are going to be coming out of, young adults at that. At that rate, it's just too much. It's just too much.
I was watching a little of the video link you sent me, and I delved into this a long time ago, but it refreshed some of the stuff where, Ringo Starr's like on a television talk show, and he said something about, he just said, well, we're going to play the songs the writers, whatever the writers, he mentioned the writers, like, and then there was like an ad in the paper or something like that where it talked about the Beatles are going to be performing here, and they're going to be performing the songs that were given to them by the producers. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff that's below the surface or beneath the surface,
And George Martin too. I mean, George Martin was there. There's a fifth Beatle.
His son was literally the one that did the audio book for the memoirs. Anyway, we're getting off on
nuts. Well, I know it's a great topic. It's
and then you mentioned the Laurel Canyon, where like a lot of the bands like Jim Morrison and stuff like that, and I saw where America, like I think 3 of their members of that band all had like military intelligence as fathers. And I love the band America, I really do. But, they have songs like You Can Do Magic and the song about, the Tin Man, which is, Wizard of Oz stuff. But there's more to it. But movies do the same thing as music, but with subtle imagery and subliminal message and clever dialogue and perfectly placed symbolism. In fact, the Emmy is given by the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, which is NATAS, which is Satan backwards, NATAS. And the Emmy statuette and their logo is an angel holding up a global grid. Similarly, the Oscar statue of the Academy Awards gets its name from Osir or Osiris, the Egyptian god. And both figures are golden, have their arms crossed across the chest, and hold a scepter. The ancient Egyptian god Ptah was reborn as Osiris and then became the god of death through a transformative process. And so before we get into the movies, I'd like to first answer the person that asked about the song Bohemian Rhapsody. And I will reply, since it's also a movie, and the story is related to the central theme of many movies, and that is the white goddess or the white queen, that is the moon goddess Isis. And according to the band Queen lead guitarist Brian May, Freddie decided to change his surname to Mercury after he wrote My Fairy King. And I may have got something wrong on the last episode. I was doing a lot of copy and pasting, but it's cool. But he says the song My Fairy King can see things. He rules the air and turns the tides that are not there for you and me. Oh yeah, he guides the winds. My Fairy King can do right and nothing wrong. Someone has drained the color from my wings, broken my fairy circle ring, and shamed the king in all his pride, changed the winds and wronged the tides. Mother Mercury, look what they've done to me. I cannot run, I cannot hide. So I believe he's saying Mercury is the fairy king. And Mercury is also known as the Norse god Odin or Woden. We get the name for Wednesday from Woden. It's Woden's Day or Wednesday. And Woden's Mercury or Hermes, the son of Osiris or Thoth. And so the book, The White Queen by Robert Graves, is about the Wiccan goddess of the moon. And Brian May wrote a Queen song, The White Queen, and he explained he took the idea for the song White Queen while reading The White Goddess. And he says the song says, all around the air did my lady soon will stir this way. In sorrow known, the White Queen walks and the night grows pale. Stars of lovingness in her hair, the mother of the willow green. I call her name, and 'neath her window have I stayed. I love the footsteps she made, and when she came, white queen, how my heart did ache and dry, my lips no word would make. So still I wait, my goddess, hear my darkest fear. I speak too late. It's forevermore I wait. And Freddie Mercury wrote The Black Queen, and it says, I'm Lord of all darkness. I'm Queen of the Night. Remember how we were mentioning Queen of the Night? And I've got the power, and I'll do the march of the Black Queen. I'll be what you make me. I'll do what you like. I'll be your bad boy. I'll do the march of the Black Queen. And later it says, surrender to the city of the fireflies, dance with the devil, beat with the band, to hell with all you hand in hand. Now it's time to be gone forever. So Mercury or Woden being the fairy king, and May's interest in Robert Graves, the white goddess, is interesting because in an interview with Robert Graves, he is asked, and the white goddess, you identified the muse poet with the sacred king who was sacrificed to the moon goddess as a divine victim, and expressed your belief that the true poet must also, in a sense, die for her. In spite of all you survived, do you still hold to this? And Graves answers yes. And so in the
that's so revealing.
It is. Oh. And in the epic Queen song, Bohemian Rhapsody, Freddie Mercury sings, is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. And those lines seem to have been influenced by a scene from Mozart's The Magic Flute, which was released as a movie in the same year the song was released.
Whoa.
The Queen of the Night and her three maidens come to visit Papageno. And afterwards, Papageno asks himself, do I sleep or do I wake? Is this a dream or reality? That's very, very close. So Freddie really liked operas. There was a couple other operatic scenes I saw where he kind of borrowed from, which is what artists do.
Yeah, he did a compilation or collaborative effort with a famous opera singer, and they did a whole thing, right? Wasn't that right towards the end of his life?
Barcelona or something. I can't remember her name, but I saw that again the other day. So the song says, any way the wind blows doesn't really matter to me. Mama just killed a man. So I know this is supposed to be a coming out song for him, supposedly, but in the song, it seems that he may have killed himself or is having an NDE because he tells his mother, if I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, as if nothing really matters. And he says, I don't want to die. And then the whole tone of the song immediately changes, and it goes into the I see a little silhouette of a man, Scaramouche, when you do the fandango. Thunderbolts are lightning, very, very frightening me. And a silhouette to me sounds like, it sounds like a shadow being. Yep. And Scaramouche, I looked up what Scaramouche was, and it's a trickster. So maybe he's now in the afterlife, and it seems as though he's being held prisoner by archons, and someone's arguing on his behalf. He's just a poor boy from a poor family. Spare him his life from this monstrosity. Easy come, easy go. Will you let me go? Bismillah, we will not let you go. Bismillah.
Yeah, we had your mic kind of maybe just lift your shirt a little.
Sorry.
No, sorry. I think you're fine. It was just, I think it just tilted a little. That's all.
Okay. So Bismillah, we want to, will let me go, never let you go. They go back and forth, right? And Beelzebub has the devil put aside for me. So they're talking about a devil and, devils like archon type beings. And he says, so you think you can love me and leave me to die? Can't do this to me. Just got to get out, got to get right out of here. So he seems like he wants to escape the matrix or prison. He says, nothing really matters. Anyone can see nothing really matters. Nothing really matters to me any way the wind blows. And the ending kind of reminds me of like the classic scene from Bohemian Grove where the elite gather for the cremation of care ceremony. Yeah, he's successfully cremated his care. He doesn't care anymore. Nothing matters to him. And incidentally, Shakespeare's play A Midsummer's Night Dream also takes place in a grove, and references are made to weaving spiders, which is one of the camps at Bohemian Grove, but that's just a diversion.
Should not lie, or weaving spiders should not lie, or something
so
like that, right?
I would bet Brian May's not the only rock star to have been influenced by the White Goddess. Robert Plant, the lead singer for Zeppelin, wrote many lyrics associated with J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. And the song Ramble On, he sings, but now it's time for me to go. The autumn moon lights my way. Ramble on, got to find the queen of all my dreams. How years ago and days of old when magic filled the air, 'twas in the darkest depths of Mordor I met a girl so fair. So yeah, and then the song "The Battle of Evermore," it was also influenced by that Lord of the Rings. He said the song goes, "The Queen of Light took her bow, and then she turned to go. The Prince of Peace embraced the gloom and walked the night alone. Oh, dance in the dark, sing to the morning light. The Dark Lord rides in force tonight. I'm waiting for the angels of Avalon, waiting for the eastern glow. Tired eyes on the sunrise." And then he talks about the rays and the sunlight blinds his eyes. And of course, in Stairway to Heaven, he's talking about the lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a Stairway to Heaven. And if we all call the tune, then the pipe will lead us to reason, and a new day will dawn. It's just
I wanted to add quickly about the Stairway to Heaven. When we look at Sully of the shirt on there, they have it's like a stairway, except what is it, piano keys, I think, that they got.
Oh, this shirt?
No, is it on the shirt? I don't know. Yeah, actually, yeah, it is. Yeah, so the piano keys are kind of like the stairway.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. No, you're right. And in the song, because it's just a spring clean for the May Queen. That May Queen is straight out of old pagan type stuff, and the May Queen, I think, is Isis. I may be wrong about that, but it's the goddess. And he says the piper's calling you to join him, dear lady. You notice he's calling her lady. And he says there walks a lady. Oh, he says your stairway lies on the whispering wind, and there walks the lady we all know who shines white light and wants to show everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come to you at last. Anyway, so who is this piper that Plants, says is calling you with his music to join him? And so I'd like to go more in depth in the topic of the wind and piper at the Gates of Dawn during the next episode on religion, as I found some interesting connections, but I don't want to get too deep into it here. But going on, you've got like DreamWorks pictures in the opening scene. Yeah, there's a boy fishing on the moon, and the DreamWorks Pictures introduces all these movies with this short little animation of the boy sitting on the moon and fishing in a body of water, maybe symbolic of the subconscious mind where dreams are born. But presumably he's fishing on the earth. And I think Spielberg, yes, I think Spielberg designed or came up with this, and it seems he knows quite a bit about the afterlife. The name Spielberg is related to a spell rock or spell mountain, which is reminiscent of the Pied Piper motif, luring children into the mountain or rock with his flute playing.
Wow.
Yeah.
The name interesting about Spielberg. I didn't know that. That's really...
Spiel is spell and berg is a mountain or rock. Yeah. And so the siren in Greek mythology usually features an attractive woman luring sailors to the deaths upon the rock with her sweet song and alluring eyes. And so the moon and reflection in the water perhaps allude to the subconscious and the dream state we're in. And of course, fishermen use worms or live bait as lure for their prey. And then in Columbia Pictures, their intro shows the goddess Columbia standing atop a stepped pyramid. And it's reminiscent of the Paramount Pictures logo, which, true to the name, shows a mountain surrounded by stars in a semicircle like a sunrise. But in the Columbia Pictures logo, she's holding a lighted torch, which morphs into the sun and a sunrise logo. And of course, Columbia was the original name for the United States, and the District of Columbia is the capital, which is just outside Maryland. And CBS is Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Records is one of the major record labels, and Columbia University is a prestigious Ivy League school. So I think Columbia is likely Virgo or the Virgin Mary. That is Isis, Venus, the Lady Liberty, and maybe an aspect of Columbia as well. So she holds up the torch of enlightenment or reason.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a connection there.
Yeah. And MTV Films, they had an intro back in the day. It was the first music video channel and was very pioneering with its marketing. But this intro to its film seems to suggest we Earthlings are being watched for entertainment by aliens, most likely on the moon. Now, I can't play it, but it shows a bunch of something in astronaut outfits, and they're sitting inside a movie theater and they're watching.
Yeah, they're watching the show down on Earth.
They're watching Earth. Yeah, exactly.
And MTV's headquarters is a Freemasonic lodge.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's if you look, I think it's probably the same place, but if you look, it's got the logo right outside of it.
There's this Mountain Dew Livewire commercial where there's two guys looking on as bugs fly into a bug zapper. I mean, these bug zappers are actually called light traps. Look it up in the dictionary, it's called a light trap. And one guy asked the others, he's like, why do they do that? Don't they see that their friends are getting zapped? The other guy goes, I don't know. They must be stupid. That was stupid. And suddenly a glowing orange orb of light wire starts pulsating. And the two men seem fascinated. And they walk into the live wire, bumping into it and hurting themselves. And the caption goes, introducing Mountain Dew live wire. Discover what the attraction is all about. So it's like they're drawing they're drawing a comparison between a bug being zapped by the light trap and human beings being hypnotized by a glowing orb and being pulled in by its allure.
Yeah, being pulled in by that hypnotism, and in other cases, the love bomb.
Yeah. And there's this Miller High Life commercial. It's called Girl on the Moon. And it's or Girl in the Moon, I think.
Real in the High Life, right?
Girl in the Moon, yeah. And there's a siren on the moon. It's not such an uncommon motif, but in this case, the girl in the moon is wearing a witch's hat. And the slogan for the ad is Real in the High Life. And it sounds similar to the DreamWorks logo, but it says, the commercial says, we go hand in hand, you and I. I'm the girl in the moon, and I want to tell you everything I know, everything there is to savor. I'll see you soon. So I don't know, that's kind of eerie.
Yeah, it is. And I think if you look back at some of the older commercials, they were even more suggestive with the stuff too. It's been a while since I looked into that one, but you guys out there do some searching on the old Miller High Life commercials. There's some revealing stuff in them. And then even some of the advertisements that they sent, package stores or distributors, they had all sorts of wild symbolism going on there. So you even just to add on to what Wayne said, do some searching for the Miller High Life stuff. It's really interesting.
So it's like reeling in. It's like the fishing, reeling in. And the high life, after you die and your spirit leaves your body and so presumably going up, right? It's high life. I don't know, but so I really want to deep dive into Disney.
Right.
It may take a while, but I really wanted to beat it with like a dead stick kind of thing to drive the point home about it. But
Disney's huge.
Yeah, it's called the Magic Kingdom, and now movies show the light as a zapper with movies like Finding Nemo, A Bug's Life, and Soul, a movie we'll get to later on. But A Bug's Life, it's probably the most obvious example of the overt programming is the oft repeated message to go to the light at death, or sometimes it's a tongue-in-cheek message to stay away from the light if the speaker doesn't want their loved one to die, right? So Hollywood reinforces this through many, many movies such as Ghost and Poltergeist. And a noteworthy example is in A Bug's Life, where a bug was flying toward a light zapper, and one of his friends implores him, "No, Harry, no, don't look at the light." But to no avail as the victim laments, "I can't help it, it's so beautiful," and then screams and falls to the ground, right? And these are all Disney related movies. That one's Pixar and Disney.
Yeah, isn't it weird how there's so many? I mean, with the Disney genre, it's like they go out of their way to, it's for children, but meanwhile it's got this heavy veiled truth in it that it's revealing. Yeah. For those who can decode it. I mean, it's nuts.
Finding Nemo is another one. It's Disney Pixar. And there's two fish, Dory and Marlin, and they're underwater, and it's very dark. And so, Marlin says, "Dory, do you see anything?" And she says, "Oh, something's got me." And he's like, "Oh, that was me. I'm sorry." And she's like, "Who was that? Who could it be? It's me." It's like, she says, "Are you my conscience?" And she says, yeah, I'm your conscience. We haven't spoken for a while. How are you? Anyway, she asks, "Hey, conscience, am I dead?" So they're talking about the afterlife here. They're making an allusion to it. And he says, "No." He says, "I want you to tell me, do you see anything?" And she says, I see a light. And it's like, over there. Anyway, so they find out that this light is an anglerfish, right? And it's dangling this light down in the darkness to try to and eat them, right? So there, once again, is Disney and Pixar drawing allusions to the light as something.
Oh yeah, and you could find that video online. It's a very revealing clip in part of the movie. So,
and the anglerfish is a real fish that really does use light as a lure for its prey.
Yeah, it's like right over dangles over its head.
Yeah. And so Monsters, Inc. is another Disney Pixar film. And in the movie, the children's screams are being used as energy to source and power their monster world. And they have this little commercial inside the movie. It says, "The future is bright at Monsters, Inc. We're part of your life. We power your car. We warm your home. We light your city, carefully matching every child to their ideal monster to produce a superior scream, refined into clean, dependable energy. Every time you turn something on, Monsters, Inc. is there. We know the challenge." So, they're literally showing you that
shoving it in our face.
They're harnessing humans' energy to power their world and themselves.
Yeah, it's so sick. I mean, it's just, it's amazing how even like you think about, you have the Bob Monroe book, and then you see that on
with the Loosh,
right? Yeah, it's like front and center.
Yeah,
I mean, that whole we could talk about that another time.
Oh wait, I was trying to compile the notes today before I came, and I ran across, well, when I get to the Never Ending Story movie, it talks about the Moonchild, and that's a book by Aleister Crowley. And I was rereading what Aleister Crowley had written in the book Moonchild. My God, he just lays it right out. He was like,
really?
"Yeah, we'll get to it later." Yeah.
But, okay. Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, there's still, Disney has this Disney Plus channel now, and they're incorporating other stuff like The Simpsons. And in the Simpsons episode, this 2D Homer finds himself in the third dimension, and the Reverend Lovejoy asks Homer if he sees the light, and tells him, "Move into the light, my son." So he follows his instructions, and he gets shocked or zapped, and he's like, "Ah!" So there's another one.
You find that clip there online too.
Yeah. And in Futurama, it's a cartoon made by the creators of The Simpsons, and the characters are watching the TV show The Real World, and the commentator states, "This week on The Real World, the sun," and a man's heard screaming, "Ah, I'm burning to death." And we know it's not the sun screaming because it's one of the characters watching the show suddenly remarks in disgust, "Do you know how much an apartment that big would cost on the sun?" So, and they're saying that's the real world, is men screaming in the sun.
Screaming in the sun.
So, yeah, back to Disney, and their intro to their movies begins by zooming out on a bright star while playing the song "When You Wish Upon a Star," which is the theme song to their 1940 movie Pinocchio. And the intro ends with a fairy-like Tinkerbell flying in an arc over the castle, which was modeled after the castle in Wagner's operas, which is situated near the hill known as Venusberg. And the Disney kingdom is the magical kingdom where fairies live and where fairy tales come true. And some of these fairies, like Tinkerbell, are tinkers who build and maintain our world with magic pixie dust, much like the clockwork elves and machine elves and DMT experiences. And the fairies use their alluring light as psychopomps to the afterlife and grant wishes to mankind. So we're all familiar with the classic fairy tale, once upon a time, and then they lived happily ever after. But what is a fairy tale? Essentially, it often contains a tale of a fairy or nymph. And the one belief held that fairies were spirits of the dead. It could be deities of mythology, beautiful maidens, but they undergo a metamorphosis. And so related words are fairy, spirit, goddess, sprite, dryad, or mermaid, and even fallen angels sometimes. But in fairy tales, a maid or maiden with supernatural help of nature elementals can resurrect or change into a queen, a princess, or a goddess. It's the worship of the goddess in the form of nature. And in Wicca, the earth goddess is Persephone, Kor, or Demeter, and the moon goddess is Diana and Isis. Awakening from death or sleep, rising from ashes, Cinderella, the ash goddess, is the phoenix symbol of royalty, and the luminous hope will one day rise and sit on the throne. But Lucifer or Venus. And it's important as you watch these Disney adaptations of fairy tales in the form of movies, you pay close attention to the names of the earth and moon goddesses the princesses represent. Now, the goddess is worshipped as either an earth mother goddess or as the moon, and is usually represented by Ceres or Circe or Persephone or Demeter. And the moon goddess takes three forms: a maiden representing the new moon, a mother representing crescent moon, or a crone representing the full moon. And so these moon goddesses were Greek Selene, Roman Luna or Diana, the Celtic Carodin or Gwen or Wendy. And Isis, Venus, is a moon goddess worshipped under a variety of names under various cultures, such as the Sumerian Inanna, Babylonian Ishtar, Norse Freya, Egyptian Isis, Greek Aphrodite, Roman Venus, and even the Catholic Mary. Although it may be due to mistranslation, the church also identified Lucifer as Venus. So both Venus and Lucifer are called the morning star, and Venus is the goddess of love and beauty, also known for her power over desire and wishes. And this triple aspect of the moon is often shown in movies, the most notable perhaps being The Wizard of Oz. And Dorothy's a young maiden and may represent Venus. The fallen star is the song the Munchkins sing revealed, the lady who fell from a star. And Glinda's the good witch of the East, and then they got a wicked witch of the West, which is the old evil crone. And, Glinda's the fairy godmother and represents the positive crescent moon. And so, like, the reason the princess is almost always shown as having no real mother, is only an evil stepmother, is that most of the other mother goddesses had no parents or they're unknown. For example, Inanna's parents were Enki and an unknown mother. And, so you see this in a lot of mythology.
Yeah, it's all over, and they just repackage it, maybe change some names, layer it. I mean, they make it such a challenge to try and find this stuff, and you kind of have to go back and forth, and it's all about decoding it. It's just it's nuts, and
it goes real deep.
Yeah, and I think they, Greek and Egyptian, all that is the basis for almost everything.
It really is.
It's just it's nuts. It's so widespread and layered, but yeah, that's
And when I was researching all these Disney princesses and stuff, I mean, I really stumbled upon a lot of stuff I did not know, and it was very eye-opening. But the Disney's first movie was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But before releasing that, they produced a fair number of animated shorts, and the Snow White movie was based on a character in their animated short called The Goddess of Spring from 1934, and the character was based on the goddess Persephone, and also a myth involving Freya, that's Venus, and four dwarfs. And in 1932, there's one called Flower and Trees, and it's about a Wiccan ritual, the marriage of the May Queen and Green Man. It was the first film to be produced in 3-strip Technicolor and the winner of the first Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film. And the two main characters in the animated short are trees, and the female tree looks like the tree deity Dryad, and flowers circle around her like a fairy dance around the maypole, and she's the maypole, the May Queen, Maya or Mary. An old tree comes and tries to abduct the May Queen, but the younger male tree intercedes, and the young and old tree battle. And but these tales involve the sacrifice of the king and rebirth. And Disney's all over it. The Green Man or Holly King marries the May Queen, and the horned deity in Wicca called the Lord is nature and represents both the earth and the sun. And the goddess in Wicca is called the Lady and is both earth and moon. And the Sun King and the Moon Goddess unite in a sacred marriage symbolic of the eclipse. Now, this goddess of spring, I mentioned how it follows the tale of Persephone, but she was abducted by the king of the underworld, Hades, the devil, and she promised to marry him if he allowed her to return to the world every 6 months. And so they just get deeply into all this stuff about the May Queen, but it's really based on mythology in the underworld. And in fact, the queen's abducted by the king of the underworld, and it depicts a demon in Hades playing the organ pipes. And this is in the Disney short. So Snow White was like their very first movie, and first movie with the soundtrack. And so it's all about Freya.
And incredible for its time. I mean, just at least.
Yeah. So it followed the script of a classic fairy tale. It's like she was a fair maiden or maid with, quote, skin white as snow. She called Snow White, right? And these references to white and a maiden are in reference to the white moon. And then the magic flute, Sarastro's slave, Monostatos, remarks how the skin of the princess is white like the moon. And in the movie, this Disney movie is like, what would you know, my queen? Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest one of all? And it's like, it says, lips red as the rose, hair black as ebony, skin white as snow, or hair black as ebony, skin white as snow, Snow White, So, and so these witches worship the moon, and it's the maiden, the mother, and the crone, which is the new moon, the crescent moon, and full moon. And so in the movie, they're showing her as like she's a maid, right? She's cleaning up, and then she becomes a mother for the dwarfs, like she's taking care of them and stuff. And they hum a merry tune or a merry tune, right? And even in Virgin Mary, you see pictures of her standing on a crescent moon because she's the star of the sea, and her name derives from Mer or Mar, which means of the sea. So it's just crazy how deep all that stuff goes.
So deep.
Yeah. Oof. And then Cinderella, which was 1950, not too long afterward, it's one of the names of the moon goddess. One of Artemis's names was Cynthia, from the island upon which she and her brother were born. And Ella is the feminine form of El, which means God, thus implying Cinderella is a goddess. And that story is based on a fairy tale named Cendrillon. And Cendrillon means, quote, of the ashes or little ashes. So it literally means digging in the ashes. And the tale by the Brothers Grimm is called Aschenputtel, and ashes, and puttel is sort of polishing. So literally it means someone polishing the ashes. But it's interesting, the recent archaeological digs suggest that Asherah, which is the equivalent of Isis or Venus, was the consort of the biblical god Yahweh.
Mm.
And then Cendrillon, the predecessor, the fairy tale, her name is Lucette, the daughter of Pandulf. And Luke means light, Jesus. And et is a suffix used for the feminine words, such majorette, and so it's a derivative. Lucette's a derivative of Lucifer. It means female light or little light, and Pandolf is a derivative of Pan, and it just goes on and on and on with all this stuff.
It's just so packed. I mean, it's like it seems when you look at the Disney, it's, I think per capita they're the most probably the most revealing of all out of all the companies out there.
Yeah, and so in Cinderella's, she's got this pet cat, and the name's Lucifer. And it says, Cinderella's saying that Lucifer has this good point, and she's asking, "Dreaming again? Chasing Lucifer? Catch him this time? That's bad." Anyway, so it's she's singing about the sweet song of the nightingale while she cleans, and Lucifer interrupts her and just tracks mud in the house, and she goes on about seeing the sweet, and she goes, "Oh, Lucifer, you mean old thing." They got like these little jokes that are hidden within all the movies and stuff. And she's got this fairy godmother who's the mother goddess of the growing crescent moon. And they are calling, Your Highness and Your Majesty. And there's a flute playing, and she's like, "Sing, sweet nightingale, Lucifer." And then Cinderella sings, "I'll touch every star." So next movie, Sleeping Beauty, and then Maleficent, I think, is another one that's like a sequel to that, I believe. But
is Sleeping Beauty, the one with Angelina Jolie?
Angelina Jolie, yeah,
she's a character. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. So Sleeping Beauty's name is Aurora, which means dawn. And in Roman mythology, Aurora renews herself every morning and flies across the sky, announcing the arrival of the sun, which is very similar to Venus and Lucifer, which are both called the morning star. And Lucifer is Latin for light bearer or light bringer. And Princess Aurora is known as Sleeping Beauty or Briar Rose. And Rosamund means rose moon. Anyway, just goes, I don't want to get too deep because I'll take up too much time with all this stuff.
But, it's up to you. I mean, you can go as deep as you want. Or...
I'll put the notes out there and people can read through it if they want more. But Beauty and the Beast is another one from 1991. And the name of the princess in Beauty and the Beast is Belle. And the one of the mother goddesses is called Bellona, which I didn't know, but when you do research the different names of these goddesses.
Okay. So is there a layered meaning with that one?
Well, it's just that all these princesses are named after goddesses of the moon. These are all goddesses of the moon. Goddesses, yeah. And so the beast is the prince who was turned into a beast by an old hag for not accepting a rose the enchantress offered him. And the princess is named Belle, and her name means beauty, just like Venus, right? So then you have the princess and the frog, which is another Disney film based on the classic fairy tale, The Frog that's turned into a prince with a kiss by the Princess Tatiana, right? And that's a name derived from Ovid as an epithet of the Roman goddess Diana. The movie begins with a shot of the nighttime sky and a star shining brightly, and a song about the stars sung. And the lyrics are, "The evening star is shining bright, so make a wish and hold on tight. There's magic in the air tonight, and anything can happen." So, the evening star is also known as Venus, who's Aphrodite and Isis, but Venus and Lucifer. But Princess Tatiana takes her father to the window and shows him the evening star and tells him, "If you make a wish on the evening star, it's sure to come true." And her father says, "Well, you wish on that star, sweetheart. Yes, you wish and you dream with all your little heart." You see the programming here and all this stuff?
It's just totally getting you conditioned from early childhood to get you sucked in when you die.
Yeah, and so like later in the movie, she's literally thanking the evening star, and she says, "Thank you, evening star. I was starting to think that wishing on stars was just for babies and crazy people. Aren't you just as pretty as a magnolia in May?" A Mayflower, right?
Mayflower, yeah.
And it's a reference to the May Queen being a Mayflower. And then they talk about a shadow man. There's this voodoo man, and but there's this other. The frog is like in love with the star that's up in the sky, and that's called Evangeline. And he sings, "Look how she lights up the sky, Ma Belle Evangeline." He's like, "You're my queen of the night," right? And then he says, "Evangeline." They tell him Evangeline is nothing but a star, But
it's just talking symbolism. About symbolism up the yin yang. Ooh.
Yeah, so it's important to notice as you watch these Disneys about the names of and then check up the derivative of the names, and you find that they're these moon goddesses. Yeah. And Cinderella's Cynthia, and Sleeping Beauty's Aurora, and Beauty and the Beast, it's Belle, and then you got Tatiana, and Ariel was the princess in the Disney movie The Little Mermaid. And Ariel is an angel and is even another name the Gnostics used for the demiurge or false deity.
And she also gives her soul away basically in the movie.
Yeah, so
for whatever, to be able to walk around or whatever. I don't even remember. It's been a while, but it was something like that. She made the deal with that.
Yeah. So just as like a quick aside, there's also like the very first woman superhero with a show was The Secrets of Isis. And soon it was followed by Wonder Woman, which Wonder Woman's named Diana Prince, who was a princess and the daughter of the Amazon Queen. Then you got Sailor Moon, was a quote, white moon princess. And she always said, "In the name of the moon, I will punish you." And she invoked these powers of the moon and chanted that. And then in Chronicles of Narnia, there's a future queen to be named Queen Lucy, and a wicked queen of Narnia. And in The Lord of the Rings, I'll get into that one later. In Game of Thrones, the evil queen archetype is Cersei, which obviously a play on the witch Cersei, which I mentioned earlier. And let's see what else I got.
Yeah, I mean the Diana thing too. We can even, not to go
Princess
off track.
Diana.
Yeah,
right.
That's when we talk about Princess Diana. The whole the tunnel of souls she died under, whatever that was the translation. I did a video on it. I don't know, in 2018 or something. It's
so
that thing's a whole deep thing.
Alma means soul. Yeah, Ponte Alma or something which means bridge of soul or something. I don't know.
It's been a while, but it's like tunnel of souls, and then they have the statue right there. I mean, it's just so
it's all symbolism for like some kind of ritual, right? It's magic. It's a magic. It's like as above, so below, and it's like ceremonial magic or something. I don't know all that much about.
I mean, I question even if I think in her case, regardless, the symbolism is there for them and for people who can see it. But when I see things like that, it makes me wonder, if Probably shouldn't even say it because forget it.
Well, anyway, in Pinocchio, Geppetto wishes upon a star to make his puppet a real boy. That is a physical incarnation on Earth, right? And in the original fairy tale book, the goddess Aphrodite comes to fulfill the wish. I mean, it literally says Aphrodite. And that star pays a visit. So the Greek Aphrodite, the evening star, is presumed to be the blue fairy, or what is called the wishing star in the movie. And that same star is shown in the Disney movie Peter Pan, and said to be, quote, the second star to the right, and where Neverland lies. Neverland is where Pan lures and takes the lost children. And Peter Pan is a veiled metaphor for Pan, the pagan god of the forest, also known as the devil sometimes. And he's literally called a flying devil and a bloody demon. And Peter Pan also plays the panpipes, and is a metaphor for the Pied Piper, who lured children into the giant rock or mountain by playing, it's beautiful music. And incidentally, Disney made animated shorts called Playful Pan and another one called The Pied Piper before they ever made any full-length movies. And then Playful Pan accidentally starts a forest fire and uses a flute to lure the flames into a river. And in the 1991 Disney movie Hook shows a grown-up Peter Pan, and he's annoyed by Tinkerbell, and he calls her a firefly from hell. And she tells Pan to follow her, and she begins to pull him. And Pan exclaims he's, quote, dying and heading toward the white light, end quote. In this joke may be a direct reference to the second star, the evening star Venus, as being the white light that near-death experiencers talk about, and maybe an inside joke about it leading to hell of reincarnating, right? So, in this case, Tinkerbell is portrayed not only as a fairy, but also a fairy to the afterlife. That is a psychopomp.
Double-sided. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. That's isn't it? I mean, they play both sides here. I mean, that's exactly what they do. They present you one thing while having the other, and they control both sides. It's sick.
Yeah, and the 2008 Disney movie Tinkerbell displays the title of the movie by showing the fairy Tinkerbell flying to the star. And in the 2009 movie The Princess and the Frog, the movie begins by showing the star and calls it the evening star and devotes a song to it. And then they actually had a video game series called The Legend of Zelda. They collaborated in making this
played it when I was a kid for quite a while.
And the main character Link is based on Peter Pan. And his quest is led by the pixie sprite Neva. And the fairy queen makes an appearance, granting wishes in the form of arrows and bombs for warfare. But according to the fandom page, quote, Venus is a character from The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. She is queen of the fairies who resides in the Pond of Happiness at Lake Hylia. And in the Zelda series, there's also a queen of the fairies named Fi, and also Spirit of the Sword. But anyway, it gets into all the
flute and everything.
It's
just packed. It's so funny when you for me at least, to look back at something like that and knowing I knew I played it as a kid, and then meanwhile it's all packed with this symbolism.
And so the Disney castle is modeled after this castle that's in like the Wagner opera. Tannha, it's called the Venusberg, right? And in that opera, it's about the goddess Venus and her alluring beauty. And in it, they sing a song called "Ode to the Evening Star," right?
When you wish upon a star.
So, it's just crazy.
It's got the Disney's got the 666 in it too, for the logo or whatever,
the curly cues and the writing. So the movie Pinocchio, it starts out with the opening song says, when you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are, anything your heart desires will come to you if your heart is in your dream. It says, when you wish upon a star, as dreamers do, fate is kind, but it's just when you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. So it's that's what their message seems to be about, is it's all about magic and wishing upon a star, which happens to be Venus, and it's all about this afterlife, which is fairies. The word fairies, but they're not really just fairies, right? They can take different forms and stuff.
Yeah, they can shapeshift and do all sorts of stuff and suck you in. So Wayne, I think we're at about an hour here, so I thought we'd maybe take a break.
Sure.
Go relax, grab, do what you got to do, take a stretch, grab some water. All right, my friend. So Wayne and I will be back shortly. And thank you for joining us. And thank you, Wayne. I'll see you in a few minutes, my friend.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm doing all right.
In here, so
okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Hello, everybody. We're back. Thank you for your patience and waiting during our break. So, Wayne, where are we headed next, my friend?
Well, we spent a lot of time on the female counterpart of, the Wicca religion and how Disney portrays the lady and Venus and all that stuff. And I wanted to talk a little more about the male counterpart, which is Pan, and all the different movies that he's, symbolized in. He's Peter Pan is the obvious one. He's the Pied Piper who lures the children to Neverland with the siren wind song of nature and the band of lost boys, right? And Pan's he's a playful trickster, and it literally means Peter Pan literally means father all. And he was actually called the Great White Father in the book. And the white light is indeed all colored frequencies combined. And Pan elicits fear and panic and pandemonium, at the prospect of this ego death. And so in the movie it says he keeps saying to die will be an awfully big adventure, right? So they're definitely talking about death in the movie in the afterlife. Adventure. Yeah, and in the original play, Peter kidnapped boys and actually killed some of them off from time to time. And
just kind of like what happens down here.
Yeah, he's this in Greek mythology. He's this fun-loving spirit that lives in nature, and he's clad in green leaves. He has pointed ears, and he plays the panpipes, just like in the movie.
Frolicking around the forest, very innocent, right?
Yeah, they made him into a hero and savior, and it's the story of a boy who never wants to grow up, and with the help of fairy and magic pixie dust, he's able to fly, and he takes children called the Lost Boys to another world called Neverland, where their dreams can become true, right? And so in Hook, he's saying, "I'm dying, heading towards the white light," and later he tells the Lost Boys who are fighting off the pirates to show them the white light we're made of, boys. Oh. And in the miniseries Neverland, Peter is actually a thief in Hook's gang, and they're taken to Neverland where there's this Indian girl named Aya, and she knows all the secrets about the magic pixie dust mineral found in the tree spirit colony that enables one to fly. Well, the magic pixie dust, the mineral, and it's a reference to ayahuasca, possibly, right?
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
It takes the experiencer to a dimension of hyperspace where these elves and fairies and other entities are encountered, right? And in the movie Pan, the fairy kingdom is actually a fairy hive in a crystal city. And in the popular Once Upon a Time television series, Pan is the villain, the Pied Piper. And he seeks the heart of the truest believer so that he might convince him to sacrifice it to him. It's just amazing. The Pied Piper leads all the children of the townspeople out of town with his music. And in The Wind in the Willows, the main character is lured by the haunting melody of the dream song or wind song of a giant spirit named Pan that is called the Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Mm-hmm. In the movie The Lost Boys are a clan of vampires who seduce the protagonist into becoming one of them. And in mythology, Pan is also known as Faunus. And in the movie Pan's Labyrinth, a giant faun needs the blood of an innocent to be sacrificed while a portal is opened during the full moon. And in legend, the Lord of Darkness is a horned being who resides in the great tree. He says in the beginning there was a void, and the perfect void was corrupted by light. The protagonist vows to, quote, bring light to darkness. And the film Lawnmower Man is based on a screenplay named Cyber God, and the main character and title of the movie were based on the one in Stephen King's short story. And in King's story, the owner of the company that employs the Lawnmower Man is named Pan. In the movie, the Lawnmower Man becomes addicted to playing a virtual reality game.
Hint, hint.
Yeah, and then you've got the Doctor Who television series. They aired a 4-part story named The Moon Base, where a race of Cybermen have a base on the dark side of the moon. And a Cyberman named the Piper comes to take men when they're dying, fits them with these metal headpieces and alters or converts them to control their minds to generate a vortex. And the Phantom Piper carries a pipe, which he uses as a weapon.
Unreal.
Have you seen that one?
Unreal. No. I when I was really young, I saw it. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it's nothing I've watched early, but that was, yeah.
And H.P. Lovecraft's The Call of the Cthulhu, I don't know how to say that word, lore, it's as known as in the mythos, quote, the outer gods are ruled by Azathoth, the blind idiot god, sounds like the demiurge, right?
Yeah.
Who holds court at the center of infinity. A group of outer gods dance rhythmically around Azathoth. It's got Thoth at the end of it, in cadence to the piping of a demonic flute.
Yeah, they're basically like the minions for this piece of shit. That is controlling. I mean, I look at basically the group of the outer gods dancing rhythmically to be things like the like the soul group teachers or masters, and also things like the having a brain fart here. The council, the council of elders type thing. I think, and it's just like, it's literally like a pyramid scheme like we see down here, except it's in the astral and it applies to us.
Yeah, so you have all these pipers. You got, Disney's Peter Pan, who's a fun-loving Sylvan who had pan pipes, and you got Peter Piper, who picked a peck of pickled peppers. Well, pepper is of the piper genus, and you got the Pied Piper, who led the children, and then they had to pay him, which is where we get the phrase "pay the piper." And Van Morrison actually has a song called "Pay the Devil," where he insinuates the piper is the devil. And then you've got, Pink Floyd's The Piper of the Gates of Dawn, which was taken from the Wind in the Willows, and The Stairway to Heaven, where, the piper's calling you to join him. And then Sgt. Pepper, the Beatles, his Lonely Hearts Club Band. Does that sound a little bit like the Lost Boys, right?
Yeah.
And Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play. He's got a piper, and he says, "You're such a lovely audience. We'd like to take you home with us." And you got Willy Wonka.
Take you home with us.
Right. Yeah. I wonder what that home is. So the trickster Willy Wonka is the wizard or magician. They had a flute, and he had a chocolate factory, and all the kids would disappear through the pipes in his factory, right? And then the Doctor Who show I mentioned. And then you've got even those commercials from the 70s were like, Dr. Pepper was like, "I'm a pepper, you're a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?" Remember that one?
Yeah. That's, I wasn't in that time, but I knew about that song. Yeah.
Even Pepsi had a slogan. It was called "Join the Pepsi Generation."
And Generation, yeah.
And a pip is a unit of energy, and pep is energy in the pipe. And of course, let's not forget that the tunnel in the near-death experience can also be termed a pipe or a vent. Think about that one.
Wow, that's an interesting way to put it.
So Pan loves the story. Oh man, now my computer is going to go wrong for me.
Right.
I can't.
Take your time.
So Pan loves the story telling, and he says being part of the story and the thrill of the wonderful adventures. He never wants to grow up, and he yearns for immortality. And it's everything to him is a game in which he frequently switches sides just for the fun of it. So,
gosh,
just
playing both sides.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to move on to the show Wind in the Willows, which was a television series in Britain from '84, late '80s. And so they're talking about the dawn is almost here, and it's like, did you hear something? It was only the wind in the reeds, and it's like, follow it, I must follow it. And it's a voice that began to whisper on the wind, and they're talking about the awe of it all. And you should look upon my power at the helping hour, and then you shall forget. And then you talk about spring, the trap that is set, as I loose the snare, and forget. And small waifs in the woodland wet, and bidding them all, I'll forget. And then they talk about a great noise, and he was afraid, and then he came. It's like, you've been dreaming. He's like, where is he? And it's like a dream, but not quite. And they're talking about the wind playing in the reed and the music, this faraway music. And they're talking about the gift of forgetfulness. And it said,
such a gift, isn't it, Wayne?
Oh yeah.
We're so fortunate to have that gift, aren't we?
And there's a song in it that says, "Spin me a dream, woven silver and gold from sunshine and shadows in days long ago, where people are memories and stories unfold." And it says, "Willows, the tales you have told me, wind in the willows, you'll just seem to know." And it talks about unwinding your wondrous mind. Wind in the willows, take me there. So
yeah, we need to all unwind our minds and learn this type of stuff so we can get the hell out of here.
And then another version, they made several different ones, cartoons and actual. They talk about all who would hear them lean to the breeze. Birds a cappella add to the song. All hear their versions. No one's wrong. Some say there is a being, kindly, benevolent, whose heartbeat is all of nature and whose embrace protects small animals everywhere. Piper, Pan, call him what you will. And they say, the song says, follow the wind song, soon it will fade. And they're hear the wind in the willows and this reed talk. And so you can kind of see they're talking about some song in the wind that's calling them. And there's this great god they call Pan. He's basically, he looks like Peter Pan, but he's huge, right? He's basically the pagan god Pan, which is the god of chaos, right? And so I could read the passage from the chapter 7, the Piper at the Gates of Dawn. I'm not sure if I want to or not. Well,
it's up to you. Whatever, however you'd like to.
It says, perhaps he would never have dared to raise his eyes, but that, though the piping was now hushed, the call and the summons seemed still dominant and imperious. He might not refuse, were death himself waiting to strike him instantly, once he had looked with mortal eye on things rightly kept hidden. But they go on and they describe his looks. And anyway, it's probably not worth reading. Yeah. Anyway, so there's a Cat Stevens song called The Wind. Yeah. He says, I listen to the wind of my soul. And then in the next stanza, he says, I've sat upon the setting sun. And he says, I let my music take me where my heart wants to go. And then he says, I swam upon the devil's lake. And then I found this other song by Heart called Mistral Wind.
Oh, that's a great song.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I love Heart.
I love Heart. Yeah.
Beautiful. And it says, I closed my eyes, said the words of will for the gentle breathing that moves the seas, make my sails fill. Whisper waves cloud the glass, awake at last like a lover. It rushed around me talking sweet, roll over, roll over, roll over. And in my ear, he blew his name. It sounds so strange, but I heard it plain. Mistral, Mistral wind. It says, I let the wind steal my power. It would show me the way. And at the end, it says, I wait for that breeze to move me and blow me back to that place. Magic space all through me. You made a crazy dreamer out of me. And, they were heavily influenced by, Led Zeppelin, obviously. They did that tribute, Stairway to Heaven. And so, that song, Stairway to Heaven, is talking about the whispering wind and stuff. It just seems to me like they were kind of emulating that a little bit.
Yeah, they rock. I've seen them live a few times. They kick ass.
I think she had the best voice in women's rock by far.
Yeah, I agree completely. And then you got me thinking about King Crimson. They have the song "I Talk to the Wind."
Oh,
I just brought it up because it just.
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah.
Is there anything interesting in it?
Yeah,
I'd like to hear it.
It's called "Said the Straight Man to the Late Man, Where have you been? I've been here and I've been there and I've been in between. I talk to the wind. My words are all carried away. I talk to the wind does not hear, the wind cannot hear. I'm on the outside looking inside. What do I see? Much confusion, disillusion all around me. I talk to the wind. My words are all carried away. I talk to the wind does not hear, the wind cannot hear. You don't possess me, don't impress me, just upset my mind, can't instruct me or conduct me, just use up my time. I talk to the wind. My words are all carried away. I talk to the wind does not hear, the wind cannot hear. I talk to the wind, my words are all carried away. I talk to the wind does not hear, the wind cannot hear.
Yeah, it's interesting that he mentions possession and conducting, just like
confusion,
we're talking about the conductor's wand. Yeah.
Confusion, disillusion. I mean, it's...
Yeah. So now I want to get into some, like, maybe some more serious movies, but
Sure.
it's like one of the first ones, since we're on the subject of Disney and stuff. When they do like a serious type movie, and I don't know if you could call it serious, but it's more along the realms of, it's not cartoon characters, right? I mean, it's a cartoon sort of, but it's Tron, the movie. This was 1982, and they did this computer type movie called Tron, and then obviously about 10 years ago they did Tron Legacy, but it's all about this, how they're in the game, right? And so he talks about the inventor of the Tron game. He goes missing, and he's researching these genetic algorithms and quantum teleportation. So you have to, and his goal was to reach a digital frontier to reshape the human condition. And so this was like years ago. You can see that Disney's maybe perhaps interested in shaping society.
Sending you that way.
Yeah. So he's literally talking about a digital frontier to reshape and what do we have with this metaverse and stuff now that we're starting to hear? Yeah. So this guy's zapped into the digital world of the video game, and he's treated like a program, even though he's a user. And they send him into this game grid, and he has to like fight for his life in it. And it seems to explore the idea of transhumanism, right? And yeah, so they're on this light grid, and he's trapped in a computer simulation, and there's these programs, and he's talking about racing on ribbons of light. But he says, together we built a new grid for programs and users. He says, I couldn't be in there all the time, so I created a program in my own image that could think like you and me, and I called him Clue.
My own image.
Yeah, it's like just like the Bible, right? Yep. And he says he called him Clue, CLU, Codified Light Disk Utility. But you notice that Clue is like an anagram for LUC, which is, Lucifer, right? Possibly.
Wow, that's a good one.
Yeah, so they keep talking about this light grid, and it's like, he says, in there is a new world, and there is our future, and there is your destiny. And so his son goes and enters the video game and goes searching for him. And he enters this bright white light and enters a battle game for the entertainment of this crowd of spectators. And his dad was trapped in the grid, and he's now in charge. But his father's telling him about it's almost like a Buddhist type teaching. He's telling him about being selfless and removing oneself from the equation, right? But he said that Clue was designed to, or he was made to create the perfect world. And then something unexpected happened. He called them ISOs, isomorphic algorithms, a whole new life form, control, order, perfection. And he said they manifested like a flame. The conditions were right, and they came into being. And they were going to be his gift to the world, but Clue happened. But that, doesn't that sound like how the archons manifested, like out of,
And it just, and that's
nothing.
it.
They were like, I was just going to say they're like a virus or something.
Yeah, exactly. I pretty much was going in that direction too. They multiply and take over every section of importance in society that has the control mechanisms in place. Doesn't matter what the hell it is. It prevents regular Joe Schmoes like us from going up the ladder, and just small things like politics, or if you want to get into movies or music or whatever, you got to get past these parasites who take the top positions everywhere, and they are controlling the narrative everywhere across the entire freaking realm. It's nuts. They're a virus. I mean, that's the only way to put it. I mean, my intro video to the channel is basically talking about how, you need to exterminate these things. They are a literal virus. It's sick. But when you have a population that's so freaking lost and so under the spell of all of this, it's the best thing we can do is work on ourselves. That's it. There's no fixing this. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news or negative or something like that, but it's all about us doing what's right for ourselves. That's the only way.
So in the movie Clue, he addresses these programs. He says, "Greetings, programs. Together we have achieved a great many things. We have created a vast, complex system. We've maintained it. We've improved it. We have rid it of its imperfection, not to mention rid it of the false deity who sought to enslave us. My fellow programs, let there be no doubt that our world is a cage no more. and he's talking about their system will grow and they maximize efficiency, and it's just you can see the parallels that they're kind of like drawing with that, and the Gnostic message and even stuff from the Bible, right?
Sure.
So there's one point in the movie they say head towards the light, Cora. And there's this tower and there's a portal that they have to get through, and it's worth checking out. And it is Disney. And they don't make too many movies like that, I don't think.
No, I wanted to look up what was it? Like the timing for all this. I meant to do this before we did our show today. I just want to see really quick. One minute.
Sure.
Because I'd hate to find this off later and not be able to bring it up. So I was thinking about, what was it? Okay, Soul.
I was actually going to go into the movie Soul next.
Sure, yeah. How about you start that while I look this up?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So Soul, at least the time I wrote the article, had this impressive 8.2 rating on IMDb, and it's like at the time it was like the 100th highest rated movie all time. And I think because of this NDE white light astral plane subject and Pixar's take, I wanted to put it in, do an article on it because it's important, like the Truman Show and the Matrix. To me, I see it at kind of that level. And it was a Disney Pixar collaboration and I wanted to see what kind of spin Disney and Pixar would put on the white light and the dying process. And I really liked the movie. I mean, I know it's
great.
faults and everything, but
just to give so much there, Wayne.
Just to give some background, Pixar's produced some of the highest grossing movies of all time, including Toy Story 3, Finding Dory, Incredibles, Toy Story 4, Finding Nemo, Ratatouille, WALL-E, Up, Brave, Inside Out, Coco, Monsters, Inc., and Cars. But the movie Soul was written and directed by Pete Docter, who also wrote and directed Monsters, Inc.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
He's not just a writer and director for Pixar. He's the chief creative officer.
Yeah, I'm always looking up these. Yeah, I'm always looking up these guys just to see. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's just they seem to be the ones that are the designated tellers of truth.
Yeah,
despite the slant.
He's running the show, I guess, at Pixar, and Pixar is a subsidiary of Disney Studio owned by the Walt Disney Company. Yeah. And so the movie Soul starts out with, the typical Disney intro showing the second star to the right, the wishing star, the evening star, right? And the music is a jazz band, and it's playing the song, get this, it's playing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, which incidentally contains the lyrics, "Then the traveler in the dark thanks you for your tiny spark. He could not see which way to go if you did not twinkle so. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. As your bright and tiny spark lights the traveler in the dark, though I know not what you are, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." So, is the traveler in the dark a soul after death? I think probably.
Yep.
So this jazz musician, his name is Joe Gardner, and he dreams about performing professionally on stage in a famous jazz quartet. And on the day he's to perform, he dies. And he said he's afraid if he died today without playing the quartet, that his life would have amounted to nothing. So he avoids the light at all costs in order to fulfill this dream. And they have this half note club, which may be symbolic for Joe going to this space or place between physical and spiritual, between life and death. We find out later Joe is still hooked up to a machine, so it seems like he's in a comatose state, having a near-death experience. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is. And what I find interesting is I love like the minor representation of Joe's life building up to that moment of being able to finally obtain his dream, and the Matrix just crushing it and destroying it. I mean, it's just so symbolic of what this nightmare is all about.
Well, they know he's going to want to come back immediately.
Yeah, and it just
the dream.
Yeah, builds him up, and then shoots him down at the most opportune moment, and then says, "Oh, well, here, and then he has to go through this whole nightmare
Yeah.
It's just, it's so sick.
So he immediately finds himself in darkness or void, which is in line with almost all the near-death experiences I've heard about. And then very shortly he sees the white light, and he's adamant about not going into the light as he still wants to fulfill his dream, right? Yeah. So he turns around and he heads away from the light. And there's this long line of souls on an escalator or conveyor belt like contraption, and then they're heading up into the white light, which is called the Great Beyond. He says, I have a gig tonight. I can't die now. So he heads away, and a soul informs him, I don't think you're supposed to go that way. So, he's taking his sovereignty, his free will, and his willpower into his own hands. And instead of being led like a mindless sheep, he heads away from the light, right?
Yeah. And what's also interesting is that when he's running down that the piano keys, or we can call it the staircase, I guess, the stairway to heaven.
Falls into a grid, right?
Yeah, he's got the grid, but he's also you see how he is interacting with some beings who can communicate with him, and then other beings who are just literally comatose. Like,
yeah, they really are.
Like, do you know where you're going? Like they're you have the mix, you have the drones, you have the ones who are just like completely enamored in the illusion, and then you have the ones who are like, oh well, it's the light. I knew about the. It's. And then boom, he's dropped.
Here's one of the most important things, which I didn't mention yet, but check this out. As the other souls enter the light, a crackling electrical buzzing sound is heard akin to a bug zapper.
Yeah.
He's like going,
Yeah.
And he's like, what was that? This alarms him even more. And as he's passing souls heading into the light, he says, what's wrong with you people? Their souls seem unaware, and one mumbles, I don't know. By the way.
What's even funny about that too is with the crackling sound, we hear that with one of the most profound things I found. I think it was maybe a couple years back. I was looking into pre-birth memories, and once in a great while you'll run across a gem. This is a person who posted on, I think, Facebook or something, and it was a pre-birth memory testimonial, and she had said that when she went to the light, she said that's exactly what happened. It was like a crackling sound, and it was the worst thing she had ever experienced because all of her memories were erased, but she was somehow able to retain, I guess, the moment right before all the memories were erased. So she actually remembers the crackling sound and saying literally it was the worst thing she had ever has a memory for. And then there's a few other ones that talk about it too. I mean, there's not a lot of them, but I find it interesting that they're out there, they're there.
Yeah. And then in the movie, he's like, he runs away from the light and he falls through what appears to be a grid of lines.
Yeah, it just opens. And, boop.
And we're talking about the grid in the Matrix, and there it is in the movie, right? It seems like. And so
nuts.
Yeah, so he leaves this line of newly departed souls, and he finds himself in a space with a bunch of new souls, which are curiously called coyotes, maybe because they behave wildly, I'm not sure. But he's accosted by a tall spirit who identifies himself as Jerry. And he avoids going into the light by hiding here. And then he falsely takes the name badge of Dr. Borgensen. And then 22 is the soul that's always resisting coming to Earth because it hates Earth, right? And
but let's even, before we go to 22, I think it's interesting to point out the correlation that we see with, the Dr. Borgensen, whatever the heck the character's name is.
Yeah.
And we can go to past life regression and pre-birth memories, because it is jam-packed. Those areas are jam-packed with information that talks about, in the movie Soul, they represent it as the Hall of You. Where this is your potential life script. You can do this, this is, you're a child here, you're a teenager here, you're, young adult here, and, you may be, be Dr. Borges, all this stuff.
They probably read Michael Newton's book, Souls,
well, I mean, they certainly
did their
homework. Put it all out there. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, I look at Soul, and I seriously, I look at that as The whole movie seems like some sort of channeled movie. I mean, I'm sure, yeah, they looked at something like Newton's, but it looks like this is something direct from the top. As with a lot of these other Disney movies that have this symbolism and script attached to it. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's really fascinating to see those correlations. And even before Newton wrote his book, we had Defending Your Life, which we could get off into a whole conversation on that one.
Right.
And it shows all of it. Shows it all. I mean,
the lawyers and all the stuff arguing about
the past life pavilion, and
he's on it.
I mean, it's just it's insane. And what I found interesting about that with Defending Your Life, the on the front of the video or DVD, whatever one you get, the quote at the top says, "The first true story of what happens after you die."
There you go.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
And it has the Matrix code too. You remember? Did you see that part? Like where he's sitting at the desk and he pulls up the piece of paper and is sitting at the desk, and it's supposed to be about his whole life, and it's all zeros and ones. This is in 1991.
It's all digital. Yeah. It's a similar thing with the Truman Show, which I'll get into later. But on the video jacket or something, it says, a couple of critics, the Siskel and Ebert or whoever it was, they were commenting on it. And one guy says it's daring, right? It's like, like as if they're daring to tell us the truth, right? Why else would he say daring? And the other one said original, like, it's original. It's the truth. It's from the origin. It's just, it's interesting to use those kind of words. It's almost like, so anyway, you got this character Moon Dancer, right? And he's able to help them get back to Earth, and he's able to sense some things around his body, like a heart monitor. And they show this hall in the hospital, and they actually show a recycle symbol there.
Yeah.
And
you think that's the 666? The recycle symbol?
Yeah.
Some people said that. I think I kind of see that there. It's a little, it's a little on the fence, but I think
stretch, yeah. So anyway, like it wakes up in the hospital, and there's this cat there, and he's like, I can't believe I'm in a body on this hellish planet, right? And then I'm just kind of skipping through, but Joe and the Soul 22, they're in the subway station, and 22 is intrigued by this street singer that's playing the guitar, and he's singing. I looked this stuff up, and he's singing a song called "Parting Ways." And it may actually foreshadow Joe and 22 soon you have to part ways as men are in soul. But looking closely at the lyrics, check out this, maybe hinting about soul recycling. And it says, here's the lyrics. It says, though we are parting ways, we shall come around to touch eyes again. Love is the foundation. And then it says, if the purpose be to recycle life, I promise you I'll bring us to one, beating hard in the end now. Love, 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 talking about love. The song literally says about if the purpose is to recycle life.
Yeah. And
love, it's pushing the love.
And the love bomb, and you can even link that in with the, you're being involved with your soul group, your soul classes, so to say. And then, you plot out your next incarnation. We will see each other again, or whatever you had said the quote was. We'll see each other again, because what are we going to do? We're going to go through this again. And, I might play the good guy next time, and you'll play the bad guy, or, flip it. And we're just going to keep going in this loop over and over and over again.
That's the agenda they're pushing. And it says the whole, so it seems like the whole point for the souls in the movie is to find their spark, right? And this could be referring to the divine spark that the Gnostics talk about. And it's the mystics and astral travelers who help Joe and 22 connect. And anyway, it's funny, like in this one scene that 22 tells the barber she was, quote, existing as a theoretical construct in a hypothetical way station between life and death, and asks, is all this living really worth dying for? Man, is that not
it's
question or not?
Yeah. It's huge. Did you know that they have a if not, I'll try and send it to you. They have, I bought the DVD because there was this extra segment on it, and then later on I found out, of course, someone published it online, but it's called 22 verse Earth. It's a short film of the movie. It's only about 5 or 6 minutes long, and holy shit, Wayne. I mean, this thing shows this plan. 22 is like planning with other souls to take down Earth. It's nuts. I mean, I'll definitely get it over to you.
I'm sure they were very familiar with the soul trap theory too. I mean, they must have seen some of these articles and stuff that's out there. But souls are being processed, tracked, prepped for life on Earth, given life reviews, brought back via lassos and nets so they can't, quote, cheat the universe. And Joe's last name is Gardner, perhaps alluding to his role as a sort of spirit guide or mentor for 22, and perhaps Earth as a farm for souls. And you see that symbolism of a helicopter seed that kind of looks like it goes spinning around and around as it falls down, and it's kind of like the recycling symbol to me,
I don't recall it, so I'd probably have to look at it again.
Yes, but the movie's definitely selling this coming to Earth, or at least trying to help those of us here to cope with it by putting a positive spin on it. It's almost like they're saying there's no ultimate purpose or meaning to life, and the soul.
I think it's basically it's a big advertisement for, to reinforce Stockholm syndrome on Earth. I mean, that's kind of how
the soul counselor said the spark was not related to that, but rather seemed to emphasize the actual living of it, the regular everyday part of it, i.e. the regular old living in the moment, or jazzing, as they called it. And 22 seemingly found joy in every little thing on Earth, as if to apply the meaning of life is to live, or live it fully each day in the moment. And then they had that thing with the lost souls, and if you remain in the zone and all that stuff.
And I mean,
that's finding your purpose, right?
Where music comes from, and yada yada yada. I mean, it's it's packed.
It really is. It's cornucopia of everything.
It is. I mean, it is.
And then you got the counselors. They're all named Jerry, which kind of suggests that they're almost like a one collective hive mind. They're all called Jerry.
And they're just feeding off one another and making sure the count is right and blah blah blah.
Yeah. So I mean, some people might say the movie's for people like me who are skeptics of life on Earth, and I acknowledge it to a point, but I do try to appreciate the little things in life as best as I can without becoming obsessed or addicted, which is the same point the movie's making. I love listening to and playing music, and I like watching and playing sports. There are many things I appreciate. I strive for balance and moderation. And although I don't ultimately agree with the movie and that I feel there are way better realms than the Earth plane, I do think the movie probably helps one to cope with things while we are here on Earth. But what I feel is not being shown in the movie and in near-death experiences is the other side of the story. The ongoing narrative is that souls need to come to Earth in order to grow and learn to love. And this sacrifice is all in the name of love. And the being of light in NDEs is said to be full of love. So the movie still promotes the white light as the process or way to get to the great beyond after death. And the only reason Joe avoided the white light was because he wanted to do that gig on Earth. And at the end of the movie, it looked like he was going to go to the light before the Jerrys offered him a second chance at Earth. So the movie promoted both the white light and incarnating on Earth as being worthwhile. But at least they subtly put in a lot of the truth, but that'll be dismissed as humor or just be missed by the masses. So I think the ultimate danger in a movie like Soul is that Disney indoctrination reaches so many millions, it will encourage the dead who encounter the conveyor and white light to submit to the archons because, hey, Disney wouldn't lie to us, would they?
No. They're perfectly fine. Yeah, no, they don't have all sorts of scandals surrounded by them all the time. No.
So, but I still think it's probably the best, most thought-provoking movie out there right now about the afterlife.
I agree. I mean, I think the two, I think probably the biggest movies we have are, Soul,
Matrix,
Truman Show, Matrix, and Defending Your Life. I mean, I think those are probably the most revealing.
Yeah, I should have put Defending My Life in here. I didn't think of it. But
that's all right.
You're right. That's a great one. Yeah. I don't know if they have like attorneys and stuff on the other side, but they definitely do have I've seen some NDEs where they're like in a courtroom setting, and there's this council of beings that are determining
they talk about the table
and
and
life review and all that stuff. Yeah, that's for sure.
What's interesting about defending your life too is the one. I don't remember his name, but the guy who's defending the person's life. He, when they sit down and eat, you remember how like they have different food. He's eating all the great food, and then the one defending, the attorney basically is eating this black mush, nasty stuff. And I feel that is such a perfect representation of that thing, whatever that thing is, has lost themselves so much, and that they're so degraded and so abused and used and in this position for a specific purpose that that's what the Matrix says. That's what you get. That's what you get. You don't get to enjoy this buffet of all this food because they have everything. They can eat everything. Everything tastes amazing. It's the best food they've ever had. And then the person defending them is eating this slop, this nasty black, whatever the hell it is. And so that's it.
Well, I was going to go on to Star Trek.
Sure, the Coda episode.
You had something else you wanted to add about Soul?
I could talk about Soul forever, but
I'm going to start at the beginning with Star Trek and the very pilot episode of the original series. It's obviously a franchise that has repeatedly contained Gnostic-based themes right from the start.
Wayne, can we just, before you start, I just want to add there. I think we talked about this, but if we didn't, I want to get it in there. I forget the guys. Who's the guy who created
Gene Roddenberry?
Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, the Council of Nine.
Yeah, he talks about how he literally communicated with something to get the ideas for the episodes, basically the scripts, point blank. Says that he got all these ideas for the episodes from something outside of him.
Yeah, he probably
admits
had an NDE or is into the occult or something. But on a similar point, since we're on it, there's a rare interview on the Coast to Coast AM show with Art Bell where he interviewed Leonard Nimoy, who played Spock, right?
Yeah.
And Leonard Nimoy told Art Bell, quote, "We were making the Star Trek series the first season, middle of the first season. Some people came to me and they said, 'You may not know it, but you have been chosen as a kind of vessel to carry information to the civilization to help prepare the society for the coming of another civilization for alien arrival. And your character is a character designed to educate this public. That there is nothing to fear, that it is possible to interact with other species.'" And I said, okay, it's okay with me if that's the case.
Damn. Oh, so my God, Wayne.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I was a big Art Bell. I listened to all those shows. I knew about that interview.
Wow. I never heard that one. Thanks for sharing that. That's awesome.
No problem. So, the very first episode was called The Menagerie, I think, and it was reworked from the show's actual pilot episode named The Cage. But it was aired in November of '66, and a group of small telepathic aliens were very reminiscent of the little gray aliens. They hold Captain Pike a prisoner, and the Star Trek series, of course, went on to be this huge success. And these little aliens, they had these bulbous heads, and they wore these silvery suits. That kind of makes them look like little grays. They're very small creatures. And they put them in a cage, and they bound them within this force field. And they're studying the human, and they say it's like theater for them. And these inorganic alien beings depicted in the pilot show are actually mentioned in the ancient Nag Hammadi Gnostics text and are referred to as archons. And John Lass has written a lot about them. But
that's the Revenge of the Archons, right?
Well, that's where it's going to go to after this one. But this pilot episode, The Cage, some of the dialogue is, "It appears, Magistrate, that the intelligence of the specimen is shockingly limited. This is no surprise since his vessel was baited so easily with the simulated message." Baited. Yeah, and it says, "As you can read in its thoughts, it's only now beginning to suspect that the survivors and encampment were a simple illusion we placed in their minds. You would note the confusion as it reads our thought transmissions." He says, "All right, then, telepathy. You can read my mind. I can read yours." And so they're talking, they go, you now see the primitive fear threat reaction. And he's like saying, there's a way out of any cage and I'll find it. And they're like, we'll soon begin the experiment. So they're like reflecting back on it later, and they said, an illusion placed in our minds by this planet's inhabitants. It was a perfect illusion. They had us seeing just what we wanted to see. And it's like,
just what you wanted to see.
The inhabitants of this planet can read our minds. They can create illusions out of a person's own thoughts, memories, and experiences, even out of a person's own desires. The illusion is just as real and solid as this tabletop and just as impossible to ignore. But they're talking about that they found out these Telosians who were underground. They found life here, and they concentrated on developing their mental power. But they found it's a trap, like a narcotic, because when dreams become more important than reality, you give up travel, building, creating. You even forget how to repair the machines left behind.
Yeah, you give up your abilities. You give up your true spirit essence, which is your creative abilities that you feel are basically null and void because of this matrix.
Their power of illusion is so great, we can't be sure of anything we do, anything we see. And she says they can't actually make you do anything you don't want to do. He
consent.
Says, but they try to trick me with their illusion. So there's that manipulation, right? Yeah. You're right. It's the consent.
And consent front and center. Right. I mean, it's right there.
And so she says, you're better than a theater to them. They create the illusion for you. They watch you react, feel your emotions. They have a whole collection of specimens, descendants of life brought back long ago from all over this part of the galaxy. And Kirk says, you keep talking about life, Mr. Spock, a chance for life. How? As a prisoner, caged, a zoo specimen living the illusions that amuse his keepers. So this is the pilot episode of Star Trek, man. It's to talk about humans being in a cage, an invisible force field, and that we're these victims of telepathic illusions, all for entertainment and theater, while they feed off of these emotions and stuff.
I forgot, Wayne. Did you get into the pilot episode of the Twilight Zone on your channel? I don't think it ever. I don't think it aired because I guess advertisers were
interesting.
Upset with it or didn't want to go with it, and it's Soul Trap driven. I can't really talk much of it because I don't really remember all of it off. It's been so long. Some of this stuff I looked at so long ago.
Well, there's the one where the humans are the cookbook and all that stuff, and then I actually do have one in here called A Nice Place to Visit, which seems to be the inspiration for the show The Good Place.
Okay,
but that's later on. But it's I want to talk now about the Return of the Archons,
because
that's like it was in the middle of the first season, I think. That episode was actually called Return of the Archons. And it depicted these inhabitants on a planet who were assimilated or absorbed into a hive mind entity known as the body. The whole illusion was run by a projection from a computer program by Landru, who had left the planet many years before. And he told the inhabitants some beings called the Archons would arrive in the future. And these inhabitants of one mind displayed vacant stares. And the leaders, called the lawgivers, they wore these dark robes and carried tube-like weapons.
Boy, just like, the robes in near-death experiences. And all, how convenient.
So one of them points it at Sulu, and then Sulu's like in the transporter room, and he goes, "They're wonderful. They're the sweetest, friendliest people in the universe. It's paradise, my friend, paradise." Yeah. And they're walking through this town or whatever, and Spock's like, the expression on that man's face, the mindlessness, vacant
mindlessness.
The lawgiver says, "You attacked the body. You have heard the word and disobey. You will be absorbed."
Absorbed. Good Lord. I mean, just talk about throwing the kitchen sink at you.
Yeah, and so the body says they see them, these Spock and Kirk, and then they go, "Are you Archons?" And they're like, "What if we are?" And it was said more would follow. If you are indeed, we must hide them quickly. And it's like Landru will know. I hear and obey the voice of Landru. You attack the body, you will be absorbed. And so they were talking about these Archons and how they invaded the body, and I don't know. It just goes into the absorption of all this. They got these absorption chambers, and Spock says, "This is a soulless society, Captain. It has no spirit, no spark. All is indeed peace and tranquility. The peace of the factory, the tranquility of the machine, all parts working in unison. So Kirk shouts out, Landru, we are the Archons. We've come to speak. We want to talk with you. And then they find out that he's just a projection, right? And so they take their phasers and they shoot at the wall, at the screen, and they look inside. There's this big hole in the wall, and there's these computers, right? And it's just the machine.
Oh, and so loaded. I mean, it's loaded. I mean,
and it reminds me of the NDEs. People coming back, it's all blissful and tranquil,
amazing,
and it's all peace, and they're in love. And
then and they all don't want to come back, but they do, and then
everything's one over there, like the body. It's like I don't know.
There's no oneness with this guy right here. It's just no oneness. It's all about a sovereign way to approach the afterlife. It's the safest option. I mean, I know we talked about this before, but the reason I bring it up all the time is because it's like, what do you have to lose? I mean, the way I kind of approach the average listener out there who isn't like fully signed on to what's going on here is that, what do you have to lose? Why do you have to make a decision right away when you're crossing over? It's just not necessary. It's just right. Wouldn't you want to kind of experience for yourself a sovereign path just to see? Give yourself some time. Don't submit. Don't fall for your deceased mom and dad or your deceased pet or Jesus, Jesus.
People don't like being alone. They don't like being in the dark. And then they see a light and they're like, oh, what's that light over there? It's like a shiny little object. And there must be something. There's a big party over there. I wonder what's going on. There must be some other people over there.
Yeah. And then it feels good too. As you get closer, there's more and more love, more and more embrace, and talk about a scam. Oh my god!
All right, so the next one I want to talk about is First Contact, which is a movie which in Star Trek: The Next Generation and Voyager episodes, the crew of the Enterprise encountered a fierce predator that was known as the Borg. And the Borg was a collective that operated with a hive mind. Their mission was to assimilate any and all life forms that they could contribute unique qualities in order to make the collective more perfect, which closely parallels what near-death experiencers claim, with the exception that NDEs feel an immense love for the being of light. With the Borg, they were neither deceptive nor light, but their goal was to assimilate souls into their collective. And many NDEs do report that the light is a collective soul comprised of millions of souls. Oftentimes, the Borg would ignore a lesser life form if they did not have anything worth offering to them, to the collective. And likewise, near-death experiencers sit back to Earth because they have more lessons to learn or mission yet to complete. But this idea of a collective unconscious was posited by psychologist Carl Jung. Peter Russell also talked about a global brain. And hive minds can be seen in nature with bees and ant colonies, also a school of fish and flocks of birds, sometimes move in formation. And in many ways, individuals in society are encouraged to act in groups. And indeed, we've broken the world into many nations and states. There are enormous religious denominations and political affiliations. But recently, there's been a growing movement towards implementing the one world order, and transhumanists often speak of the coming singularity.
It's so ridiculous, Wayne. I mean, just how they divide us, but throw us into these little groups. I mean, it's so. I can't even imagine for you, but I mean, just what I've seen in my life is just it's mind blowing. It's just seeing how they divide us, but put us in these subgroups of hive minds, and then the whole libtard thing. I mean, the 5,000 different gender. Okay, we probably should.
So anyway, the Borg are similar to ants and bees, and they had a ruling queen and worker drones, but their message was, we are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add to your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile. And so they had these cube ships that they traveled in. And my friend had a near-death experience where he went towards this window of light. And when he got there, he called it a spaceship. It was a cube. and inside it was like filled with light, but it was a cubed ship, and he called it Spaceship Heaven. But anyway,
I think the cube thing is I mean, the biggest, I mean, there's so many examples of the cube, but we can even talk about, like, I always go back to, and it's not like I trust them with almost anything, but probably the most revealing document the CIA has ever put out is the gateway experience analysis, or whatever. It's 29 pages. I know you've seen it.
yeah.
But it shows the cube over the freaking head of a human, and the how it interprets and basically renders its experience around us. I mean, it's nuts. And then you have the symbolism that's just all over the world, just random cubes. You have that I always forget where it's located, but you have the statue of the big building statue of I think it's a half statue, half building, and it shows a human with basically a cube over its head, covering 3/4 of the head. Have you seen that?
Yeah,
it's nuts. They put it out there. It's all there. It's all there for us.
The Borg have this collective consciousness, and there are no individuals. That's what from one of the quotes. And he's like, "The one who is many, I am the Borg." He's like, "Do you control the Borg collective?" He's like, "I am the collective." He's like, "I bring order to chaos." Now, where have I heard that? Order to chaos, right?
Order out of chaos.
You're right, exactly.
The name of the game.
It's like evolving toward a state of perfection. We're on a quest to better ourselves, evolving toward a state of perfection. But and then it's like, you reactivated my emotion chip. So they got these chips that like help them become part of the hive mind. And it's like, where is society headed today, right? With Elon Musk and the Neuralink and all that stuff.
It's sick, man. It's where things are headed. I mean, it's indescribable. And
the collectivism, if you don't think the right way, you get
chastised. And oh my god.
So the next episode is finally Coda from Star Trek Voyager. This one is huge. I mean, it's just such a telling episode.
The whole thing,
and Captain Janeway's dying while her crew tries to revive her. So you could say she's having like a near-death experience, and she's almost fooled by this alien into thinking she's died. And the alien poses as her father and is imploring her to follow him into the light. She's suspicious of his intentions and refuses. And she says, "That's the real me, isn't it? Lying on the ground on that planet dying, and this is the hallucination. This isn't real." And the alien, says, "More denial." And she says, "You're trying very hard to convince me to come with you. Why is that? If what you're saying is true, why won't you let me come to the decision on my own?" And the alien, is saying more stuff. And she says, "My father would never act like this. You're not my father. Yeah. Are you an alien being of some kind?" And back on the Earth, the planet's surface, they're saying, but the entity is still inhabiting her cerebral cortex, right? And so the alien tells her, "This is what my species does. At the moment just before death, one of us comes down to help you understand what's happening, to make the crossing over an occasion of joy." She says, "And what is that?" Like right behind them, there's this like glowing orb of gold light or white light or something, and it's the alien says, "Our matrix." He literally uses the word matrix. Our matrix, where your consciousness will live. I was being truthful when I said it was a place of wonder. It can be whatever you want it to be. And she says, "Why didn't you tell me this from the beginning? Why pretend to be my father?" And the alien says, "Yeah, usually people are comforted to see their loved ones. It makes the crossing over a much less fearful occasion. I've done this many times, but I've never encountered someone so resistant." And so she goes, I don't get the feeling you're trying to make me comfortable. You're only interested in my agreeing to come with you." She says, "You're more like a vulture preying on people at the moment of their death when they're at their most vulnerable. What's the real reason you want me in that matrix? Somehow, I don't think it has anything to do with everlasting joy." And the alien goes, "You must go with me." She says, "If you could force me to go, you'd have done it already. You need me to agree, don't you? I have to go voluntarily." The alien says, "You're in a dangerous profession, Captain. You face death every day. There'll be another time, and I'll be waiting. Eventually, you'll come into my matrix, and you will nourish me for a long, long time." And she tells him to go back to hell, coward. So they're obviously showing that they need our
need the consent. Yeah. They push it and they push it, they push it until they realize that, the gig is up. Yep.
And then get this, man, afterwards, Captain Janeway's discussing the encounter with her crew. And he goes, "I can understand that. I can't help thinking about it. That alien, his matrix, he was like the spider that has to lure a fly into his web." And then Janeway says, get this, she says, "Do you think it's possible that each of the near-death experiences we've heard about are the result of an alien inhabitation?" Boom. Isn't that?
Talk about just a slam dunk in our face. That's why, that's why it's like, Wayne, it's like there's nothing. It's not in my opinion, it's not up for debate. We're all being completely bamboozled, and it's time that we just reclaim ourselves. I mean, it's there. I mean, it's in, well, I would say black and white, but in color TV or whatever.
It's just a movie, and they're just trying to think of interesting plot lines and stuff. But it's too much hidden.
I want to add really quickly that I did an interview with someone who I talk to regularly, and she shared an after-death communication that she had. Yep. Her father had passed a couple years, well, maybe a year and a half back. Something. It was right at the beginning of what's been going on recently, the last couple of years. And she used the quote. I'll pop the link in the chat right now, and I'll email it over to you, Wayne. But she said that she had gotten communication from her father, okay? And father used the terms that they sent me here to keep you company.
All right.
And her response was, "You're not my father." And I swear to God, it lines up with the freaking Star Trek episode. She knew it wasn't her father. She kept questioning things and she said, "You're not my father."
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Just like the entities that came like a day or two before my grandma passed away, and she's talking to them and they're asking her, she's telling them her full name, her date of birth. And it's like, why do they need all that information? It's just technical, like, I don't know. So the last, well, it's not really the last one because one of the readers or one of the listeners mentioned the Star Trek episode, which I'll also touch on. But this last one I want to touch on is Generations, and it's another movie. And it talks about the Nexus, and this Nexus, there's this energy ribbon that was destroyed. And anyway, they're talking about being a doorway to another place that we call the Nexus. And they're talking about it. It's like, it was like being inside joy, as if joy was something tangible and you could wrap yourself up in it like a blanket.
As if.
And never in my entire life have I ever been as content. And it's like, none of us wanted to go, and I would have done anything to get back there. It's like, you're not going to want to care about anything and nothing. All you want to stay is in the Nexus, and you're not going to want to come back. Now, I think of the Nexus more as the void, because it's just kind of I don't know, you can make any of your dreams or wishes or, anything you just kind of, you make your own reality there in this Nexus or void. And so I don't necessarily think of that as a bad thing,
Well, I mean,
it might be.
Okay, well, here's my opinion. I think, like we know they play both sides. So
right.
I think overall the void is something that is our true existence, just pure existence. That's how I look at it.
The clear light.
Yeah, but the problem is they have their version of that. That they implement onto us. So that's why I think creating our own reality, our own void, or our own whatever that can't be penetrated is really the most fail-safe mechanism that we can implement, because other than that, we're interacting with their void, you know. So, and you know, I mean, we see in hell-like NDEs where they're in a void, and they're, you know, they might see something like a little slimmer of light, or I interviewed a guy that I still haven't put this out yet, but I talked to a guy for over 3 hours who had just had a near-death experience a few months before, and he had a hell-like NDE, was in the void, and he had this altar that he would look at, and that would give him the solace that he needed. And you know, if he looked at it, he felt good, but everything else going on was a nightmare. But he was in the void.
We're like these mini creators that can manifest stuff from our imagination, from our will. And so if we've got all this stuff inside of us, that, I mean, he could have been manifesting stuff out of fear or guilt, or whereas like a lot of
the belief system driven experience.
The whole belief system, all of a sudden he's in this dark void. He's like, oh my God, I'm dead now. Oh shit, now I'm gonna have to pay for everything. And you know, we don't know what caused all that stuff to manifest. We don't know if it was from the archons or from within himself. So the state of mind and the state of the spirit has a lot to do with that too. We just don't know.
No, I'm totally on board with that, Wayne. I see that too. It's you know, if you that's the problem with the NDEs, that like you look at and we'll say, oh well, that's a little weird or different. But the problem is if you don't know the psychological makeup of each individual, you're never ever going to have all the answers. It's just impossible.
That's right.
And their experience is going to be driven by the psyche, the belief system, all these different things. And it's just impossible to break down each one. And when there's, you know, most NDEs, I look at and I feel like I'm missing information, but that's because I don't live their lives. You don't live their lives. We look at these and we're just, you know, it's like this huge sample that we're looking at, but there's no way to fully understand why someone had the experience that they had. But, you know, we do know that it's belief driven, and beyond that, you know,
we have a handful of good examples where some people actually saw through the illusion and saw that it was just an illusion, and they created their own. Like Nancy Dennison, she saw the tunnel and she said it looked like an earthworks, and she said she saw that it was not real or something like that. And this other guy saw a tunnel, like it was in the darkness, and he saw this white tunnel. He's like, no, I want my own. And so he manifested his own. So I mean, there are other people that literally asked him, "Are you really the Virgin Mary?" You know, you do have some shining examples.
little bits where they're questioning and you know, wanting to build their own. Yeah, I just think, you know, build your own void, build your own sanctuary, and give yourself some time.
Some people were able to manifest stuff out of thin air, like they thought of their mother's chocolate cake, and boom, there was a piece of it, or they teleported somewhere. I mean, there's enough, you know, I guess what you would call examples that we can kind of make some projections based on that. But
I mean, just even with the ayahuasca and DMT trip reports, I mean, there's loads of them where, you know, they don't like the scenario that they're in, and that they zone in on creating a certain or manifesting a certain experience, or a transition out of the negative experience, or just they're bored and they want something different, and boom, it just happens. But that, you know, that shows the creator being abilities within us.
So anyway, one of the persons that heard the last episode mentioned that a Star Trek movie, which was a good example of he thought there was Demiurge being portrayed in it. And so I checked it out. He sent me an email and said it was Star Trek V, The Final Frontier. So I watched it, and there was this one character that appears to them as God, and it says, "Brave souls welcome," and McCoy says, "Is this the voice of God?" And it says, "One voice, many faces." And then so they were talking about this, the journey you took to reach me could not have been an easy one. And they're like, no, it wasn't. The barriers stood between us, but we breached it. And it's like, how did you breach the barrier? And he said, with a starship. And he's like, whoa, the God says, the starship, could it carry my wisdom beyond the barrier? And it's like, it could, yes. Then I shall make use of this starship. And so Kirk says, excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship? And God says, bring the ship closer. And I said, what does God need with a starship? And McCoy's like, Jim, what are you doing? And he says, I'm asking a question. And God said, who's this creature? And Kirk says, who am I? Don't you know? Aren't you God? And God says, you doubt me? And Kirk says, I seek proof. And it's like, McCoy says, Jim, you don't ask the Almighty for his ID. And God said, then here's the proof for you. And he shoots these light rays from his head and it knocks Kirk backwards. And Kirk says, why is God angry? And Spock says, you've not answered his question. What does God need with a starship? And they shoots rays and knocks Spock backwards. And God says, do you doubt me? And McCoy says, I doubt any God who inflicts pain for his own pleasure.
Boom.
And yeah. and God says, bring me the ship or I will destroy you. And, so there's a good example of, would a godlike being, demand worship, or would you have a jealous or angry God? I'm a jealous and angry God.
I don't buy into any of that. I think it's all bullshit. It's so contradictory too. All these loving NDEs, they come back, oh, it's all love over on the other side. It's all love. Everything's amazing. It's incredible. But yet, okay, you're going to go through this whole process again, end up being reincarnated here. Yeah, that's really loving. That's just really loving.
I used to attend the IONS meetings before, the last couple of years, and they don't meet in person anymore. But there was a guy there who never even went through the tunnel or into the light, and he was talking about how he felt all the love too. So I think it's just a liberation of the soul from the body, and it's an exhilarating feeling to be gravity free and all that kind of stuff. And so
I think it could be both. Actually, I think it could. And the other problem is, Wayne, is that we're coming at this from a very unique perspective that most people don't.
Right.
And I did a commentary on, I don't think I sent it to you. I'll take a note though. I meant to. There is a guy, there's a few of these examples. It's not just one, but I'm sure you may have seen him. I think his name was Tony. Anyways, he got struck by lightning at a payphone booth, the old payphone booths, and started, left his body, and just was pure existence, didn't have a care in the world about anything. Then he starts going towards, he sees this blue light. Once he hits the blue light, boom, love bomb, all sorts of shit starts happening. So I think that they're really dealing with some sort of an energy frequency. I don't think that I think it's something that we can easily prevent and not even submit to. I think now it's like we're not allowing it. It's just not allowed to happen when we cross over.
Yeah, that's just it. You have a hyper consciousness, at least 10 times as much or not. And you're at a higher frequency. You're freed from this. We got this
no pain, nothing.
We're held to 7.8 hertz or whatever the frequency of the earth is and all that stuff. And then once you're freed from that, I think you start rising in frequency immediately. And
your memories start coming back. You start to regain yourself. That's why it's so That's why it's so sick that they kind of assault us and intrude on us at such an opportune moment. I think it's absolutely vile. But that's it's just
So that movie that he mentioned that I just covered, it reminded me of this other movie called Zardos.
You know what? Can we hold off on that? We'll take a break. We're on the second hour here.
Sounds perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll take about 5.5 minutes, my friends. Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
All right. Good.
It's going great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, my friends, we are back. Thank you for being patient with us. And okay, Wayne, so where did we leave off?
I was going to go over this movie named Zardos because it reminded me of the movie that the listener had recommended. And the very beginning of the movie, it starts off with this like disembodied head, and he says, "I am Arthur Frayne, and I am Zardos. I have lived 300 years, and I long to die, but death is no longer possible. I am immortal. I present now my story, full of mystery and intrigue, rich in irony, and most satirical. It is set deep in a possible future, so none of these events have yet occurred, but they may. Be warned, be warned, lest you end as I. In this tale, I am a fake god by occupation and a magician by inclination. Merlin is my hero. I am the puppet master. I manipulate many of the characters and events you will see, but I am invented too for your entertainment and amusement. And you, poor creatures, who conjured you out of the clay? Is God in show business too?" And then they start praising, Zardos, praise be to Zardos. And Zardos speaks to you, his chosen ones. And they're like, we are the chosen ones. We've been raised up. And anyway, he's like, he's like all these people that are worshiping him and stuff. And then he's like talking about attention, harvest produce report. So he's like, he's like, and then they say that Zardos says, if you obey him, you will go to a vortex when you die, and there you will live forever. So you can kind of see he's kind of like a demiurge type figure, right?
Absolute front and center. I mean, geez, why don't we just have a spotlight on him?
And it says, this place is built on lies and suffering. How could you do what you did to us? The world was dying. We took all that was good and made an oasis here. We few, the rich, the powerful, the clever, cut ourselves off to guard the knowledge and treasures of civilization as the world plunged into a dark age. And so they're talking about how they're trapped by their own devices. There is no exit. And we applied ourselves to the unsolved mysteries of the universe, and but their minds weren't up to it.
Yeah, I would like to expand upon there is no exit, because I get comments all the time. There's a way out of here. Okay.
Yeah.
It's through us. Us as individuals have the power.
Yeah, well, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, because when we say that type of thing, I mean, Wayne, you should see. I get comments constantly.
No. Yeah.
Oh, there's no way out. Blah blah blah. I mean, I get it.
Well, earlier in the Star Trek episode, The Menagerie, where they had him trapped in a force field, he says, "There's a way out of any cage, and I'll find it." So in that one, he's saying there is a way out of any cage, and he's going to find it. And so when we get to the end of some of the movies, I think they present some examples of maybe ways to do it. But speaking of which, the next movie I'd like to get into is The Matrix.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, that's a pretty, to me, that was like the big bomb, that kind of awakened a lot of souls as to.
Oh no, Wayne, there's barely anything there.
Yeah, so I think it definitely helped wake millions of people up to the nature of the true nature of our reality, that we're slaves born into bondage.
Yep.
And I mean, what can be said about it? It's probably the most single important one. And
so ahead of its time, well, at least planned ahead of its time. And I saw it in the theater, which, just that and Truman Show, just.
Yeah, those two for me.
I mean, you saw it in the theater too, both of them.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that nuts, Wayne?
To come out, I couldn't wait for that thing.
Isn't it crazy thinking about that, like where we are today?
I didn't see Truman Show in the theater. I saw The Matrix.
Still, I mean, you saw. I mean, I think it's fascinating that we saw those movies, or even early on. I mean, if you just saw Matrix and
I saw
Truman Show. I mean, that's just.
It may have been the day. The first day. It's like when they put out this fourth one, I'm definitely going to go and see it in the theater. So
yeah, same here. Yep.
I went to see Free Guy in the theater too.
Nice.
We'll get to that one a little bit.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna do. Just so you know, Wayne, I'm gonna do I'm gonna go see it in the theater, the new Matrix, and then I'm gonna go and put it because I have a friend who has HBO Go, because they're kind of, I think it's on HBO Go for 30 days or something like that. I'm gonna do a viewing in the Discord chat server. So if you want to join, I'd love to have you if you're up to it.
We'll see. See. Depends on a lot of things, but
so
at the beginning of the movie, they're like, "Wake up, Neo! The Matrix has you," and they tell him to follow the white rabbit. And it's like Neo's asleep in a dream world and needs to pay attention to these archetypes and symbols, right? So in the book where Neo stashes the computer disk or programs is called Simulacra and Simulation. Which is about, all about simulations. And then Neo says, "You ever had that feeling where you're not sure if you're awake or still dreaming?" And they told him that he needs to unplug. So there's all these hints about, and Morpheus is the guy that, pretty much introduces him to the Oracle and all this stuff. And Morpheus was the god of dreams. And so he guides Neo out of his cubicle prison at work where Agent Smith and the police are coming to take him. And then this Agent Smith puts an Archon-like bug into his stomach. And so Morpheus, when he finally goes to see Morpheus, Morpheus says, "You have the look of a man who accepts what he sees because he's expecting to wake up," right?
Yeah, no, Morpheus is under the illusion the whole time.
Yeah, he says, "Let me tell you why you're here. You know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. Something's wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind driving you mad. It's this feeling that's brought you to me. Do you know what I'm talking about?" Neo says, "The Matrix?" He says, "Do you want to know what it is? The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us, even now in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window, when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is a world that's been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth." What truth? That you are a slave. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch, a prison for your mind. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. And this is when he tells him, gives him the choice of the red pill and the blue pill. And he says, "Take the red pill and you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes." So there's all these symbols of Alice in Wonderland, right? But what he's talking, this is like pure Gnosticism right there. You're in a prison and you have to take control of your life, and so anyway, he it's interesting that he talks about the Matrix, and he mentions the television, and he mentions when you go to work, so jobs, and when you go to church. So he's talking about religion. He's like, when you pay your taxes. So he's talking about the government, all the things that we mentioned right in the first episode.
It's just packed with truth bombs. Right out the gate, and you are dreaming, and it's got the computer popping up.
And then it touches on the artificial intelligence and everything. And he says, what is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can see, what you can feel, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. This is the world that you know. It exists now only as part of a neural interactive simulation that we call the Matrix. You've been living in a dream world, Neo. And he's like, "Welcome to the desert of the real." And he's like, the machines, were dependent on solar power, and it was believed that they would be unable to survive without an energy source as abundant as the sun. The human body carries more bioelectricity than a 120-volt battery and over 125,000 BTUs of body heat. Combined with a form of fusion the machines had found. So they're talking about there's fields, endless fields where endless human beings are no longer born. We are grown.
Yeah, it's...
He holds up the battery, right?
Yeah, holds it up. Illusion, plain sight. We go to sleep every night. We dream. Our dreams are, erased because of some screwed up memory wipe system. It's just... We're memory wiped when we come back down here, and reincarnated. It's sick. Absolutely sick.
He says, what is the Matrix? Control. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this. And he holds up a battery. And so, they're literally implying that we're batteries, feeding energy into their artificial intelligence machine.
We go to sleep and recharge every night.
Exactly. And so they got this broadcast pirate signal, and they're like hacking into the Matrix, right? And
they're talking about over the whole damn thing.
Yeah, they're talking about sentient programs. And Agent Smith says the first Matrix was designed to be a perfect human world where no one suffered, where everyone would be happy, and it was a disaster. No one would accept the program. Entire crops were lost. Right?
Got to throw that suffering in there, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so, and all these Agent Smiths, they look the same. They're clones. They're like copies or memes. And that reminds me of the Archons, right? Where they're just these copies. And he has the audacity to say that humans are the virus, right?
Oh, yeah, I know. He's a piece of shit.
He's like, I hate this place, this zoo, this prison, this reality. I mean, that's Gnosticism to the core right there.
To the core, yeah.
And the Sentinels in the movie are AI, and they're like a cross between these metal robotic insects and viruses and squid or octopi, as they have these tentacles. But he says, Morpheus, I think it was, or he's saying, as long as the Matrix exists, the human race will never be free.
That's the problem too. I mean, I talk about all the time on this channel how all you need is people propping it up. All you need is people believing that what is happening is legit and real.
They're creating it with the power of their own mind.
And that's it. And, I mean, it's so easy to get away with this type of bullshit and have illusion on top of illusion on top of illusion, and it just perpetuates itself. It's, if people don't wake up, then they're screwed. But you know, that, I mean, this can kind of branch off to another discussion. I'm not going to go too crazy with it, but how, I mean, I have talked to Wayne, seriously, many people who feel that, you know, when they die, they're gonna take on the Matrix. They're gonna shut it all down. They're gonna have a word with the bat phone, the Matrix bat phone. Oh, it's absurd.
Yeah.
And I say to them,
just feeding into it even more.
Yes.
And what buying?
Yeah. Yeah. And what's going to happen, Wayne? The Matrix is going to provide that illusion, right? The Matrix is going to provide. Yeah, you're fighting it. You're fighting it. You think you're the first person out there who's thought about fighting this damn shit? Come on.
Yeah, well, it's like the movie War Games. It's the only winning move is not to play, right? So
don't play.
And it's like the Buddhism thing where they try to, you know, convince you that you need to become a bodhisattva and save every last soul, kind of thing.
It's so sick.
If it's true that we manifest reality with our beliefs and our mind and stuff like that, well, then you saying I need to come down and save all these souls that are lost, well, you're manifesting souls that are lost, so you can go down and save them. It's like crazy.
Yeah, Wayne, that was like I almost fell into that shit, dude. I mean, it's
easy to do.
Yeah. I'm so happy I woke myself up while I was there.
Yeah. So Morpheus is like, he's got this like training program, and he's like telling Neo what he needs to do. And he's like saying, don't think you are, know you are. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. And he's talking about freeing your mind, and you got to let it all go. The fear, the doubt, the disbelief, free your mind. And he says, Neo says, I thought it wasn't real. And he says, your mind makes it real, right? The body cannot live without the mind. And so he's just talking about how the Matrix is system, and they're, you know, he says the very minds of the people we're trying to save, you know, and we're not ready to be unplugged, but they'll fight to protect it, you know, the system. These sentient programs are so the gatekeepers, right? And they're guarding all the rules and everything, because the whole world's built on rules. And he's like, talking about the dodging the bullets. He says, when you're ready, you won't have to, right? That's a very powerful message, right?
You don't have to when you're ready. When you're ready to realize the true power that you hold within.
Yeah, and that's gnosis. That's, you know, the individual taking power of like know thyself, right? And
Yeah, I mean, it's all about everybody realizing their true power within their creator being abilities and running with it and not allowing some outside force to manipulate them. Or throw their life script back in their face.
So he effortlessly fights off all these Agent Smiths attacking him, and he literally jumps inside of Agent Smith, and he travels, I guess, to his brain or third eye or whatever, and Agent Smith explodes into light. And in Gnostic terms, the darkness or shadow is transformed by the light power of Neo. Mm-hmm. And so this ending shows that the Matrix has a quote unquote system failure. And Neo phones people of Earth and tells them he's going to show them a world without rules, controls, and boundaries, a world where anything is possible. And interesting, he puts on a pair of sunglasses, right? And he looks up towards the heavens and flies, he sends into the atmosphere. So the ending is sort of about ascension, or rather exiting or transcending the Matrix. And there's this line about there's a difference between knowing the path and walking the path.
Right? Absolutely. I mean, truer words couldn't be spoken, right?
Right. So then the second movie, The Matrix Reloaded. The Matrix Reloaded is there's these birds and trees and wind, and they're all programs that are running. And the Oracle tells Neo a program can either choose to hide here or return to the source, the machine mainframe where you must go, where the path of the one ends. There's a door made of light in his dreams, and she's saying the source is the machine, and that the light leads to the machine. Oh my God!
So to the machine.
Smith, yeah. So Agent Smith tries to assimilate Neo, and he starts turning into this like black goo. It kind of reminds me of that graphene oxide and stuff that people were talking about now.
Careful with that one.
Yeah. Anyway, so looks like these sentinels.
I'm sorry, bro.
It looks like these sentinels are coming through a tunnel from the sun, and the keymaker says there's a level in the building that's not reachable from elevators or stairs, and it has doors, one of which leads to the source, and they must destroy a power station to take out the grid network. And then there's this lion symbolism on the chair that Morpheus is sitting in the keymaker's building, and the lion is the symbol. Well, the demiurge, he had a face of a lion and the body of a serpent. I just thought that was interesting that they had some symbolism there.
Put the serpent there.
Yeah, so Neo has another meeting with the Oracle, and they're talking about programs. And Neo says he knows that she's a program, and she talks about returning to the source via the store of light.
He knows, yet he keeps going.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's just her and Morpheus are just completely running the show, and he's just buying into it. But yet he subliminally knows something's wrong.
Yeah.
Or subconsciously.
Right. So they got the Merovingian, which is interesting because of the bloodlines and stuff. And his wife is named Persephone. And in mythology, Persephone was the goddess of the underworld and married to Hades, the god of the underworld. So, and he's saying this is nothing. It's only a game. And as revenge, Persephone tells Neo how to return to the source. And one door leads to the source. Neo finds the door of light, and he enters, and he finds this old white man with a beard who calls himself the architect and creator of the Matrix. And, the Freemasons, they mention God as the architect, the grand architect. But he's sitting in front of all these video screens, and there's these different versions of Neo who has met and talked to him before. And he says he's the father of the Matrix, and that the Oracle could be called the mother of the Matrix. And I don't know if the Oracle is supposed to be Sophia or whether Trinity is, but it's interesting.
It's tough to say. I think she's just a pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's clear, but
so the architect is clearly this demiurgic type figure who created the Matrix, right? He's wearing a business suit, and he's got a white hair and beard, and
he calls Neo the different versions.
Yeah, and he calls Neo an anomaly of a harmony of mathematical precision. And he talks about how this is the sixth version of the Matrix. But he says Neo deduces the problem is choice. And those who refuse, it goes back to the free will. That's how the center, the crux of the whole thing, right, is free will and choice.
Yep.
And those who refuse the program pose a threat to the system. He says Neo must return to source and comply with his orders, and failure to do so will result in the annihilation of all humans, right? So he gives them that I don't know, false choice or something that what do you do?
The illusion stacked on the illusion.
Yeah. So he talks about how the Matrix was originally perfect and blah, blah, blah. But they didn't accept the program. And anyway, the last one, the revolutions, I thought they got worse and worse as they all went on.
There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I'm with you on that one, man.
So Neo's talking with the Oracle again, the return to the source, and she says it's the architect's purpose to balance the equation. And Neo asks what her purpose is, and she tells him to unbalance it. And the architect encourages war, and the Oracle, like Neo, wants peace. And she tells Smith, he is you, your opposite, the result of the equation trying to balance itself out. So in Jungian terms, Smith is like Neo's shadow self. Neo goes to the machine city to speak to the hive mind. And on the high plane, he resides outside the matrix of the free mind. And he sees it as a bright light, and everything there is composed of light. And he's able to speak to the AI leader of the machines, and it's deep in space. The machine insects swarm together to create this face, this collective, right, which speaks to Neo and Neo warns the face, the program Smith has grown beyond your control, and blah, blah, blah. And so anyway, Smith starts to assimilate him, and Neo is turning into this black goo, and a powerful light grows and transcends the darkness into light. And Neo is shown being crucified in the light. And the light enters Smith, and he's blown apart. And the face says, "It is done," which is similar to Jesus saying, "It is finished" in the Bible. There's so many parallels, not just Gnostics, but also the Bible, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think they throw those curveballs in there too. You'll wake some people up, but at the same time, it'll reaffirm them, and kind of like how people talk about the shape of the earth, which is something we can't talk about anymore, apparently.
Yeah.
Really? And how it linked. Please, I got a notification about it. Yeah. And
well, to me, it's all waves anyway, and it's like in the Matrix, they're saying it's your brain interpreting signals, so it's all an illusion.
It's virtual reality.
Doesn't matter.
No, it's all bullshit. I mean, I love how like everyone's got it figured out. Yet we're living in a damn illusion. This body, this brain, is rendering the experience around us. So it's just nuts. I mean,
So there's a glitch that's seen in the Matrix, meaning the system has changed, and the light of the sun now illuminates the world. And the final scene is the architect and the Oracle talking. The architect tells her it's a dangerous game she's playing, and asks how long it's all a big game. The two sides, like you're saying. He's balancing, she's unbalancing, all this stuff, and it's the Oracle asks if he will free the remaining humans who want to be freed, and he says yes. And he said, "You've played a very dangerous game. Change always is." And so it's like it's all about free will. And I'm looking forward to the fourth movie.
Me too.
I'm hoping it goes back to the first one again.
I am too.
The quality level, right?
Yeah, no, well, let's hope. I mean, I think just the title Resurrections is interesting for people like us who, dive deep into this type of symbolism.
Yeah. Okay, so now on to the Truman Show.
Let's do this.
The two heavies back to back.
That's
they both
right.
came out like right around the same time. Truman Show was 1998, and man, that movie pretty much blew me away when I saw it.
Oh, me too.
It's my favorite.
And then reality TV starts a year later.
Yeah. It was like first reality show, pretty much. It's the True Man Show, right?
Yeah.
And so. It was my favorite movie for many years and may still be. And most of it's probably true. It's the True Man Show. And it's interesting. It was co-produced by Richard Luke Rothschild. And I don't know if he's related to the Rothschilds, but
he could almost probably bet money on it.
Yeah, I would imagine so. If anyone knows, let me know. But
I'm curious too.
Helped inspire the many reality TV shows we have now. And some of the taglines for the movie are "On the air, unaware. The world is watching, and the world is a stage." But in the movie Truman Show, Truman Burbank's whole life is in Sea Haven is staged and phony. His whole world, including the sun and moon, is a gigantic set inside a large dome controlled from the moon, right? And so, by the way, the Egyptian equivalent for Satan is named Set. So I don't know, but I mentioned the critics hailed the movie as original and daring. Why? Because it contains our true origins and it's daring to tell us the truth. I don't know.
God forbid.
Yeah, right. So it shows the show's creator and director living on the moon and watching his creation. And on the table in front of him is a flat disc with a semi-dome. which could be a subtle reference to, you know, the way they're, who knows. But
all right, you're canceled, Wayne.
I'm just describing.
I know. I'm just messing with you. Go ahead. Go, please.
So at the very beginning of the movie, Truman is looking at himself in the mirror, and unknown to him, he's talking to millions of viewers that are watching him. He says, "Quote: If I die before I reach the summit, you'll use me as an alternative source for food. Eat me." So, you know, he's talking about alternative. They're using him as food, and he's I don't know. I thought that was a very interesting thing to say.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a truth in plain sight. I mean, it's the loosh factor coming front and center.
And he's outside and he's heading for work, and this light canister falls from the sky, and it's labeled Sirius 9 Canis Major, and they have this fake news story covering it as an aircraft shedding parts as it flies over, and then his wife is reading a book called The Dream Machine 2. I don't know how many people caught that, but
yeah, that too. But even with Sirius falling down, it's kind of resembling of satellites falling down to Earth and these weird balls. You ever see those weird balls that apparently just fell out of the sky and created this ridiculous crater in Earth? And they're like, "Oh, what's this? Oh my god!"
right. Yeah, it's a good parallel there.
It's ridiculous.
So there's this one compassionate actor in the show. Is Truman's love interest, and she secretly tells him, "Everybody knows everything you do. Everybody's pretending this. It's fake. It's all for you. Everything is all for you. The sea, the sand, the sky. It's all a set. It's a show." And you know, it's just this big set and farce that they're just scam that they're pulling on him. And his friend tells him, "Look at that sunset. That's the big guy." And then Truman meets his supposed dead father on a bridge in fog. It's almost like the near death, you know, he's on a bridge in fog, and his dead father is there to meet him. And so the creator and director of the show explained how they're able to fool Truman. He said, "We accept the reality of the world which we are presented." And
what else do you need? I mean, that's just
it's very true.
Truth in plain sight.
Yeah, so they're
we accept it because we're indoctrinated.
So they're doing this in the show. They're saying this rare and exclusive interview with the show's conceiver and creator. So come with us now as we go live to the lunar room. Right? So it's everything's from the moon, and we'll get into the next one is the prisoner, which I think really influenced this movie in many ways too. But he says, "Why do you think Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of this world until now?" He says, "Because we accept the reality of the world with which we are presented. It's that simple."
Yeah, we're all tricked, and
because he could leave at any time if this were anything more than a vague ambition. If he was absolutely determined to discover the truth, there is no way we could prevent him.
That's us, Wayne. That's us. That's everyone listening. Is that we desire the truth and start to realize our true powers. I mean,
he says, while the world he inhabits is in some respects counterfeit, there's nothing fake about Truman himself. And then she calls in and she's like, "He's not a performer, he's a prisoner."
Boom.
You know? Yeah.
Boom. Yeah. Like all of us. He said, I mean, the whole thing is there. I mean, I love how the end, you know, he's on the boat and it pierces the set.
He starts putting all the pieces together and he realizes it's all a farce, right? So he starts plotting a way to escape, and and all of a sudden becomes missing, and they don't know where it went. So they turn the moon like into a spot. Well, the moon becomes a searchlight, right? And then they're like, "We need more light. We'll never find him this way." And it's like, so they cue the sun, and then the sun, and it becomes daytime, right, in the middle of the night. And
it's so ridiculous.
Like you said, he's headed off to sea in this boat, and he's sailing along, and he like literally, Christoph, the creator, he creates this storm at sea that capsizes the boat, right? And it's like
tries to throw that one last bit of fear into him to keep him there. The one last illusion.
Yeah, and so he's sailing. Finally, he survives it, and he manages to upright and get back on the ship, and then he's sailing for blue sky, and all of a sudden he runs into this wall that looks like clouds in the sky and everything, and that scene was so poignant or whatever.
Absolutely, completely powerful.
And so he starts walking. He sees this stairway, and he starts walking up. And anyway, the Christoph, the demiurgic figure, starts talking to him, right? down below, and and Truman sees this door. It says exit, right? But this booming voice comes from the sky, and he goes,
Truman
says, "Who are you?" And he's like, "I am the creator of a television show that gives hope and joy and inspiration to millions." And Truman says, "Then who am I?" "You are the star. You're the star." And he's like, "Was nothing real?" He's like, "You were real. That's what made you so good to watch." And he says, "There's no more truth out there than the world I created for you. The same deceit, blah, blah, blah." But he eventually walks through that door, that exit, and he shows over.
Yep. It's one of the most revealing movies ever put out.
Yeah.
It's a complete roadmap to how we've been screwed. And they have it all there. They have the Illuminati. Well,
he was able to make it out of the prison, but only by being aware enough to wake up and then overcoming his fears. Remember, like he's afraid of the sea, like he wouldn't go sailing in the fire and all that stuff. And he was brave enough to venture into the great unknown. And so it does require some courage to realize that, because a lot of people are in denial. It's like maybe they see the signs and it's tough.
Oh, it's Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, really, it's Stockholm syndrome on steroids. Everybody is, explain this away, explain that away. They're literally empathizing with their captors.
Yeah.
And it just goes on and on and on. And then it pawns itself off of, one person's connection, and Stockholm syndrome pawns itself on others. I mean, just look at the freaking New Age movement. Right. How insane is that? I mean, and I fell for that stuff, man. Yeah. I did. Well, I fell for a couple of years, and I was just, but I felt at the same time, I fell for it like with trepidation. Like I wasn't.
They have a series of explanations for different people. Like all of a sudden, if you're scientific minded, they present like a scientific thing for you to believe in. If
they have the boxes.
Well, you don't like Christianity? Well, how about the New Age? That's not Christianity. This is
so well said, Wayne. Couldn't agree more, man. They have all the boxes ready and roaring to go.
Yeah. So I think the movie The Truman Show was largely based on The Prisoner, which was a TV show in the 1960s. It was produced by Everyman Pictures. And it's like every facet of a man's life is controlled, and its inhabitants are being held prisoner, and it's controlled from a lunar base. I think for me, at least, it looked like it, because there's this room, they call it the green room, but inside the room, there's a screen, and on one side you see all these constellations, and on the other side you see Earth. So what's in between the constellations and the Earth?
What's going on there?
The moon to me. And the scene's almost identical to the one in Truman, where they're on the bike and everything. There's a bike in this one too. But in the opening theme, Patrick McGoohan drives down the road and goes through this tunnel and enters a tunnel with a light at the end of doors that say "way out," and he only has his right eye open, as if he's given the boss the evil eye. And he resigns, and his ID is taken by an automated process and put inside a drawer or a filing cabinet. And he leaves through the tunnel and packs his bags, and he thinks he's going on vacation to paradise or heaven, but he's drugged or knocked out by gas and held as a prisoner in the village. And then they try to dehumanize him, as they refuse to give him a name. They only give him the number 6, which is the number of man. And then this operation keeps him as prisoner. It appears to be the moon, as I said before, with the constellation and everything. And then have this rocky base underground with pod-like container tubes that go down into a hole, which is reminiscent.
Sounds wonderful.
Sounds like craters to me.
Yes.
And my damn computer screen again.
Right.
So he tries to escape, and there's this balloon-like device called Rover that hunts him down. And so this number 2 is this demiurge type being, and he tries to make a deal with the prisoner and give him a position of authority. And they try to strip the man's identity, and the opening sequence always contains this dialogue. And number 6 says, "Where am I?" And they say, "In the village." And he says, "Well, what do you want?" And they say, "Information." And they're like, "Whose side are you on?" They go, "That would be telling. We want information." And he says, "You won't get it." And they're like, "By hook or by crook, we will." And they're like, "Who are you?" He's like, "The new number 2." And he's like, "Who is number 1?" And they answer, "You are number 6. And I'm not a number, I'm a free man."
There you go.
But here's
That's it.
Here's the pun, is he says, "Who is number 1?" And they go, "You are number 6. Or you are number 6. They're telling him he's the one, right? You know what I'm saying? It's
of course,
hidden in the words.
You're the one, find yourself.
And he goes, as far as you're concerned, I'm in charge. And he goes, you imprison people, steal their minds, destroy them. And so in the very last episode, it's called Fallout. Number 6 kills number 2, and he's taken to see number 1. And there's this rocky underground cave, and there's a hollowed out base, which looks like all these mainframe computers running it all. I don't know, the whole thing to me was reminiscent of the moon. But they say that he survived the ultimate test, so he must no longer be referred to as number 6 or a number of any kind. He has vindicated the right of the individual to be individual. And they transfer this power, and they say he is granted the honor of sitting on a throne or chair of honor atop a stepped pyramid of stairs. And there's this silo or tower with the number 1 on it, and it's this blinking AI eye kind of thing. And there's these cylindrical tubes beneath the surface, but this blinking eye is like, whoever you are, whatever you are, you will hypnotize me no longer. And so they're like saying that he's free to go anywhere because he revolted, resisted, fought, held fast, maintained, destroyed resistance, overcome coercion, the right to be a person, someone, or individual. And his revolt is good and honest, the only individual, and they concede. And so anyway, it's a really good, analogy for how if sovereignty and just taking control of your own life.
That's right. Control your own destiny. Don't let these outside forces get a glimpse into anything that you do. They're just simply not allowed. It's just not allowed to happen.
So the next one is Dark City, 1998.
Oh boy, the intro to the Matrix.
Yeah, it really kind of was. Yeah. And it's like seemingly patterned after the Archon beings of the Gnostic texts. And I think it's similar to the Truman Show in that a human was given fabricated memories of his childhood life and presented a false reality. And he travels to the edge of this world to go home to Shell Beach, but he hits a wall. And like Truman, he tries to break through the wall. But some quotes from the movie are, they steal people's memories, then they swap them around between us. I've seen them do it back and forth till no one knows who they are anymore. How do you know all this? Once in a while, one of us wakes up while they're changing things. It's not supposed to happen, but it does. And we fashioned this city on stolen memories, different eras, different pasts, all rolled into one. Each night we revise it, refine it in order to learn. Learn what? About you and your fellow inhabitants, what makes you human. Why? We need to be like you. And then there's like, I call them strangers. They abducted us and brought us here. This city, everyone in it is their experiment. They mix and match our memories as they see fit, trying to divine what makes us unique. One day a man might be an inspector, the next someone entirely different. When they want to study a murderer, for instance, they simply imprint one of their citizens with a new personality, arrange a family for him, friends, an entire history, even a lost wallet, then they observe the results. Will a man, given the history of a killer, continue in that vein, or are we in fact more than the sum of our memories? And so they're talking about the capacity of for individuality, our souls, that makes us different. And, so this is individualism versus the collective in a lot of these movies.
For sure.
Like they control everything here, even the sun. That's why it's always dark. They can't stand the light. Why do they need you? When they first brought us here, they extracted what was in us and stored the information, remixed it like paint, and gave us back new memories of their choosing. But they still needed an artist to help them. Anyway, so it's like this history was an illusion of fabrication. And they're trying to imprint them with their own collective memories to make them like one of them so they can share the soul.
Sure. Yeah. It's the carrot and stick and manipulation, deception at all costs.
Yeah. Another movie around that time was The 13th Floor.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
this was a year after The Truman Show. And
like Truman Show. Did you ever look at before you get into that, did you ever think about how with the Truman Show and the Matrix coming out right after, how Truman, when he leaves through the door, is actually walking through the Matrix?
Yeah. It's like Neo going through the door.
Yeah. It's just
yeah.
Going from one illusion to the other.
And similarly, the 13th floor, the protagonist heads to the edge of the world only to find it's a hologram. And this is parallels to the simulation argument. And so they ask him, how many simulated worlds like this are there? And they're like, 1,000. Yours is the only one that ever created a simulation within the simulation, something we never expected. So this metaverse stuff that they're talking about, I mean, is that going to be like a matrix within a matrix or a simulation within a simulation?
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's, I think that's just so blatant. It's in our face. And I think we talked about this either the last show or before, but how the Department of Defense openly came out in 2006 or 7 talking about how they were creating an alternative reality.
Yeah.
And then you have virtual reality coming out. And I mean, I remember virtual reality when I was a kid, very crappy virtual reality, mind you, really just garbage. But, and it was red, like you put on this huge headset. I think it was from Nintendo, and it was just red and black, really crazy stuff. And then now it's just, interactive glasses and also in games and all that stuff. And it's par for the course. And, Facebook changes its name to Meta. I mean, what?
It's interesting how they use sunglasses in a lot of movies. Like he puts on the sunglasses, and all of a sudden you can see the true world, right? And in the Matrix, Neo puts on those sunglasses.
They live.
Yeah. So, Jupiter Ascending, it was the next one I was going to touch on. So they're like talking about this harvest, right, of humans and stuff, and the House of Abrasics is behind it all, right? And they're talking about Earth as being like a planet that was the most rare and beautiful estate she ever owned. It's an estate that she owns. It's part of your inheritance, and that planet's worth more than all your estates combined, right?
I bet, right?
Yeah, so he's like, I want this facility running at capacity. I want full diagnostics and cost projections for an early harvest. And it's an excellent product, and they're talking about profit margins, and I don't know. That was all I wanted to say about it. But I mean, any of these movies could go so much deeper into it.
Yeah, no, I think it's great to point them all out. I'm just having a little bit of lag with YouTube, so I just shut off my video for a minute.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so Star Wars. I wish I could have gotten deeper into Star Wars, but I don't know. There's just so many of the movies and everything. But obviously,
how are you feeling? You all right? Or
yeah.
I don't want to
no
overburden you.
Oh no, I'm fine. I got lots of energy. So there's the Death Star in the original Star Wars movies, and it's like this battle station for the Imperial troops. It's camouflaged as a moon, right? And they're like, it's no moon, it's a space station, and they're like caught in a tractor beam, and it's pulling them in, right? It's just yeah. And then so the episode 1 is the Phantom Menace, and that's where they talk about these midichlorians. And midichlorians are a microscopic life form that resides within all living cells, and we're symbionts with them. And without midichlorians,
let's just even talk about cells too. I mean, just the word cells. I mean, we've got cells in us, and we're inside of a prison cell.
Right. And you've got chemical compounds, and you've got body cells. Yeah. So like he says, without the midichlorians, life could not exist. I mean, it was like back when the first episode, when I was talking about the parasites and the bacteria and all the viruses that are and stuff that are within us, and that they're the drivers of evolution, right? And they, but that's sort of what, George Lucas wanted the midichlorians to play a much larger role in the last trilogy. But when Disney obtained the rights, they did not include it. And this pissed George off tremendously.
Interesting.
Yeah. Thought I'd throw that one in there. But I know in one of the more recent Star Wars ones, they talk about the gray, right? And there's this, I can't remember the names, but there's this one being who controls both sides, right? The light and the dark and everything. But they talk about being gray and how that's, I guess I wish I had the quotes in front of me, but are you familiar with that at all?
You walk with the grace. Is that what's his name? The guy out of Pennsylvania, David Jacobson?
David Jacobs.
Or David Jacobs, or is it?
No, I'm just talking about there's this gray area where, like, you got the light, and the dark. Okay. In Star Wars, you got the force, and there's the light and the dark.
Force,
but they're like, they found out this, I want to say his name's Paladin or something. But anyway, he's like controls both sides, they find out. And then they're talking about to be a Jedi warrior. And they talk about the harnessing like the gray, it's like not white or dark. It's
okay.
Gray.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's kind of like Buddhism, where you're like the balancing and moderation, where you're, you kind of see that both sides are part of the illusion. Or
the same, part of the same, double dipping on both sides.
Yeah, so I don't know. I guess that's all I really wanted to say about Star Wars. There's probably a lot of stuff I'm not seeing there, but I thought that last part I mentioned was probably a really important part. And the midichlorians too, because we were talking about that a lot in the first episode. But so you got the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Did you want to take a break? We're on the third hour. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right, my friends. We'll be back in about 5.5 minutes. Sit back, relax, and we'll see you in a couple minutes, or about 5.5 minutes. Thank you.
So, how many hours have we done? 2 or 3?
We're on our third hour, Wayne.
We're going into the third one.
We just passed the third hour.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So we got
You okay?
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
I just got to make sure. I'm going to try to speed it along a little bit. But, we've covered a lot of the big ones now with the Matrix and Truman Show and Soul and all the Disney stuff. So we'll be good.
Thanks, Wayne.
Alrighty.
See you in a minute. Thank you.
Yep.
How you doing? You all right?
Good. Yeah, sorry about that graphene oxide, man. It just,
no.
Maybe you can go back out and go and take it out or something.
Don't even worry about it.
We don't want to get the thing taken down.
Nope. It's all right. No big deal.
Well, it might be a big deal if they take it down.
It happens.
I just kept on going and kind of ignored it and just.
It's cool.
I wasn't gonna bring any more attention to it than already.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah. It's all good, my friend. All right, let's head back into it.
Okay.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, my friends, we are back and still diving into episode 3 with Wayne Bush on movies, TV, and Hollywood, spellcraft, symbolism, AI, afterlife, and more. All right, Wayne, where did we leave off, my friend?
Lord of the Rings. So I don't know if this at the very beginning.
Biggie.
Yeah, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but because there's 3 movies and they're all super long. But just I'm going to touch on this light symbolism and that kind of thing. But it talks about a great-eyed, lidless, wreathed in flame, the eye of Sauron. He's gathering all evil to him, and the eye telepathically communicates, "You cannot hide. I see you. And there's no life in the void, only death." So it's talking about. There's the Eye of Sauron. It reminds me, for some reason, of like Saturn, because Lord of the Rings kind of makes me
absolutely. I feel the Saturn thing too.
And Sauron is kind of a close name to Saturn too, I think. And Saurus, like Saurus is a lizard, a reptile. And so anyway, there's this. They're talking about this fairest maiden, the Lady of Luthien, and but they're saying, "Come back to the light." And I am Arwen, and Arwen, to me, reminds me of Venus, Wen and Veen. I don't know, it's hard to, but they're saying, "Come back to the light." And then Saruman is an evil servant of the evil Eye of Sauron, and he's shown with a full moon. And then they're talking about this thing called Even Star, right? I was talking about the evening star earlier, and so they're talking about Even Star, and it's Arwen has this even star. Yeah, Venus. So Arwen has an even star. And then there's this, I'm not a big fan of Lord of the Rings, so I don't really understand it all, but
I'm parts of it, but
there's this lady, this lady of light, Galadriel or something. She's a lady of light. And supposedly Galad in Elfish means light, but she's also referred to as the White Lady. And they're talking about he's one that's seen the eye, but they're talking about this white tower, and I've seen the white city. So the theme of white's persistent throughout a lot of it. There's this white wizard, a white tower, a white city, a white hand, Saruman the white tree, white shores, the white lady, and it's all reminiscent of that book, the White Goddess. I mean, talk about anyway.
In our face, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to mention something. Probably shouldn't go there.
I kind of want you to, but at the same time, I don't know.
Well, I was just going to say, it's like, that in Disney, it seems like those are some of the first instances of, talk about white privilege. We were talking about white princesses and the white, it's all just white this and white that. But Galadriel tells Aragorn, "I have nothing greater to give than the gift you already bear." And she touches the even star pendant that he's wearing and says, "For her love, I fear the grace of Arwen even star will diminish. And I give you the light of Arundel, our most beloved star. May it be a light for you in dark places." And in 1914, Tolkien wrote a poem called "The Voyage of Arundel, the Evening Star." And it says, quote, "With this heart afire with bright desire in his face and silver flame, the ship of the moon from the east comes soon, from the haven of the sun, whose white gates gleam in the coming beam of the mighty silver one." So he's into this. He's got a poem that says all that stuff,
For sure.
What we're seeing as symbolism is spelled right out in that. Yeah, no pun intended. It's spelled out in the poem, right? Yeah, so in the two towers, the sequel, Gollum's saying, "Don't follow the lights," and that was like kind of a big scene. And then they're talking about this servant of the sun, and I'm a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Anor, and it's Elvish for the sun. and he's the wielder of the flame of the sun. So they do not see what lies ahead when the sun has failed and the moon is dead. And then there's Gandalf the White, and he says, look to my coming at first light on the 5th day at dawn, look to the east. Well, all that's solar symbolism, right?
Absolutely.
And Aragorn sees Arwen, who tells him the light of the even star does not wax and wane. And, there's just so much of that Venus and light symbolism, and the even star is obviously the evening star there. So it's really all I wanted to mention
all
about that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an interesting scene with them. I don't remember which one it is, but there's a scene which kind of lines up with the Matrix in a weird way, where they're at a subway platform, and it's all white, and subway comes in, and I think Carrie, it's been so long since I watched this stuff, but you see kind of like basically he's having a near-death experience, and connecting with a belief system that he has. I really can't expand much further on that because it's been so long, but it's there.
Yeah.
So
here's the one.
Sorry, I can't really go much further than that.
No, I understand. Yeah. So the episode on the Twilight Zone I was going to mention is called A Nice Place to Visit. And in it, so this burglar, he's like on the run, he's trying to jump a fence, and he gets shot, I think, from behind and killed. And he wakes up, and there's this guy in a white suit standing above him, and he thinks he's going to like heaven. Like the guy takes him, shows him this stuff, and he's like, but he gives him anything he wants. You can his phone, just call me and whatever you want to do.
Where did he get sucked up?
Yeah, so like he goes to play pool, and he breaks, and every single ball goes in on the first break, and he goes to gamble. He loves to gamble and bet, and he always wins every time. And eventually it's great, man. He's having fun, but after a while he gets bored. Yeah, and he says there's no excitement around here, no kicks. And it's like, when you win every time, that ain't gambling. And he's like, well, I could arrange for you to lose on occasion if you like. Would that help? He's like, no, I would know. And so that kind of might be our situation. If you're these all powerful beings of eternity and infinity, I mean, would you not want a little bit of surprise, a little bit of challenge? I mean, if everything was known in advance, wouldn't that be boring? And
if everything was a simulation, right? Yeah.
And so anyway, he says, I think there's some kind of mistake. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. And he's like, what are you talking about? It's like, I think I'm supposed to be in the other place. And he's like, well, there must be what are you talking about? This is the other place. He's like, heaven, whatever gave you the idea you're in heaven, Mr. Valentine, this is the other place. And that's kind of like The Good Place. I don't know if you've seen that show, but in The Good Place, it's the same.
I've only seen 2 episodes of it, but you and other people have recommended it. So I'll have to go and check it out.
Unfortunately, this would be a big reveal, a big spoiler. I don't know if I want to do it or not.
Feel free. Go ahead.
So
at least, spoiler.
Yeah. So this chick, I forget her name, Eleanor. She dies, and she doesn't know she's dead. She's just in this room, and she looks around, and there's a sign. I think it says, welcome or something. Anyway, so Ted Danson comes in and sits down, and informs her that she's died. He says, well, don't worry, this is the good place, right? And she's, oh, thank God. So anyway, they set them up with these, their soulmates and stuff like that. And then they take them to this home that's supposed to be, their what they would like to choose for a home and everything. But it turns out that it's nothing like what she likes. There's clowns on the wall, and she's always scared of clowns. And then they set her up with her soulmate, and they don't quite get along. Everything. He's this, philosophy instructor in college or something like that. And she was this person that was she got, I don't know, she was always doing selfish stuff, right? And so she feels that they made a mistake, and she wasn't supposed to be there, right? So eventually at the end of the first, us. Yeah, so kind of like at the end of the first season, she starts putting it all together, And she's like, this is torture, and then I thought to myself, and then it hit me, they're never, they can't take us to the bad place because we're already here. This is the bad place. And then so like, he plays the character Michael, which might be a nod to the Archangel Michael. He's like basically the demiurge. He created the whole, he designed the whole system, right? And it's for the demons to basically torture them
and the whole new age hooks.
And so when she says this is the bad place, he starts cackling, right? He's like, oh man, you figured it out. And so basically then he reboots the whole thing. He like snaps his fingers or something like that, and they're rebooted, and she's back in that room, and she does have no clue that she figured it out and that she escaped and all, or she didn't escape, but you know what I mean? And so that's basically the whole show. I mean, there's quite a few seasons, but
thank you.
That twist at the end of season 1 was just like a jaw dropper.
Whoa, yeah, right in your face.
Yeah, it really was. And then Contact was similar to what was the one we mentioned where the Coda episode where the alien is pretending to be her father. You remember that?
Talking about Star Trek?
She goes through Contact, just the movie Contact with what was her name?
The Coda one is Star Trek.
Jodie Foster. Yeah, Coda was Star Trek, but this movie Contact with Matthew McConaughey and Jodie Foster, and she travels through the wormhole or whatever, and she goes and she's on this planet, and this being, her father walks up, and then she realizes it's not really her father, that this alien presented it something that was comfortable for her. It's very similar to the Star Trek episode of Coda, right?
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, and then there's some other stuff. Batman has this line where the Joker says, ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? I always ask that of all my prey. I just like the sound of it. And then Daredevil, he's the devil. He's in a red suit kind of thing, and he's posing as a full moon right behind him. And he's telling a dying man, he says, hey, that light at the end of the tunnel, guess what? That's not heaven. That's the C train. And as he's saying that, the other guy's saying, I'll kill you. I mean, so it's like they're talking about the moon and the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not heaven, and it's a C train. To me, the moon is a C. It's a crescent, right? And the guy's saying, I'll kill you. It's just put all that in one. It's boom. It's right there. And then the movie The Ring, the tagline of that
was an interesting one that you put up there, because I saw it when I was, I don't know, probably when it came out. I was early 20s, and I found your analysis of that interesting.
Well, yeah, because the poster shows it's a solar eclipse that they're showing. In the movie, it's supposed to be the well, and you're looking up and you're seeing the light of day through the well. But the image is actually absolutely like a solar eclipse, right? And the tagline on the poster says, "Before you die, you see the ring," and it's a solar eclipse. So it's like, I mean, there's that more symbolism thrown in our face, and it just makes you wonder. Here's a huge movie when you talk about the light being a trick and everything. Remember Poltergeist in 1982? And it's like they says some people believe that when you die, your soul goes to heaven. And they say some people believe that when you die, there's a wonderful light as bright as the sun, but it doesn't hurt to look into it. And when you walk to it, you become a part of it forever. And then it says they resist going into the other people. It's like they resist going into that light, however hard the light wants them. And some people just get lost on their way to the light, and they need someone to guide them. So this is all in Poltergeist, right? And they got this psychic lady, and she's like somehow the kid goes missing into the static on the television screen. It's a static. I was talking about the static in the air, and that seems to be a huge thing with this static, where she gets I guess taken into that light, and so the parents are like trying to get her back, and so they go to see this medium, and she's saying, I'm afraid of the light, mommy, I'm afraid of the light. And it's like, tell her to stay away from the light. And she's like, maybe it's a way out, and stay away from the light. And they said, the light is dangerous, don't go near it, don't even look at the light. And it's just this whole theme about the light being a trick, or the light might be dangerous and whatnot. So that was like a huge movie back in the day, where about the afterlife, and these spirits are distracted from the real light that's come for them, and then Tangina adds that there is also a dark presence he refers to as the beast, who has Carol Ann under restraint in an effort to use her life force to prevent other spirits from crossing over.
Yeah. Talk about just truth bombs raining down on the world.
Yeah, and then another one with that static and stuff is called white noise. That's what it is white noise, right? Yeah. And it's the second movie was the more interesting one to me. It was called White Noise 2, The Light, and they're talking about the white light and electrical stuff and EVP, which is electronic voice phenomenon, and they're recording the deceased, these EVPs, and so it's a pretty interesting movie.
That's a big thing. And then they can, well, I guess putting that aside, but in the same context as if they do reverse voice phenomena.
Yeah,
my Lord, you can see or hear all sorts of weird stuff. It just shows how, I mean, once you start digging into the English language and how corrupted and sick and twisted it is, which is something that, in all honesty, I have told people before not to spend much time on, because it could really screw you up.
Yes, I mean, antidote on that one.
Yeah, we're talking on it, I mean, we're communicating with it.
Well, I was delving a lot into reverse speech, and as you know, you have to listen to the stuff over and over and over in reverse. Yeah. And so I was like trying to combine my time so I wasn't wasting so much time. And so I took the tape and I put it in the car, and I'm driving and I'm listening to it in reverse. And this is the first time I did it, and I had a flat tire. My tire just blew out. And I know David Oates, his house caught on fire. And I mean, I don't know. It's just something. It's like, to me, it's like the Ouija board. I've heard other people that did the reverse stuff and tapes, leaving tapes out, and all of a sudden they're getting all kinds of messages, and you become like, Grand Central Station for these things, and it's dangerous. I think I wouldn't.
I agree. I think
like
it's
a Ouija board or something,
Yeah. Yep. It's
So I stopped doing it.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you, Wayne.
I found a lot of stuff, and
same here. It's really screwed up, and can send you, if you don't really have. And even then, like this, Wayne just said this, my friends, and I'm saying it too, that when you go down these roads, it is really, it can mess with you. It really can. And zoning in on how the language that we have been taught since being a child, and kind of flipping it over to being completely manipulated, and basically like a spell casting language, it's difficult. It's not easy. You can literally lose your mind in the process.
Well, I was when I first heard about it, was on the Art Bell show. He interviewed David John Oates, and he went over all the reverse speech stuff. Mm-hmm. And he, at the time, this is way back in the day, you can't. Now you just reverse it on your computer, but back in the day, we didn't have that. And so he made this special cassette player that you could push a button and it would reverse. And so I bought one of those things, and I tried it out with my mom. We had like a 5-minute conversation, and we're looking outside. My dog's out in the backyard, and he's standing at the base of a tree, and he's got a squirrel up the tree. The squirrel's like halfway down the tree, looking down at him, almost like taunting him, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm just talking to my mom. I said, "Oh, look at that, blah, blah, blah." And so like, after 5 minutes, I went and listened back to it. I swear to God, very clear as day, it said, "The squirrel will be facing the ground with knowledge, with wisdom." That's a long reversal. The squirrel will be facing the ground with knowledge, with wisdom. In other words, he's facing the ground with a knowledge and wisdom that the dog can't get to him, man. Damn. And it's like, when I heard that, it's like, there's something to this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to get too deep in it because I got so many movies to cover. But I thought I'd share that story.
Oh, that's a good one. No, I'm happy we went down that road. Yeah. Good Lord, man. Oh my God.
I know. I wish I still had that reversal, but when I moved, I tossed a bunch of cassettes and stuff, and I don't think that one survived. But
that's all right.
Yeah. So the next one is Ghost, and that was similar to Poltergeist. The Ghost. Yeah. It's pushing the light, the love and the light, but there was some scenes where these shadow beings would like drag people off, and there's like these scenes where these shadow beings would drag off these poor souls that were kind of bad characters in life. And I don't know if that happens. I've never heard too many near-death experiences where there's like shadow beings pulling them towards hell or anything. But the movie had that. So there's this one movie called Go Toward the Light. And I'll mention it here because it's like the kid is like got cancer or something, I think. And like the mother's telling him, he's like, what's it going to be like? And she says, you'll see a light, Benny, a beautiful shining light far away at the end of a long tunnel. And your spirit will lift up out of your body and start to travel toward the light. And as you go, a veil will be lifted from your eyes and suddenly you'll see everything. But most of all, you will feel a tremendous sense of love. So, I mean, this was back in 1998.
Just trust everything. It's all good.
3 years ago, and they were, promoting all that. And
little subliminal drops.
Yeah, and then you got Stargate, which I guess I'll just skip over that. But you had the Ori, and what was the other group in there? There was the Gold, and they were like, you have the whole reptilian influence with I don't know, they had something on their heads that would reveal what they truly were and stuff. But they were like manipulating entire civilizations, right? With they were like really serpent, I think, behind them, but they were feeding off their energy again in a lot of those episodes.
Taking those creative abilities.
Yeah. Oh, and here's one: Childhood's End. This is one somebody wrote into me and told me I needed to check out like a few years ago, and it's based on the book by Arthur C. Clarke, who wrote 2001: A Space Odyssey. Probably another movie that should be covered, but
we can talk about that one, and that could be a whole show.
But A Childhood's End deals with aliens and the future evolution of mankind into a potentially different form. But the first part is called The Overlords, and it starts out, there's 40 cities around the world, and there's UFOs hovering over them. And there's this being that basically tells him his name is Corellan and he's supervisor of Earth and you shouldn't be afraid.
Don't be afraid. Yeah.
And they start appearing to people as like beloved deceased relatives.
Yeah.
And
how convenient, just like near-death experiences.
So this person's saying, on my daddy's farm, the animals have all the food they want. I feed the pigs red apples and daddy gives them medicine so they never get sick and they're happy when daddy and the other men take them away. I don't know where they go, but I know they're real happy. And
they're real happy. Yeah.
It's like my Uncle Joey kept pigs, Irish grazers. He used to hire a local choir boy to sing to them as they were loaded onto the truck. And these pigs, they loved it. They were so peaceful all the way to the slaughterhouse.
So it was wonderful. It's all love and light, right, Wayne?
Yeah, there's this pod thing, and there's the overlords are talking. They call themselves overlords. And they talk about peace, harmony, and justice. And,
oh my God.
So eventually he's going to make his appearance, right? And so it's just like at the end of the first episode, and this is like another huge twist or another just amazing ending of it. And he walks off the ship and he's like the classic image of the devil, right? He's got these wings, he's red, he's got horns, and he's walking with two little children hand in hand as he walks off the ship. And so part 2 is called The Deceivers. And they're like saying, when the overlords came, they raised all these exciting questions about the cosmos, but they refused to answer any of them. It's not just about me. They've killed scientific inquiry. And it's like, why do they look like demons, like our exact idea of devils? Every time you ask me a question, you already have an answer. They're just talking about these overlords and how they're deceiving them. And they're like, we're from the World Federation. So part 3 is called The Children.
Like the Galactic Federation.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention it, but yeah, exactly. And so part 3 is called The Children. And all of a sudden these children are starting to become psychic and they're like the go-betweens, right? They're starting to translate and get these telepathic messages. And it's like And then they start talking about the overmind of all creation. It's like, are you talking about God? We've talked about the overmind for over 100,000 years.
The King Archon.
And consciousness is a community of minds, and each exists in the other's thoughts. And it's an interesting. And then I actually read the book by Arthur C. Clarke to see what else he was saying. And it's like, here's some quotes from the book. It's like, there's something above us using us for its own purposes.
I've seen that quote.
You called us the overlords, not knowing the irony of that title. Let us say that above us is the overmind, using us as the potter uses his wheel. The overmind is trying to grow to extend its powers. All the earlier changes your race has known took countless ages, but this is a transformation of the mind, not of the body. By the standards of evolution, it will be cataclysmic, instantaneous. It's already begun. You must face this fact. Yours is the last generation of Homo sapiens. And
yeah, until you turn into a freaking machine.
They said they will not possess minds as you know them. They will be single entity, as you yourselves are the sums of your myriad cells. That's what they're talking about, making the children, right? And they have no more identity than the cells in your own body, but linked together, they are something much greater than you. Possibly what we have called the overmind is still training them, molding them into one unit before it can wholly absorb them into its being.
Sick.
Yeah, it's like there lay the overmind, whatever it might be, bearing the same relation to man as man bore to amoeba, potentially infinite beyond mortality. How long had it been absorbing race after race as it spread across the stars?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's like, what, I mean, really, what else, what more proof do you need that we are being messed with on a grand scale?
Well, there was a near-death experience, and we can get into it in the next one of the next episodes.
I'm really looking forward to that.
There was a being in the light that was telling them about the evolution of man and what the next stage is going to be, or something like that, and it's telling how it's going to be like a huge super entity, the super entity or super organism, kind of like along what this is talking about. It's like
the biggest hive mind construct imaginable.
Yeah. So another movie I really like is called The Ninth Gate. It's by Roman Polanski. Have you seen that one?
I have.
Yep. Yeah, very interesting. It's about it's put out by Lionsgate Pictures, first of all. But Johnny Depp plays a dealer of antique books, and he's summoned by a client to locate a rare book for which he'll be, well compensated. But the book's purported to be written by Lucifer and reveals the key to opening the 9 gates of hell. So Johnny unlocks its secrets and walks through the final gate, which is the golden dawn of the rising sun.
Of course.
But it's interesting in the beginning, the book dealer is talking, he's giving a lecture on demons and witches. And there's this, right when he's talking about it, they're showing the image of this girl that's like kind of watching the lecture. And the book dealer Corso's there. He's attending a lecture by Balkan. I'm sorry, Balkan's the one giving the lecture. But he sees this girl right when he's talking about witches and stuff. And so Balkan takes him to his private collection to show him the book, right? And it's called The 9 Gates in the Kingdom of Shadows. And the name of the author roughly translates to Lion's Torch.
Just really compound it.
Interesting. But they're talking about, in the book, there's these 9 different engravings, and they form a kind of satanic riddle to conjure up, Satan in person.
It reminds me of this. I watch a show. Problem is, good luck trying to figure out what the hell the name of it is, but I watched a season of it. Okay, in short, there was like okay, it was all right. There was this guy older gentleman who was on a boat, and they were bringing over some sort of demonic like chest or something to the US, and and don't quote me on any of this because it's just a vague memory of what I watched. And it lines up almost exactly with what you're saying. Like they were summoning it and they wanted to stop it, and then it caused all sorts of problems because it got loose. And maybe someone in the chat will know what I'm talking about, but it had this older guy with like I think a sword and
I don't know,
man, that one. I gotta try and find that one.
Yeah, maybe somebody will write in. So Johnny's telling him that this book is designed to raise the devil, and he says, "Sic luceat lux." Thus did the light. Thus did the light shine. So he's talking about the devil, and he's talking about the light shining, right? So, there's this one of the engravings. There's a woman riding on the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns, which is probably from the Book of Revelations, but it shows the girl that he saw at the lecture, and she's the one that's on top of it, right? And she's pointing to this castle that's in flames. And there's these engravings, and you notice that some of them are signed LCF, right? And so they figure out that those are the ones that are signed by Lucifer. So they got to find 3 copies of the books, and each one has 3 engravings, and you put them all together, and you get the real one. But it's a movie worth checking out. There's all the symbolism, like they keep showing the Shell gasoline symbol, which is a rising sun.
Rising sun, yeah.
And the shell is the symbol of Aphrodite, because she's born on the foam of the sea upon a half shell. And so let's see. There's this photo of a castle with the sunrise kept in it, and it's they keep showing it quite a few times throughout. And but they're talking about unlocking the 9th gate of, basically hell or something. And at the very end, he walks through this entrance to the castle, and there's this sunrise behind it. So he's like walking into the sunrise is how he, goes through the 9th gate. And if you look into the symbolism of Aleister Crowley and the Golden Dawn, there's the dawn, the Golden Dawn is the sunrise. It's like, what is the meaning behind all that sunrise stuff?
Sun symbolism,
yeah. So, see, the next one I was going to go over is Westworld.
Oh, good Lord!
Again, could take forever, right?
Yeah, we can talk about that one for hours.
Yeah, I was just going to mention a few of the quotes about it.
Sure.
Being something hidden underneath, and there's something wrong. I may be losing my mind. It's a game, a secret. It's called the maze. What kind of game is it? It's a very special kind of game. The goal is to find the center of it. If you can do that, then maybe you can be free. And she's like,
maybe.
I think I want to be free. And in the 6th episode, they're saying the maze is an old native myth, and the maze itself is the sum of a man's life, the choices he makes, the dreams he hangs on to. And there at the center, there's a legendary man who'd been killed over and over again countless times, but always climbed his way back to life. The man returned for the last time and vanquished all his oppressors in a tireless fury. He built a house. Around that house, he built a maze so complicated only he could navigate through it. And they're talking about the maze revealed itself to me, and it's a game, and the masters who pulled our strings, our lives, our memories, our deaths, our games to them. But I've been to hell, and I know their tricks. And then there's one point where I guess it's the architect of it all. He's talking about, you broke into my mind, but he's like, I built your mind, Bernard. And he's talking about my code, and Arnold built us, and your memories are woven into your identity, and these prime directives and lost memories. And
you go through that, Wayne, that show is just.
And he's like saying, I need to go all the way back to the beginning, to my very first memory. And so that's kind of how you almost have to do that. You have to go back to the first memory.
Yeah. And kind of, juggle your mind or
trigger
your mind to fall into it. Yeah. It's just, Westworld is just, it's the epitome of this existence. And then they even show what even just kind of throws me over the top is how they show people going into another reality. I think it's season 2 or end of season 2 or end of season 3, something like that. And here we have the Department of Defense saying, oh, well, we're creating another reality. You have things like aliens are going to come get us, or change, where the weather kind of gets wacky, which we're not allowed to talk about as of October 7th. Which is interesting because that's where they're all headed with this.
But Biden was just talking about it today. He was talking about how the tornadoes were a sign of the global warming and stuff.
Of course,
so he's talking about the weather.
Of course. Well, he is allowed to talk about it. We're not.
Right.
We get special notifications in our inbox telling us not to talk about it.
so another interesting movie is The Island, and I got to go through these pretty quick because we're probably going to be running out of time. But it's talking about a holographic power grid that's sustaining this facility that's underground, where all the clones are kept, right? Mm-hmm. And so that one's worth checking out. And then there's The Host, which was I believe written by the same guy that wrote the Truman Show, Andrew Nicole. It was written and directed by him. And these humans are hosts to alien entities that look like jellyfish. And they show there's like the eclipse is like a major symbol throughout the movie, from the opening scene to the depictions of the eyes of the hosts. And it says, from a summary, the human race has been taken over by small parasitic aliens called souls. The souls travel to distant planets, inserting themselves individually into a host body of that planet's dominant species. They are able to access the host's memories, and occupied hosts are identifiable by silver rings that form in the host's eyes.
Thank you, Wayne. I mean, seriously, when I hear that, this is what drives me nuts about titling my videos The Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap, because even though I like to call it the Matrix Reincarnation Spirit Trap, because the spirit is our true essence.
Right.
But the only way people are going to see this stuff is if I put the soul trap, because people are always searching for soul trap. So I put that there. But even though, the soul is a parasitic attachment that is assigned to us when we come down here.
Each incarnation.
Yes.
A spirit has had many souls.
It's
each
nuts.
lifetime is maybe a soul that's
the spirit is our true essence that is infinite and part of our everlasting existence, I guess we can say. But the soul is a parasite. It's something that is assigned to us, and we. And
that movie lays it right there, man.
Right there. You laid it all out there.
Yep. By the same guy that did Truman Show, man.
Yeah.
So
there can't be anything there, right, Wayne?
Right, no, not at all. So Sailor Moon was like one of the first really big animes, I guess, that came out. I guess you call it anime, I don't know. Yeah, but it was 1992. And she was always say, in the name of the moon will punish you. But she was calling down these cosmic powers. And one of them was like of the moon, right? So she was Sailor Moon. But there was these other ones like Sailor Saturn and Sailor Venus and stuff. But she was really a princess. But another entity was pretending to be here. So notice this, the princess of the moon punishes us in the name of the moon. And it's, yes, there's so much to go into. But
punish in the name of the moon.
There's a bunch of different anime that are really worth checking out. And one's called Digimon Adventure Tri Reunion. And in the beginning, there was the soulless creator Demiurge. This is literally from the show, and I'm quoting it. Idea, the true figure of the world and only shapeless, chaotic souls that existed in the entire universe. Demiurge does not know of the existence that created him, nor the existence of the soul, nor even of Idea. The world he created was merely a shadow of the true world. And you've got another show called Soul Eater, which is, think of the name itself, man. It's like literally eating souls. And
it sounds very noble. Sounds like a good child's program.
Showing us the truth. and the song from the show goes, scattered stars shine on, the star of my dreams. I want to be Soul Eater.
Yeah, sounds great.
So it's, once again, it's a star, and he wants to become, and
the white light, the moon, whatever, however we want to frame it.
And another song says, "I'm falling down into my shadow with breath concealed, and the deadly night is waiting. If you wish for any kind of world, it can be reflected in those eyes. See you in your dreams." And it says, even if it's a nightmare, fairy blue for you. I'll shatter the stars and decorate the black paper moon if you believe in me. When you're lost here, I am forever with your soul. It'll sparkle if you look up just like a moon. I mean, and there's another good show.
In our face.
Another one's called Ghost in the Shell, which seemed to be the Matrix seemed to take a lot from that one because it had the numbers and stuff. And then there was like,
what year was that one made?
Let's see.
Well, if you know a fan.
1995.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was early.
It had a jack in the back of the neck that they would do stuff with. And it's talking about copy being a copy and merging what happens after we die and, all this stuff. And then
we got to merge with Source, right, Ryan?
Iron Flux actually had an episode called The Demiurge, and on the screen it says Iron Flux and the Monacan Resistance Force have captured the Demiurge, a powerful godlike being, and prepare to send it into space to rid the Earth of its influence. And he said the light was beautiful.
I'm sure it
because the truth isn't even pretty. And they say love isn't the answer; it's the problem. And there's this worm-like creature in it. There's like a worm-like creature in there too. It's just really a lot of hidden truth in there, probably. Then there's another whole show called Overlord from 2015, and they're talking about the Demiurge in that one too. He's an insanely powerful being and guardian of the tomb's seventh floor. And he says they're talking about he's set to lead the other NPCs in its defense. My lord, we the guardians pledge our fidelity. And they say, before we begin, may I have your name, warrior? And he says, you may call me Yaldabaoth. And
how convenient.
Yeah, so I mean, some of these anime are really
truth bombs.
Putting it out there. Yeah, truth bombs. Another one's Neon Genesis Evangelion. That's 1995. Anyway, people can check these things out for themselves if they're interested.
Sure.
Let's see, what else is there? Darling in the Franxx is from 2018.
I think I saw that one.
Yeah. It talks about star entity, and it's like we have assimilated several life forms from all over the universe and helped them break free of the shells of their bodies. And the time has come for you humans to embrace your evolution. But they have this collective mass, and it's called this collective, and it's called star entity.
Wow.
So
embrace your evolution. What fall in the karmic trap? Yeah, that sounds great.
So those are the animes. There's a show called Paranormal Witness, and they did an episode called The Hospital Hauntings, and they were interviewing all these hospice nurses and stuff. And this one said, I've been doing hospice for 7 years, and I believe that something comes to get you when you're passed away. So and she's like talking about kind of like a guardian angel. And she's like, every nurse has a story that's unexplainable, something that they've witnessed, something they've seen, something they've felt. I know that I saw the angel of death in front of me. And
hospice nurses are absolutely fascinating to talk to. I talked to a little bit with my dad's hospice nurse, but it was more or less later on that I really started to. I ended up just by chance in line at a pizza restaurant with a hospice nurse, and I was just grilling her questions, like, hey, what did you experience this night? I was trying to get around to talk to me on the channel, but she said, oh, I've seen all sorts of stuff. It's without fail, she said, that something comes, in the days or hours or hours of someone's death, to come and retrieve them. It's all bullshit. It's a Matrix system generated experience that comes and pretends to be the loved one, deceased loved ones, or the parents, the brothers, the sisters, you name it. It's all there, ready and waiting. The ones that really disturb me the most, though, that I've heard are about
Grim Reaper type stuff.
Well, I mean that's bothersome too, of course. Yeah, I mean that's pretty shady, messed up stuff. But the ones that really bother me are the people who had an abusive childhood and you know, at 18 they're on their way out. They're going to go and get their own apartment, their own house, whatever they're going to do. Okay, they are not going to live with their parents anymore. Okay, or whoever abused them. Okay, they're leaving. They go, they leave, they get their own place. Okay, you know, let's just say dad dies at 40, and the person is out of the house from 18 till their death. And let's just say they die at 70, okay? And all of a sudden, on their deathbed, the Matrix says, "Oh, well, you know, let's send down dad who beat the shit out of you for, 40, 20, your first 18 years of life."
Like they made a mistake. They didn't realize they didn't have a good
relationship. Yeah, oh, right? It's so sick. And it is, I mean, seriously, deathbed vision visitations are some of the most sickest things you can look at, as far as, you know, when you are seeing someone who disavowed the abuser 40, 50, 60 years ago, and they're on their deathbed, and all of a sudden, oh, all is forgiven. All is forgiven. Right. Everything's fine. You know, oh, I forgive dad for beating the hell out of me every day of my life for first 18 years. It's sick. It's absolutely sick. And it just, you know, wiped away like no one's business. It's insane. Insane.
Well, some other ones that are similar to that, I'm not going to go into them, but Shadow People from 2013, Spirited Away from 2001. I think that's a Disney. I don't know if Disney had something, but The Babadook, where it's like the Hat Man, and I went on a ghost tour here in Austin, and he talked about how he saw a shadow being, and that they thought it was the Hat Man. But,
oh, really?
Jupiter's Ascending, I already mentioned. Lights Out is another one. Pulse, which is also known as Cairo. Lost was a big one back in the day. There's a Rick and Morty episode where they're playing this game, and it's called something about Roy. Roy's anyway. He was like trying to see how it's like. It's a virtual reality thing where he comes down and lives a life on Earth, and he comes back and he gets a certain score or something like that. You know, the game's called Roy. That's what it is, and so that one's pretty interesting. And then the Dune series is interesting because it's got those worms, right, that are in it. Yeah. And there was this enemy called the Harkonnens, which kind of sounds like Archons.
Archons, yeah.
And so they're talking about spice and all that stuff. And Doctor Who, Moonbase, I mentioned. The movie AI, Artificial Intelligence. They're talking about the moon on the rise. It's a flesh fair, and they destroy us and reel them in, the hounds on the rest. And they're talking about the blue fairy and all stuff. And then I guess I should mention Terminator too, because that's talking about Skynet.
Oh yeah, yeah,
all that stuff. But I used to love that movie too when I was little. I mean, I didn't like violence, but for some reason that movie was kind of cool. But
no, I mean, I think we all get attracted to all sorts of different things when we're younger.
That was the first movie I recorded on the videotape. Anyway, so I ran across this thing called by doctors. There's this movie or a video by Dr. Seuss, and it's called The Hoover Bloob Highway. And this thing is amazing. It's like there's a demiurge character. It's called the Dispatcher, and he's in charge of dispatching souls to Earth. And he warns souls before they come to Earth. And he's like telling them they don't have to be a human. They can choose other forms. And
but they won't.
Right. And it's mentioning mini moons and blooper bloops and all this stuff. And
what's the name of that one, Wayne?
The Hoover Bloob Highway.
Hoover Bloob Highway. Well, that's a mouthful.
And it's got a little cube-like machine where they take the baby out of, and it's like in this. I swear to God, it's a cube machine, and they take the baby out, and it looks like a white blob, like souls are described in NDEs. It's like a white egg-shaped sphere.
Damn.
And they're like, and they give them like a little screen, and they should give them a preview of what their life on Earth would be like and everything. Okay. And they got to decide if they want to go ahead and do it or not. And
all right, well, that That sounds ridiculous.
And it shows them all these different things they need to learn, and it shows them all these books. And one of the books is called Moonology. Yeah, and he's like, you really want to go down there? He's like, and they're like, we made a deal. It's like, you don't have to be human, not at all. I agree with you. It's a rough decision to make. And he's like, you have numerous choices. You could be anything, but it won't be all bad. It's like some things, nice things down there. But
wow,
yeah, it's only like 30.
I gotta watch.
Only 30 minutes. It's absolutely worth watching. And I got a whole article on it. I go into the details of it. And there's another one called
Bird Highway.
Huber Blue, yeah.
Huber Blue.
And then there's another one called, so I started watching all the Dr. Seuss ones. It's like, man, this guy knew something. And there's another one called The Grinch. Grinch is the cat in the hat. And the Grinch invents this machine that can manipulate light. And he calls it a dark house. And what it does is it beams darkness or any color of light for great distances. But he wreaks havoc in everyone's life with a wave interference patterns that he creates. He creates these waves that go out and just mess everything up. Wow. And it's like we're talking about with the waves and the holograms and all this stuff. And there's this one part of the thing where he's talking in technobabble how it works. And the YouTube translator actually hears him say the phrases Saturn of Logos and the regular ring.
Wow.
And on the cover of the thing, it shows the planet Saturn.
Damn.
So that one's, you got to watch those too. They're really
I absolutely will. I just took notes on that one.
Yeah, and then there's Black Mirror. There's an episode called USS Callister, which is Infinity, the game, and it's got this asshole god that created it, and it's like we're in a bubble universe kind of thing. And then there's the movie The Void from 2016.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, they kind of demonize the void. And then there's Enter the Void in 2009, where it's about DMT experiences, and they mentioned the Book of the Dead, and that he's like, you see all these, he's like, when you die, your spirit leaves your body, and at first you see all your life like reflected in a magic mirror, then you're floating like a ghost. And he says, then you see lights of all different colors. These lights are the doors that pull you into other planes of existence. And he says the only way out is to get reincarnated. And he's
yeah, that's the only way.
So then it's like they give you a vision. They give you a vision of possible future life, and you choose a life that suits you the best you know. You end up in the womb reincarnated, and it's like until you manage to break the circle. And anyway, and I got Sausage Party. That one's got a lot of
I mean that we can. Yes. Do you want to take another break? We're on to the 4th hour, so let's we'll take
into some of the better ones that are more revealing about what we can do.
Great.
So,
all right. We'll be right back in about 5.5 minutes, my friends. Take a stretch break, grab some water. Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate it.
right. Good. We're going down the home stretch here.
All right, great. Okay, so let's head into our next segment. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Hello, everybody. We are back. Thank you for joining us for episode number 3 of the Wayne Bush series, where we are covering movies, TV, Hollywood, spellcraft, symbolism, AI, the afterlife, and more. All right, Wayne, where are we at?
Okay, so I was going to cover the movie Free Guy. That's a recent one. I actually went to see it in the theater myself. I was literally the only person in the entire theater. It had like 300 seats in there. I was the only person.
Boy, doesn't that say a lot?
It does. So anyway, it's about a bank teller. The bank teller that discovers he's actually an NPC inside a brutal open world video game.
Sounds like almost like sorry to interrupt, but it sounds like that Twilight Zone.
It's a mix of, I mean, I liked the movie because of the theme and everything, but it seemed like it kind of ripped off so many movies like The Island and Truman Show. And I mean, there's this, you watch it and you see almost where they took stuff from, but not that it's bad. It's just what it is. But anyways, some of the quotes, I'm going to try to go through some of this pretty quick, but it's like, what if I could tell you that you could be more, your life could be fuller, that you're free to make your own decisions, your own choices. Life doesn't have to be something that just happens to us. All right. Mm-hmm. And another one, it's like, why are you doing all this? I guess I felt trapped, in my life. I just felt so stuck. So he's like this NPC, and the people that are non-NPCs, they wear sunglasses, right?
Like They Live.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. They take from They Live, they take from The Island, they take from a bunch
Twilight
of
Zone, yeah.
And so, Twilight Zone. And so one day he takes the glasses up from one of them, puts them on. He's got this crush on this girl that he wants to be with, but she's one of the sunglasses people. Anyway, so they're saying, why are you doing all this? He says, I guess I felt trapped, So he's this NPC, and he's like, but it's not just like that. It's like a game. It is a game. It's a video game. And that's all it is. And he's like, so someone's like, the girl with the glasses is like trying to tell him, and he's like, so the entire world is a game? And she's like, yes. And we're all just players in the game? Well, not exactly. I'm a player. All these people here are players. We live in the real world, but you only exist here. It's why you can never leave. And the name of the city is Free City, right? That's the irony. They call it Free City, but he's really not free at all.
So ridiculous.
And she's telling him, you're what we call an NPC. And that's just like the scene from The Island where he's like telling the clones that they're just clones, right? And anyways, he's like, I don't understand. She's like, you're a non-player character, a background person, someone designed to make the game more fun for real people. And he's like, the entire world is fake. I'm not even a main character. I'm just this idiot who's in the background. And so, so that movie kind of points out a lot of what's going on too. But he's like saying, the point is, we don't have to be spectators to our own lives. We can be whatever we want. And what's inside, he's like trying to tell the other NPCs, he's like, what's inside of me is inside of you too. It's inside of each and every one of you. You're growing. And then Tommy, I mentioned Tommy in the last episode, so we don't really need to get too much into that. But
it's still a huge example.
Yeah, because he gets into this like sensory deprivation thing where he's like traumatized into being deaf, dumb, and blind, and by his, and then so it's about his liberation. Yeah. So his mother, like, somehow they like smash the mirror, and by smashing the mirror, he becomes free, and he starts singing, I'm free. And anyway, so like he becomes like this big cult figure, this religious leader, and his family or whatever are trying to make money off of it and everything, but he's trying, I guess, to set people free. And he's
but he still plays a mean pinball, right?
Yeah, right. And he does it through intuition. It's, he blocks out all the distractions, right, in order to do it. That's how he's so good. And he kicks Elton John's ass. Who's
well deserved.
Right. And he becomes the new pinball king and rules the world, basically. But there's a lot of sun and moon symbolism in the movie. Like at the very beginning of the movie, he's like literally it's the sun rising, and then he comes down from the top of the mountain. And then at the very end, it's the same thing, the sun. And there's like, to me, the silver ball seems to represent the moon and stuff. And, and there's all kinds of Venus symbolism for sure in it. And Actually, the word Tommy is a British word that means soldier. And so anyway, he obtains his salvation from suffering through darkness and sensory deprivation. But ultimately, he's liberated when his mother throws him through the mirror, which smashes it. But was he really liberated since he became a new Messiah and he started his own religion? But anyway, he gives like all these followers these earplugs and shades and corks, but soon they revolt and they start smashing the pinball machines. Like, we don't need religion. So almost like he does kind of waken them up to the point where they reject all the religion and become their own
messiahs. Symbolism in plain sight about how you've got to stand your ground and take the initiative for yourself.
Absolutely. And so there's a point where he's shown on the beach and he's got a cube over his head and it's blinding him. And of course, the cube may be symbolic of Saturn, but it's funny you mentioned that cube over the head because there's an exact scene of that in Tommy. And there's a scene where his father is like holding up this white orb or white light. And I'd like to find a lyric where it literally says the words white sun in the song. But I got a lot of stuff here, so I may not be able to find it. But it's here it is. During the song, sparks, the white light sun shines near him, and there's this eyeball that flashes, and the pinball machine is named Kings and Queens, and they're talking about the big game and the show, and he can rule the world, and he becomes part of the machine when he plays. He's
welcome to the machine.
Right, exactly. And then there's this imagery of the peacock all throughout it too, which is a symbol of the demiurge. And they're talking about, imagine the shock from isolation, and there's no machine to remove his inner blocks. So he's got these like inner blocks that he needs to remove, right? And there's this moon gate also where his mother's at. There's this semicircle. You have to look it up, but there's a semicircle at the floor, and those things are called moon gates. So I mean, the symbolism is definitely there.
Nice.
And so
moon gate, you said.
Yeah, they say thousands watch you play pinball. It's a fever, and you're the master of the game. And now that you're whole, you'll be champion of their very souls. And it's like, pinball, what I see now before me is far beyond a game. It's a higher path to follow. And he says, like, you'll feel me coming, a new vibration. I'm a sensation. He's like, I am the light. I am the light.
I was just looking at the moon gate. I just did a quick search, and
it's
like a portal.
Too. Yeah, it's a portal, and you see it all throughout The Prisoner, and you see it in Tommy, and it's a really definitely interesting symbology.
I haven't seen Tommy since I was probably in high school, but I'll have to go and look at it again.
And they're literally talking about enlightenment in the movie, and they're like, we're not going to take it, and they start breaking the machines, and one of the machines has the sun and Saturn on it, and you just have to look closely for the symbolism, but it's throughout the whole thing. And
difficulties. Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Never-ending story.
So the Never-Ending Story, and it's I think one of the most important fictional books of our time, and it contains the hero or savior archetype, but the archetype is the Empress, and she's called Moonchild, and it's got this they call it the nothing or emptiness. That's like another character or thing in the book or in the movie. And there's this demiurge archetype. So one character is called the Chronicler, who records everything that happens. They have this Ouroboros of eternity and duality, and there's shadow figures, and there's something called the Acharis, which is Acharis, which is very similar to the Akari insects and the Archons, right? And then there's symbols like dreams, mirrors, a labyrinth, an ivory tower, and then wishes are like a really important part of the thing. Like he wears this thing around his neck, and the axiom, like, do what you wish, is like a paraphrasing of Crowley's do what thou wilt, right? Yeah. And then when it comes time that she needs to be named or something like that, or the character, he's like literally living, he's reading this book, but he's actually this main character of it, and he doesn't realize it. And it gets time to where he needs to name the Empress, and he names her Moonchild. And Moonchild is a book by Aleister Crowley, and it's a little too obvious that the do what that wish and do what that will, obviously he knew about that book. And
sure.
Yeah, I really like, and there's like this thing he rides around on, which has a dragon it's like a dragon with a lion's head, which is the very symbol of the demiurge. That may be in the book, but because in the movie, I think it looks like a dog or something, dog's head. But
yeah, they got to switch it up a little bit.
Yeah. So
throw a wrench in it.
Yeah. So here's the passage about the goddess between heaven and earth, and it says, quote, "She saw the moon indeed." This is from Aleister Crowley's book, Moonchild, by the way. He said, "She saw the moon indeed, but in its center was a shape of minute size, but infinite brightness. With the speed of a huntress, the shape near her hid the moon from her, and she perceived the buskined Artemis is the moon god, silver sandaled with her bright bow and her quiver of light. Leaping behind her came her hounds, and she thought that she could hear their eager baying. Between heaven and earth stood the goddess and looked about her, her eyes a-sparkle with keen joy. She unslung her baldric and put her silver bugle to her lips. Through all the vastness of heaven, that call rang out, and in obedience, the stars rushed from their thrones and made obeisance to their mistress. It was a gallant hunting party, for she perceived that these were no longer stars, but souls. And says every man and every woman is a star. That's an Aleister Crowley thing that people know. And it's like, it says it was clear enough that every act of incarnation is a crucifixion. She saw that she had been mistaken in thinking of these souls as hunters at all. And at that instant, it seemed to her as though she herself were the huntress. For a flash, she saw the fabled lodestone rock, which draws ships to it, and flashing forth their bolts by the might of its magnetism. And it says, for now the souls... Yeah, for now the souls drew near her. She could distinguish their differences by the color of the predominating rays. And as they approached, she saw that only those whose nature was lunar might pass into the garden. And it goes on and says, and now she was standing on the terrace of the moon with Artemis, and she saw that the body was a dead thing, as dead as the cradle itself. It was unreal. All material things were unreal, shells void of meaning, geometric abstractions. And this says, but this body was different to the other husks in one respect. It was the focus of a most startling electrical phenomenon. Now check this out. It says an incandescent cone was scintillating before her. She could see but the tip of it, but she knew intuitively that the base of it was in the sun itself. About this cone played curious figures, dancers wreathed with vine leaves, having all sorts of images in their hands. And it talks about this clone from the sun at the base, and then the moon, and the moon goddess and the huntress, and then all their souls, and then that thing about the with the leaves. I mean, that's like Pan, right? Peter Pan.
Yeah.
So that's from Aleister Crowley's book, and anyway, that whole movie
perfectly innocent, right, Wayne?
Oh yeah, sure. And I got War Games down here just because it says. That there's no way to win the game. It's pointless, and it's talk about tic-tac-toe, and it's always a tie. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, they want to send that doubt into everybody.
They said the only winning move is not to play, and that I pretty much agree with.
Yes.
I mean, don't come back and sign up for the stupid game and just resign.
Yeah, so that's where it's at.
Yeah. So now we're going to get into a really, really, really big one, I think, and that's the Wizard of Oz. And I think it's very Gnostic. I mean, some people say that there's a bunch of mind control types imagery in it and blah, blah, blah.
There is, but that doesn't matter. I mean, it's still, so many movies still tell the truth, but have the mind control aspect to it. I mean.
Yeah. So to me, it seems like there's a lot of overtones.
Doesn't mean anything.
The light of the ND is past the tunnel, which is represented by the tornado vortex. It's over the rainbow, like all the colors are seen in the tunnel. Sure. And in the Emerald City, a lot of NDEs mention a crystal city too. And one could even make an argument that Dorothy had an NDE as a result of the tornado. But the characters and the attributes of the Tin Man, heart, wanted a heart, and the lion needed courage, and the scarecrow needed a brain, represent the redemption of those lacking in some essential quality, ultimately being restored and causing their life to almost be reborn. The wizard, the frail old man behind the curtain running the show, is the demiurge, seemingly all fierce, but really nothing in essence. Like, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. And so the scarecrow needed a brain to acquire knowledge or gnosis. And the cowardly lion needed courage to overcome that fear. Remember, Truman had to overcome his fear to escape. And the Tin Man had to learn to love, which is the heart. And Dorothy, representing the consciousness being immersed, she had to kill the evil witch, which is her like ego counterfeit spirit in order to progress. And the good witch was the enlightened afterthought that's propelling us onward. So Dorothy lives on a farm, right? We're in this farm, and she was on a farm, and she's talking about some place where there isn't any trouble. And she says it's far, far away behind the moon, beyond the rain, somewhere over the rainbow. And there's this vortex. It's like this, her anti-EM is like electromagnetic. It's like an electromagnetic storm, possibly. And then she falls into Munchkin land, and they say that she fell from a star. It's kind of reminiscent of Lucifer, or maybe she represents Sophia. And then they give these poppies, and they drug them, they put a spell on them, and then they get to the city of Oz and everything. In this great Oz, he projects himself as this green-headed alien, right?
Yeah, and, it's all there. I mean, it's
and the lyrics are saying to step into the light. And they say, step into the sun, step into the light.
Right up.
Yeah.
So, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
So the song literally says, "You're out of the woods, you're out of the dark, you're out of the night. Step into the sun, step into the light."
Oh, so sick.
And so Glinda the Good Witch tells Dorothy, "You didn't need to be helped. You always had the power." And I think the power within is like the divine spark. We all have the light power within
us. Yep.
So I think the Wizard of Oz kind of contains the formula for how to escape the Matrix and return home. Like Dorothy, like clicking on her heels, and she repeats over and over like this mantra. So it's like your intention, right? It's just fierce intention that you're kind of all focused on. And she's like, "There's no place like home." Like she wants to go home, right? And so in order to return home, we definitely need to have an intention, willpower, and a continual focus on raising our frequency, like repeating this mantra in our mind. And
laser focused.
Yeah. And she wakes up in bed in a room, and she's realizing at home, and realizing it's all just a dream to begin with. And I looked at the book, and the book had some really interesting stuff in it too.
Nice. I never went through the book, but
so this being of light and near-death experience that sits on a throne sometimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in the book, it literally there's a throne room, and they say those who wait on him do not see him face to face. So oftentimes in NDEs, it's very rare that they ever see his face, right?
Oh yeah, I know. It's always like they have the robes with the thing over the face. It's always something where it's like the most minimal depiction possible.
I did a search for face of God, and there was only a handful of times where they saw the face of God, and there was like two or three of them that literally saw the face of a lion.
Well, I mean, even what do we see? I think it's in the Bible where they say, if you look,
right,
you can't look. Basically, that's what they say.
Lot got turned into a pillar of salt.
Yeah, pillar of stone or whatever the hell it is. Yeah.
So in the book, the girl asks, "What is he like?" And he's like, "That's hard to tell. You see, Oz is a great wizard and can take on any form he wishes. To others, he appears as a beautiful fairy or a brownie or in any form that pleases him." And they're telling her that the Oz has a large collection of hearts, and the Oz can do anything, and he usually has his own way. Yeah,
a lot of hearts.
Dorothy walked boldly through and found herself in a wonderful place. It was a big round room with a high arched roof, and the walls and ceiling and floor were covered with large emeralds set closely together. In the center of the roof was a great light as bright as the sun, which made the emeralds sparkle in a wonderful manner.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's pretty interesting stuff. A great dome and a great light. And at one point he says, "That was one of my tricks," answered Oz. And he's right like, "They thought I was a great wizard. Of course I let them think so because they were afraid of me and promised to do anything I wished them to." He said, "Just to amuse myself and keep the good people busy." And he's like, "I put green spectacles on all the people so that everything they saw was green."
Yeah, emerald bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, there's the pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. But
forget about it. It's perfectly logical.
He was just a meek, frail little man behind a curtain pulling all the levers, and they thought he was this great, powerful wizard that was all,
It's such a representation of what we're dealing with, too. I mean, because it's all illusions, deception, manipulation.
Based on fear. He was able to assume power and control only because he was able to put on a convincing, deceptive act, and because of their fear.
And just think about, like, the NDEs where, whoever the hell they're interacting with, it happens where they're being towered over by 15, 20, 30, 40-foot beings looking down on them they're just this powerful thing when all they are is just an illusionary piece of shit. I mean, yeah.
Yep. So next is Alice in Wonderland, and also Through the Looking Glass, but they're both classics, obviously, and the allusion to a wonderland or land of wonder, hence the story is about imagination and wanting to have an adventure or entertaining experience. And they seem to parallel the Gnostic teachings of the fallen goddess of wisdom, Sophia. Both fell because of desire and curiosity as a result of wishing to create their own world. Alice eventually gets so tired of all the chaos and nonsense that she uses reason or wisdom to wake up and return home. And get this, it says, when I was researching, it says the first book was purportedly written 3 years after the author went on a boat ride down the river Isis. He went down, they say that the story goes he was on a boat ride down the river Isis with his 3 daughters. God. One named Alice.
What else do you need?
And it says that they got to this journey began at Folly Bridge. The name of the bridge was Folly Bridge and ended at God's Toe. Like God's towing them, right?
Folly Bridge, yeah.
Yes.
Bullshit anyway, bridge, right?
So it's the story's a metaphor for how nonsensical this world is, or the dimension we're living in is a dream, an illusion made of reflections, and the opposite of what true reality is. It's a search to find oneself. Alice asks, "Who in the world am I?" And it's like, oh, that's the great puzzle. And her world's totally illogical. She said, if I had a world of my own, everything would be nonsense. Nothing would be what it is because everything would be what it isn't. But she gets so
I like that.
Frustrated, and her attention is now to focus. She just wants to return home because she finally realizes that nothing is impossible. Yeah. And so, like, the whole story is
finding your creator being powers.
Yeah. And so... And the question's raised as to whose dream it is, the Alice's or the King's, right? And the whole story is very psychedelic. You got talking animals, talking flowers, these strange creatures, and it's a metaphor that we're kind of hallucinating this reality a little bit.
Hallucinating and every level, even
she was asking me about the king, whether it's her dream or his, and she said he was part of my dream, of course, but then I was part of his dream too. And the book ends with this poem. It says, still she haunts me phantom-wise, Alice moving under skies never seen by waking eyes. Children yet, the tale to hear, eager eye and willing ear, lovingly shall nestle near. And a wonderland they lie, dreaming as the days go by, dreaming as the summers die, ever drifting down the stream, lingering in the golden gleam. Life, what is it but a dream? So,
how much more do we need?
Stream of consciousness, right? And and then there's this part where she falls down through the hole, right? She follows the rabbit. The rabbit's like a trickster figure in Native American lore.
So she keeps going and going.
Yeah, and everything's upside down, and it's curious because she's always saying curiouser and curiouser. She's very curious about it all. And the white rabbit calls her Mary Ann. And of course, Mary's like another. Yeah, like Mary's like another I guess personification of Venus or Isis. And the dodo bird says, you're passing up a golden opportunity. You can be Venus. So it's they're literally saying Venus in it. And in mythology, Aphrodite or Venus holds a mirror or a looking glass too. Yeah. So
wow. Those were some strong points, Wayne.
Yeah. Well, I delved pretty deeply into all this stuff. I was watching all the movies and read the books and stuff. And and there's that chess game too, where the queen's off with her head and all this kind of stuff. And but she finally eventually wakes up, right? And so the movie talks about, at the end, there's a song where it talks about where is the land behind the eye that people cannot see? Where can you see? Where do stars go? Where is the crescent moon? There must be somewhere in the sunny afternoon. Alice in Wonderland, where is the path to Wonderland? Over the hill or here or there, I wonder where. But yeah, it's a lot. And I looked at the Johnny Depp one, the Alice Through the Looking Glass too, and there's this demiurgic figure. He's the personification of time. He's Kronos basically, and he's got this time machine called the Chronosphere. It's actually called Chronosphere, but it represents Saturn or Satan,
Damn.
Father Time, and yeah, it's some pretty deep stuff, and but it's meaningful, I think.
It's beyond meaningful. It's extremely important information.
Yeah. And so this next one is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh, I love this one.
Yeah. And when I looked into it,
I was looking at this again today.
When you look at it from our perspective, and he's this wizard, right? I look him at as like a demiurgic figure, but he's got this food factory. It's chocolate. It's food. It's food. He's got a factory of food, and these children are being sucked into these pipes and being taken to the furnace room and all this other stuff. I mean, but that goes over the head of little kids when you're watching the movie, right?
Yeah.
And he literally plays a pipe or a flute.
Yeah, like right at the beginning when he's at the gate. Or when they walk through the door or something like that.
And they go through this. He takes them on this scary boat ride through a tunnel, right? And they're like hallucinating and seeing projections. It's like the Afterlife tunnel, right, where you go through and there's all these.
That blew me away when I read that on your site.
Yeah, and there's even scenes when Charlie and Grandpa go into that burping thing where they start
raising,
and they're singing songs and they're making allusions to the moon. They're being pulled in and all this kind of stuff.
Being sucked in, yeah.
I mean, people it just goes right by people. They don't realize it unless they're kind of hip to the theory, right?
Well, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah. We've been so messed with.
It's like Charlie is told to look up to see a star and to follow it, and he's looking at the moon. I mean, come on,
unreal. It's and that was such a favorite of mine growing up. There's all these favorites of mine growing up, and then you look back at them and like, holy shit.
And here's the thing, Wonka's a trickster, and he makes an illusionist. he makes him sign a contract, and it's all this little tiny print.
Right there, all the fine print.
And then, at the end, Charlie's the only decent kid in the bunch, right? So
they're all a bunch of nightmares.
They go to his room, and everything's like in half. Of course, demi means half, right?
Yeah,
demi,
split.
It's all everything in his room is split. Everything, and so that's a clue that he's maybe the demiurge, to me at least. And
that's the duality right there.
The duality, right? And then you got
controlling
the song
both ends.
"Pure Imagination," which to me kind of encapsulates the whole thing, and it says, "Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world? There's nothing to it. There's no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there, you'll be free if you truly wish to be." So, I mean, that's kind of a good message. I mean, it's basically saying that you can create your own reality with your own imagination.
Yeah, it's so one of my favorite songs in the movie. I mean, it's great. It's great.
Yeah. But they're as they're going through the tunnel, they're like talking about the danger must be growing. Are the fires of hell glowing? And is the grisly reaper mowing? They're talking about the reaper right there too. The death.
I don't know where we're going.
Exactly. So, but they have this thing where we are the dreamers of dreams, and when Grandpa and Charlie are being taken up into that fizzy lifting drink thing, and
the Fizzlicious or whatever it is,
they're going up towards the fan, and he's like saying, "I'm a shooting star," and they're like, "You can fly to the moon this way," and it's like it's pulling me in, and they're like, "We're going to get killed." I mean, let's talk about the symbolism there of what's what we talk about.
Yeah, just being sucked in.
And they're making allusions to the moon and the star and all that stuff. It's just.
And then at the end, they blast off in the elevator.
The elevator, yeah, and they it's kind of an ascension thing, right? Where they're, I guess he gets the reward of ascending and leaving, but
ascending and then coming back down and being reincarnated and owning the chocolate factory. Yay!
So so that's pretty much all the movies I was going to cover. But there's obviously a lot of demiurgic type figures there, and some AI in it, but there's the Gnostic message throughout a lot of these about taking control of your own life and creating your own reality.
Yeah.
Which is what it's all about.
Yeah, Wayne, this was incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, a lot to go through, man. I had to keep chugging along.
Hey, no, that's all right. I wanted to give you time to just unload it all and put it all out there. So
yeah, forgive me. I would have liked to reacted to some of your comments, but it's just
no,
man, if I'm gonna get through all this, I need to keep pushing.
No, it's all good, Wayne. It's all good. I want to get the information out there because it's, in my opinion, it's all about inundating those who are listening with as much information as possible. So it becomes to the point of being undeniable. So
it's a lot of references. Yeah. I actually had an article that I did a long time ago, and I took it down because I put up these little video clips. I tried to keep them to 12 seconds or less, but I was all these references to the light, going to the light, in movies, obviously, well, there's just all these jokes and stuff throughout. I mean, and so I put all these little clips up, but when you start seeing so many of these things back to back to back to back to back, it does, the evidence does start to mount,
Well, that's what what I do is that's what it's all about. It's all about being able to allow people to see how overwhelmingly obvious it is.
Yeah,
and so they can go and make their own decision. So
yeah, it was just all these little references, like in Shrek when Donkey is like, "Stay away from the light, Shrek." They don't want him to die.
Oh my God, I know.
There's something about Mary, and he's got the dog, and the dog he's trying to, and he's like, "Stay away from the light."
Stay away from the light.
All these references about the light, at death, and everybody knows about it now. It's just a meme, right? Yes.
Yeah, well, let's hope more people see it, and will do. I just always tell people to do their own research. You can go to Wayne's site. Seriously, my friends, go to trickbythelight.com. Educate yourself on the insane amount of examples that he provides.
I'll put these notes up, but you know what? I put the notes on from the one on episode of music, and I think there's 8 downloads and 8 people viewed the page of the notes.
Wow.
in 3 or 4 days. It's nobody cares. Nobody.
It's sad, but
I get 300 people visit the site on a daily basis, and 2 people download it. They even care. But,
well, I mean, the other thing is they could be going through. You have lots of tech sections, so I mean, they could be flying through the other stuff and not necessarily downloading this or that. But I'd love to maybe. Oh, we could talk about this another time. I just bought a website URL, and I'm definitely going to link your website there. But if we'll talk about it more.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right, my friends. Wayne, is there anything else you want to throw in there? Or?
No. We got any questions or any comments?
Yeah, let me take a look at the chat. If anyone has any questions, throw them up there in the chat right now, because we've been going for quite a while, and there's no way I'm going to be able to go through the whole chat. So if anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, complaints, throw them up there for us, and we will get through them. So I just wanted to send a special thank you to all the members out there tonight. I hope you're doing well, and I appreciate your support on the channel. So I'd like to start off by saying thank you, AA, PKOSB, T, Lindley, Lone Traveler, Dave Larson, Miss Ellie, Vegan Skeptic, Shannon Jones, Mr. Joe Bangles, Donna Gay, JJ Mormon. Thank you so much for helping support the channel. I appreciate that. So let's just see if there's any questions here. Let's see. Christine Buckley says, I have your website pulled up, Wayne. We'll definitely be checking it out. Thanks for all that you both share. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Miss Ellie says to Wayne, what do the Oompa Loompas represent, Wayne?
Well, they could be like the elf-like beings that you've
the Fae?
You see in some of the
maybe the Fae?
The Fae,
yeah.
right. Yeah. The elves. And because they're these well, I don't want to get into the slavery type aspect of it, right? But
not allowed, Wayne.
Not allowed.
We'll send them.
But I think they might be the elves, like we were talking earlier about the right? Yeah, the fairy folk. Sure. The fairy folk. I was talking about Disney and how it's all about fairy tales and how that other world that they're talking about is inhabited by fairies, but also they can take like any form, I guess. So. All
right, Jay says to Wayne, is it true that the soul trap machine has been dismantled, or is it just more confusion?
I don't know. But I seriously doubt it. I don't know.
Well, I'd have to agree with that. It doesn't seem like. You would think that if the soul trap machine was dismantled, that we wouldn't be still here. And
well, the problem could be the fact that we don't believe it's been dismantled. It hasn't been dismantled for us. If our power of our belief was strong enough, maybe we would be free at this point, But then on the other hand, maybe that's just a lie they want to perpetrate so that you don't do anything. Like, oh, it's already been dismantled, so we don't have to do anything.
Yeah, no reason.
Don't have to wake anybody else up. It's all.
Yeah, just think about the whole ascension to 5D, 6D. Right. All that bullshit. It's.
Yeah, I don't like using the word ascension anymore. That's why.
I hate it.
I switched it to the word transcend. At least you're getting past it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Transcend. Yep. That's the exact word I use too. Transcend, liberate.
I talked about Neo. I said how he ascended. He did go up, but to me, that's just a symbolism for he transcended the matrix.
Sure.
But people love to hear the word ascension. So
they love. Well, the problem is it's a fast track back to the new age, and
yes, I don't
like it gives false hope, where all the hope is within you. Everything is within you to call the shots. It has nothing to do with oh well, will I get to 5D, 6D? All that stuff is just complete mumbo jumbo to keep you
like
here.
I mentioned, 1D is a line, 2D is like a plane, it's like X and Y. 3D is like a cube, it's X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
So you're getting deeper and deeper into physicality, into space. It's like, well, 0D is like a point. It's like the 0 point. It's nothingness. It's like I think I'd rather be in the 0D than 5D, 6D, 7D.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're just sending yourself out to other matrix realms within this matrix. So at least that's my opinion. All right, let's see what we have here. Vince says, I think Donald Trump has dismantled the soul trap.
Oh my god.
Okay, I love Vince. I love Vince. He's a great guy. Much love to you, brother.
we did it with bleach. I heard he did it with bleach.
Yes, you just gotta inject bleach. No big deal.
Sunlight's the best disinfectant, man. That's what you need. Some more sunlight.
Oh my god, the bleach thing was so funny with that woman in the background, just like what?
Right.
It's all it's all a production, obviously.
Well, he was talking about UV, and he was kind of hinting towards the right direction, but the way he said it was
he
bad,
just came up horribly.
Yes.
You just gotta love how the whole thing's a show, and they just throw it all out there like, hey, have fun, but most people don't see the fun in it. They take it very, very seriously.
Yeah. Well, I was talking a lot about the Pied Piper in this episode, and I'll just leave it at that.
Sure. I like that. All right. So Lone Traveler says, thanks, FC. Thanks, Wayne. Really good stream. Miss Ellie says, beliefs are everything. Mr. Flinthammer says, let's close with the Oompa Loompa song. I wish I could play the Oompa Loompa song.
Oompa Loompa. I guess that's all you can do. I like how all of these little riddles. It was always a good lesson to learn too, right? About greed and the 7 deadly sins.
I've got another lesson for you, Wayne.
Right. What do you get? It was a catchy song.
It is.
Back to the songs, the catchy hooks. It's all in the terminology. They got a hook and it's catchy.
Yeah, that's always
it's like the fishing metaphor again.
Sure, and the repetitive nature of things, and that's how they suck us in. I mean, we can go into the human body. I mean, that's a whole conversation in and of itself. But
yeah, and
how it's designed this way on purpose.
Yeah, we did a little of that. Yeah.
Man, it's that's a deep topic. Okay.
There's some kind of regulator in your brain that keeps you from
there's no
accessing
doubt.
the higher frequencies, the higher
our true self. Yeah.
Yep.
It's I like to call it like a governor.
Yes, it's a regulator, a governor. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Oops. Decode the Matrix says, yes, some New Agers say that the Matrix doesn't exist anymore. I think it's BS. Yeah, it's complete bullshit. We're here.
But as long as you keep believing it existing, you're kind of perpetuating it. You're keeping it alive. You know what I'm saying? You're keeping it alive by saying that. And I think that's one of the biggest traps I catch myself falling into is the more we keep talking about it, the more it's there. And I try to focus more on exiting and solutions, but you do kind of have to wake up people. I figure while I'm here, I might as well try to do it.
That's how I feel.
Numbers,
we're in the same exact boat.
I mean, I hate talking about it because I just keep, but people need to know about it first,
Sure. Absolutely. I'm with you 100%, Wayne. It's all about getting the word out. Okay.
But I do worry about that being a trap, a self-fulfilling prophecy. A trap. Just keep talking about the Matrix. As long as you keep saying there's a Matrix and we're trapped in it, then if you're creating reality, guess what? The longer you say it, you keep perpetuating it.
The more, the more you'll put yourself in that situation. But I guess for me it's a risk, as I'm sure it's kind of not to be presumptuous.
That's why I've gone away from focusing so much on the light being a trick and there being a trap and this is the Matrix and stuff. And I'm trying to just focus more on creating or manifesting the reality that we want to do.
Yes. Yep.
But
I think that's the right approach. I do. I think it's all about us creating our own individual realities.
The more we talk about archons and demiurge and stuff, it's very much kind of like fear mongering, and people say that's negative, and I got accused of that all the time, and so I kind of had to switch my focus, which is right.
Yeah. Like I tell people, not all the time, but enough where that I let them know I'm not a Gnostic. I'm not some doom and gloom guy, but I'm just like a person who wants to be liberated and shares the message that you should be liberated.
We are liberated now that we believe what we or now that we know what we know, I guess.
Good point.
It's just a matter of time, right? Once we die, we're out of here. So I kind of look at it as I am liberated, not that I want to be liberated.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like we're just kind of serving.
The word want means lack. For want of is word want means lack.
I like that.
So if you're desiring, like somebody says, I'm seeking the truth. Well, that just implies you don't have the truth.
Yeah.
You're just affirming the fact that you don't know the truth or don't have the truth.
Love it, Wayne. Love it.
I got that from Krishnamurti.
Hey, that's all good.
He was right. He was right with that for sure.
Absolutely.
He was talking about seeking an external source of authority, and it should come from within.
Sure.
And what that light is, when you die and you see that light, that's an external source, right? It's like
it's not the light you. It's something you're giving and external energy.
It's the first damn light you see. It's the lowest light. Why would you want to go to the lowest light?
That's what I say that all the time, Wayne. It's like, why would you want to, in your first moments when you're crossing over, to allow yourself to be sucked into some
and they don't even
bullshit.
question what it is. Like, identify yourself. Who are you? They just, look at that light. I think I'm going to go there.
Dang. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's just
it almost looks like that fishing lure where they dangle the light down and off you go. It's like, I'm going to go for that.
It's probably the exact definition. I think you're onto something. All right.
Well, I apologize to all the people out there that have had near-death experiences and feel the light is all wonderful. And I mean, maybe they're right and I'm wrong, but it's just
no, you're Wayne, come on. Let's not be babies, okay? I mean, I
don't like being so adamant about, I know the truth and blah blah blah.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference. Look, I am with you that, like, I don't like to make affirmative statements, but I think we're kind of at a point where if everything is a lie here, which it clearly is, and a deception, and then the moment you are crossing over, you're kind of being sucked into something on the outside. I think it's, we can't base all of our conclusions, say, yeah, okay, well, it's this or this or that. I just like to say, okay, well, it's clear that, our existence here is a complete lie, a deception. Everything is insane. And why wouldn't something outside of here be trying to recycle us? And you see it, it's so contradictory. I mean, Wayne, I would love for you to tell me, have you ever found an NDE in your life that talks about the satanic weirdness here, the control factor here, about the violation of sovereignty?
Maybe
about
one. Maybe one.
I would love to see it. I mean, I haven't run across it, but I mean, it's just...
I saw one where the guy was talking about a lot of stuff, yeah.
Okay, I'm interested in seeing that one.
But I did see a sign. I was coming back from visiting my mother, and there was a sign on the side of the road, and it said, happened to be next to a church, but it said it literally said God recycles, and it said He made us from the dirt. He made us from the dirt, or something like that. And it literally said God recycles. And it's like, yeah, you're right. God does recycle.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah. Oh, wow.
They weren't lying.
Yeah, I just think it's important, like you, to get the message out, and even though we don't know everything, there's no way we're ever going to know everything. I think it's important to show confidence in the sovereign perspective on how we handle ourselves when we leave here, just to make sure that, whoever's listening, we all just have the best chance possible. I mean, and that's just me. I'm not saying you gotta follow that, but I just think there's just so much there that it just... And your research alone has helped me tremendously. But
I mean, just everything that we're going to be going over, all the religion, all the mythology, all the lyrics, all the movies, all the symbolism. It's
packed.
And here's the thing: almost every area of research you go into, whether it's near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, remote viewing, DMT, just boom, 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 across the entire board. It seems like it gets confirmed with every single one area you look into.
Yes.
I mean,
that's what sucked me in hardcore is And it took me so long to see, okay, you have this area, this area, this area, this area, this area. And it's like, oh, holy shit, everyone kind of has this subconscious realization and they're admitting it, but it's so spread out that you're kind of like, unless you're really, really concentrating on this stuff and investing your time in it, it's hard to see.
I mean, when you look into NDEs, if you go to NDERF, I mean, you can find all kinds of contradictory and interesting stuff out there. So, and then you look in OBEs, you got Robert Monroe who talked about the loosh and all this stuff, and the entry director, that's, all that stuff. And then William Buellman says, don't go to the light. And then if you look into the religions like Tibetan Buddhism and Gnosticism, they're exposing the light too. And if you look at even remote viewing, you got like Brett Stewart and the Far Side Institute. And it's just, you go, and if you look into, like, there's this dude, Stanislav Grof, he was like into psychology and stuff like that. And he was talking about demiurge, like he would take people on hypnosis too, I'm sure. But there were some of clients were telling them about the demiurge game and all this stuff. So it's like almost every area you look at, I'm not saying all the people are on the up and up, but I'm just saying that's the information you get back, you know. Even the Zechariah Sitchin stuff, if you look at the translations, it's still talking about how they're creating us for their slaves or whatever. And if you look at the Sumerian tablets, which are online, then you get even more information about us being there to praise the gods and all this stuff. So
I agree. Yeah,
it's just across the board.
Yep. Yeah, I mean the control factor narrative is
look at the DMT experiences, the same thing. You see a lot of people saying that felt like there were these entities feeding off of them, and
and it's always, they have it's so similar to NDEs too, not all of them, but many of them, where they feel they are being looked down upon, a control factor, reality shift, and unless they realize their true power, their creative abilities to get out of that situation, they are basically open prey for whatever the hell is they're dealing with.
And they see a lot more of the grid patterns and the geometric shapes of the holographic fractal nature. And then they see these like insectoids, some of them, the reptilian, all these alien entities. Not like every person that has a DMT experience, but some. And then some of them seem like these Incan and Aztec gods. And they're the ones that were demanding, sacrifices and stuff, So it's like,
I ran across a story that see, when I was younger, I went with my parents to, I think it was Cozumel, or I can't remember it. I should remember this. I revisit every once in a while. Anyways, I ran across a person who went to the same place that I did. They walked up the steps of the pyramid all the way to the top, basically where they do sacrifices. Okay. And then walk down completely sober, no substances, nothing. Okay. Get down to the ground. They are basically called to the woods. Okay. They go off to the woods. All of a sudden, they're in this like a ring pattern, and they're experiencing all sorts of different stuff, and being attacked almost. But they're also realizing part of their past lives and being prodded and messed with the whole time. And then they just come out of it randomly and leave. I mean, we're talking about a normal person. Well, but let's not say normal, but they're talking about a person who wasn't under any influence, went to the top of a sacrificial pyramid, walked down, went into the woods right next door, and then all of a sudden they're surrounded by this this circle of almost, I guess you can call it mirrors of illusion. And they were completely messed with. Wow. And I don't know. I mean, they were seeing all sorts of weird stuff, but and they, you know, and of course they were called schizophrenic and all sorts of stuff because they came back and they shared the story. I mean,
right.
I mean, what the hell?
Well, it's the same thing with people that hear voices and stuff. They call them schizophrenic
or
see shadow beings, but that's a real phenomenon. I mean,
yeah. I mean, they're just more connected with, know, the veil. You know, I mean, they're seeing all. I mean, I interviewed. Have you ever looked into Jerry Marzinski stuff?
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah,
what's the context?
Well, basically, in short, he's a psychologist for 35 plus years, retired, and he started off at, I don't remember the name of the institution, but it was one of the biggest mental health institutions in the country. And I believe it's since been shut down. And he worked there for, I think, 5-10 years, and then he moved to or did a hospital setting. Then he went to the mental institution. Then he went to a prison, and he strictly worked with schizophrenic patients. Okay, and he was just trying to help him however he could. And he realized not long, I think it was 5-6 years after he had graduated, that what they taught him in school was basically bullshit. Okay. And he tried talking them through getting rid of the entities. And it took him over 10 years to kind of come up with a system. And he would have them, and that was when he moved to specifically the prison system. And then they would come to him and say, "Oh, you know, I'm dealing with this. I'm having all these invasive thoughts, blah, 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 blah." And he would work with them. And he would, some people, if they were inspired enough and had enough willpower, you know, within them to get rid of these things, they would actually leave. But some of the people he had, one story sticks out specifically where he had a patient coming in week and week out, and they said, "Oh, listen, you know, Jerry, I want to get this entity off my back. You know, I want to stop this." And so Jerry worked with them for weeks and weeks and weeks. Finally got rid of the entities through pure intention by not wanting to deal with it. And so Jerry would only see this guy once, twice a week, tops. And he'd go back to his cell and blah, blah. And so finally he got rid of him. A few weeks go by. He comes back and he says, "Doc, you know, I can't handle this." I go, the silence is deafening. It's just too much.
Wow.
So he literally invited the entities back into his life. Talk about...
That's sad.
It's so sad. So sad. Yep. And
it goes back to that thing about loneliness and boredom, and it's like maybe that's how it all began, was if there's a monad and he's out there and we're just these I don't want to say adrenaline junkies, but we're these adventure junkies, right? We're gamblers, so. And we just want to keep coming down for new experiences. Go back and brag about what, you know, because you know, really, once you're done with it all, you just remember the good things, and the suffering. You kind of like, But I mean, I still don't.
Especially once you're out of it.
Yeah, I still don't want to come back here. I think there's better adventures.
No. Or just we're in a multiverse.
Or you can hang out in a blissful, peaceful state for however long you want, you know?
Yeah.
And time doesn't seem to be the same as time here. It's like, they're just like long moments or whatever. And
Sure. I just want to thank AA very kindly for the super chat. Thank you so much. And she says, great show. Thank you, Wayne and FC. All right, we'll go through a couple more things and then we'll wrap it up. We've been going for quite a while here.
Yep.
Tony Wong says, if reincarnations are true, is it all about love? That we came here to learn and love?
No, I don't think so. I'll repeat the story. I went to, countless IANS meetings, which is International Association for Near-Death Studies. One of the guys that had a near-death experience said when he came back, he had to look up the word hate in the dictionary because he said over there, hate didn't exist. It's all, that's all you hear from him is everything's love and everything's
love and light.
Why would you need to learn to love when that's all it is love over there to begin with? It's like, it doesn't make any sense.
It's a love train.
Yeah, get on board. It's the love
people
train.
All over the world.
Yeah, so I just don't buy that learning. I know some of the people are, there's one guy at the meetings that says, that that's what this is life's a school and every day he attends and all this stuff, and I just don't buy that. I don't get it. I mean, I don't know, might be wrong, but I disagree. I think we come down here for the adventures and the experiences and more of that, just we need help. We're junkies. Why would you come to this twisted place? Any more than somebody would go on a camping trip and rough it, and then there's literally these things called escape rooms. Have you heard of this?
Oh yeah. There's some down the street from my house.
Or why would somebody like a magician put himself in a straitjacket and be put underwater and is like about ready to die if he doesn't? People, they do stupid things. What can I say?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's just and who would want to keep coming back here? Holy shit.
Yeah, not for the life I've had, I'll tell you that much.
No.
I mean, it's like,
no, thank you.
If you were, some virtuoso at guitar that was the number one musician in the world, that might be a little more tempting. But even that, everybody's got their problems and issues.
Yeah, everybody's got their problems, and not just that, Wayne. Like if you can be the most masterful, incredible guitar player of all time, and the Matrix will say, "Okay, well, sign on the dotted line. We'll give you all this fame, and everyone will know your name, but we own you when you leave here, or while you're here, and when you leave here." Yeah. Whatever the hell is going on, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Vince says, people are tricked to believe that hate must exist for love to exist, which is false duality concepts that make zero sense.
Right. It goes back to the Alice in Wonderland thing where why is it not possible for there to be an all positive world? Why do we have to believe in this duality when really in reality you've also got the neutron, which is neutral, right? It's not just the positive and the negative, the proton and electron.
Mm-hmm.
And I think these archons there's some kind of electrical nature to it all.
I'm with you.
A gnat or something in here, but because of the archons, it's about arcing of the electricity from the poles. I forget which way electricity is, but it goes from like positive to negative that flows, and you need the polarity for that to happen. And these archons, they're in the electricity, like a couple of the references were saying there.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right,
which is why there's a push towards all this electronic stuff, this AI. They want more and more machines, right?
For sure. I mean, it's all about more machine, less human intervention, and then eventually they'll merge the machine with humanity, and that's it. You're screwed.
They're going to want to try to do that. That's why the Terminator and this show. I think there was another one called Transcendence that I was thinking about covering, but I never got to it. But there's quite a few of those movies popping up now, right? With the
they're throwing the truth in plain sight at a rapid fire pace, and I think that probably goes to the whole consent factor that they have to put out there.
Yeah.
All right, Wayne, I think it's been fun. Well, actually, I know it's been fun. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us tonight. And I look forward to spending time with you again with episode 4. And well, I don't remember where we're going next, but
I think religion, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, sure. Religion will be the next one. And thank you, everyone out there, for listening. Appreciate it very much. And yeah, Wayne, your site, trickedbythelight.com. Everybody has to go there. Check out the description tab for further information. And I just want to throw this out there, Wayne, before we leave. I got an email. Have you spoken with Dan from Overwatch Project at all?
He sent me a couple of emails. It's been a few years ago, though. But...
Okay, yeah, I know he hasn't been putting out as much recently, but would you ever be interested in having a panel discussion with us?
Sure, that sounds like a lot of
fun.
fun.
Because he sent me an email today. It was really great to hear from him, and I'm gonna respond. Dan, if you're listening, I'm gonna respond to your email tonight. It's great to hear from you. I think it would be awesome to have a panel discussion. I do with all of our kind of combined knowledge about what we're looking at here. All right, so okay, Wayne, thanks so much. I will see you next weekend.
Yeah, enjoyed it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone listening, and we'll see y'all again real soon. Thank you. Take care.